Chapter 29-21. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. A terrifying harvest, rumble, rumble. Deafening rumbles echoed one after another. From the two space fortresses, Black Mosquito and Black Wind, troops lined up neatly and passed through the black light curtain channel, appearing above the underground corpse pool. These troops included 5,000-strong demon slave troops, 100,000 black mosquito demonic beasts that were at the nebula realm and above, and 100,000 void soldier ladles. Yi Xian had even activated the Dongshu shuttle, dispatching Gue Haidao and his 1,000-strong demon slave troop. Now that they were in need of manpower, Yi Xian had to use as much of his strength as possible and use it wisely as possible. Very quickly, the mission of harvesting the multi-eyed perception crystals was clearly distributed by Yi Xian to all the teams. With Gue Haidao, the Azure Corpse, and the other Kiliarchs leading the 6 demon slaves, starting from the central region of the corpse pond beneath their feet, all the way to the depths of the corpse pond. The 100,000 black mosquito magical beasts and 100,000 void soldier ladles also spread out, splitting into small groups of 1,000 people and quickly moving in all directions. Because they were powerful and fast, they were able to reach the edge of the corpse pool as quickly as possible. Then, starting from there, they would go back the way they came and pluck along the way. Harvesting from both ends at the same time and shrinking inwards could greatly reduce the time required. At the same time, the two space fortresses, the Black Mosquito and the Black Wind, were handed over to Barker. They immediately rose to the air above the huge mountain pass, activated the concealment formation, and paid close attention to their surroundings. Once they discovered any living beings approaching, they would immediately contact the Void Hole shuttle that was stationed at the center of the corpse pond and wait for Yi Xian's next orders. Following Yi Xian's orders, the 100,000 mosquito demonic beasts, the 100,000 void soldier ladles, and the 6,000 demon slave troops immediately set off. They rapidly spread out in all directions and harvested the crystals along the way. At the same time, the Black Mosquito ship and the Black Wind ship immediately activated the concealment formation and rapidly rose into the air. After hovering above the huge mountain pass, they began to prepare and recharge the Super Star Destroyer cannons according to Yi Xian's instructions. This time, Yi Xian's instructions to Barker was to adjust the diameter of the Star Destroyer beacon to the maximum of 300 meters. This way, if an Origin Realm ferocious beast was caught off guard, a single blast was enough to severely injure it. If the Black Mosquito ship and the Black Wind ship were to work together, it would not be difficult to kill an Origin Realm ferocious Star Destroyer cannons of the Star Destroyer cannons with a diameter of 3 Star Destroyer cannons, at the same time. The 4 Seasons Beaching Tiger made Yi Xian feel a great sense of danger. According to his estimation, even if the corpse flames in the entire corpse pool were extinguished, and the more than 100,000 people he sent out were still harvesting the multi-pupil perception crystals at the same time, the entire corpse pool was too vast. Even with this method, it would take at least half a day to harvest all the multi-pupil perception crystals in the boundless corpse pool. It was impossible to say that not a single ferocious Star Destroyer would appear in the outside world within half a day. Everything Yi Xian was doing now was to prepare for a rainy day. At the same time, Yi Xian, the Mosquito Prince, Xue Ben, and the 8-star King Ladle, who had been injured in the fierce battle with the 4G Beaching Tiger, didn't care about the cost and chose a large amount of resources from the resource warehouse of the Undying World. As long as it was beneficial for recovering their injuries, he threw them all at them. These were the only 2 peak-level experts in Yi Xian's possession who possessed supreme cultivation at the origin stage. Their existence was extremely important to Yi Xian. They had to be in peak condition at all times. After doing all of this, Yi Xian finally relaxed his worried heart. Immediately after that, he began to pluck the multi-pupil thought crystals from the flower trays of the demonic beauty corpse flowers at the center of the corpse pool directly above the huge crater of the crater. Previously, Yi Xian didn't let the 6,000 demon slave experts who were in charge of gathering from the nearby area directly start from the center of the corpse pond. Instead, they started from the edge of the center of the corpse pond. After all, he was planning on overseeing this area. That way, he would be able to respond to the two bastions on guard at the periphery. If something happened, he would be able to respond in time and in time. Therefore, the central region of the corpse pond was reserved. Yi Xian planned to leave it for himself to pass the time. In this area with a radius of 50 kilometers, Yi Xian's spiritual sense was just enough to cover the entire area. Under the sweep of his divine sense, the demonic corpse flowers that Yi Xian captured emitted a golden light, which meant that a 9-pupil golden crystal was condensed on top of the flower plate. There were dozens of them in total, and there were even more 8-pupil silver crystals and ordinary multi-pupil thought crystals below the 8-pupil level. This time, Yi Xian wasn't in a hurry to start with the dozens of corpse flowers. They couldn't run away anyway, so there was no need to waste time going back and forth. Next, he began to harvest from where he was standing. Yi Xian had gathered a total of nearly 100 multi-eyed perception crystals in the central region of the corpse pond. Among them, the 9-eyed golden crystal had 66 techniques. Unfortunately, none of the 66 9-eyed golden crystals had reached the perfect quality. Yi Xian tried to appraise them one by one, and sure enough, these 9-eyed golden crystals that hadn't reached the perfect level didn't contain any inheritances. From this, it could be seen how rare and precious the one he'd collected before was. However, to Yi Xian, the harvest this time was equally huge. Moreover, in his opinion, the entire corpse pool was so vast and boundless. Even if there weren't too many perfect 9-eyed golden crystals, it was absolutely impossible for there to be only the one that he had already taken away. Yi Xian had already witnessed the might of the primordial divine ability, the fallen sky bow. As long as he could obtain 1 or 2 more supreme treasures of this level, he would be completely satisfied. He believed that this vast pool of corpses would not disappoint him. Just 1 or 2 perfect 9-eyed golden crystals would definitely be there. Time passed slowly. Half a day had passed without him noticing. Yi Xian rejoiced that the Black Mosquito and the Black Wind, the 2 space fortresses, hadn't moved at all. Even he didn't expect things to go so smoothly. At this moment, the harvesting of the consciousness crystals in the entire corpse pool was coming to an end. Even if there were more space beasts that wanted to pull peaches, it wouldn't have much of an effect on Yi Xian. Chapter 29-22. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The corpse pond incident. Half a day later, the Black Mosquito and Black Wind returned one after another. All the demon slaves, Black Mosquito magical beasts, and void soldier ladles that Yi Xian had sent out to harvest the multi-eyed sense crystals had all returned. Furthermore, all the multi-eyed sense crystals that they had harvested were all gathered in Yi Xian's hands. The total was a terrifying number. There were more than 1 million sense crystals below the 8-eyed sense level. There were more than 30,000 8-eyed silver crystals. Although the 9-eyed golden crystal was the least, there were still more than 2,000 of them. Among them, there were 9 perfect 9-eyed golden crystals, just like the one that Yi Xian had previously absorbed. This far exceeded Yi Xian's previous estimate of 1 or 2. Yi Xian threw all 9 perfect 9-eyed golden crystals to the devouring system for evaluation. There was no suspense in the result. All 9 perfect 9-eyed golden crystals contained a supreme divine ability inheritance from the primordial era. In other words, including the divine ability of the fallen sky bow, Yi Xian currently possessed 10 types of desolate era divine abilities. This was definitely a terrifying number. Just think about the might of the fallen sky bow. No matter who grasped 10 types of terrifying desolate era divine abilities, they were destined to be able to sweep through an entire star field. Of course, with the primordial divine abilities, one had to have a strong enough foundation and strength to use them. With Yi Xian's current meteor realm cultivation base, he did not need to think too much. Just one of the primordial combat arts of the Heaven's Fall Bow was more than enough for him to use right now. In fact, even for this primordial divine ability, Yi Xian had yet to unleash its true power. There was a limit to its power. Once it was unleashed, it would instantly drain all the power in his body. However, the power that could be unleashed in the end was still just a damned small portion of this primordial divine ability. Therefore, although Yi Xian was excited, he did not plan to immediately absorb all 9 perfect nine-eyed golden crystals and accept the primordial divine ability contained within. He understood the principle of biting off more than he could chew. In any case, with the 9 eyes golden crystal in his hands, he wasn't afraid that it would grow wings and fly away on its own. In the future, when his cultivation increased, he would be able to absorb the second, third, and even more primordial divine arts whenever he needed them. But now, just the fallen sky-bow mystique was already a little too much for him. At the same time, it was more than enough. Therefore, after a moment of excitement, Yi Xian finally put the 9 perfect quality 9-eyed golden crystals into 9 small crystal boxes and kept them in his undying world. At the same time, the remaining 30,000 over 8-eyed silver crystals and over 1,000,000 multi-eyed sense crystals were all kept in his undying world. At this point, Yi Xian's objective in coming to the Devil Sage Forbidden Land could be considered to have been perfectly and superbly accomplished. However, only a short 4 days had passed since the Saint trial started. There were still 26 days left, and Yi Xian didn't know how to pass the time. Screech, roar. Just as Yi Xian was hesitating, 2 different roars suddenly sounded from the huge crater above. There was a sharp whistle. A powerful roar rang out. However, all of them were filled with a strong sense of anger. 2 ferocious astral beasts had arrived at the same time, and judging from the commotion, they were not weak. They were both Origin Realm supreme existences. Even if they were not as powerful as the 4 Seasons Azure Tiger from before, they were definitely not much weaker. Yi Xian was slightly taken aback, but he immediately rejoiced. Fortunately, the 2 star beasts had arrived a little later. Otherwise, if the time had been pushed back a few hours, he and his subordinates wouldn't have completed their mission of harvesting the multi-eyed sense crystals in the corpse pool. The situation would have been unimaginably dangerous if 2 supreme star beasts of the origin stage had appeared at the same time. But now, it was different. All the multi-eyed sense crystals in the corpse pool had been harvested, so there was no need for Yi Xian to guard this place. Not to mention 2 star beasts, even if 10 or 20 of them came, it wouldn't affect him in the slightest. Since he couldn't beat them, why couldn't he just run away? He could have stored the Black Mosquito and Black Wind into the undying world in his body, then directly enter the Dongshu shuttle, activate the concealment formation, stealthily escape the crater of the huge crater, and then quietly leave. However, just as Yi Xian was about to do this, an unexpected turn of events that he hadn't expected suddenly occurred without any warning. Swish! Swish! At this moment, the originally silent and vast corpse pool was suddenly swept up by an incomparably fierce hurricane. An invisible corpse aura constantly spread out from the surging corpse pool. In an instant, the entire corpse pool was once again shrouded in a layer of incomparably dense black corpse aura. Previously, because of the fire that Yi Xian had lit, there was almost no corpse aura in the vast and boundless corpse pool. But now, everything had returned to normal in an instant. After all, the so-called corpse aura originally came from the endless black corpse liquid in the corpse pool below. Normally, the corpse pool was like an ancient well without ripples, so the corpse aura emitted from the corpse pool was very weak. It would take a very long time for it to accumulate to a certain scale above the corpse pool, forming a large layer of black corpse aura that enveloped the entire corpse pool. But now, the entire corpse pool was instantly roaring and surging. Boundless black-colored liquid surged endlessly, causing the black-colored corpse chi that effused out from it to accumulate at a speed that was simply countless times faster than when the corpse pool was still like an ancient well. In just a few moments, the vast and boundless corpse pool had once again returned to its previous state of being shrouded in corpse aura. Moreover, Yi Xian clearly had a feeling that this large cloud of corpse aura that had once again gathered above the corpse pool in such a short period of time seemed to be even denser than before. Facing all this, Yi Xian was completely dumbfounded. An extremely bad feeling suddenly welled up in his heart. He faintly had an illusion that the entire corpse pool below seemed to be completely enraged. Because of Yi Xian's actions of wantonly plucking countless multi-pupil perception crystals, this corpse pool that had always been silent like a dead object was finally enraged. Before this, Yi Xian had always subconsciously believed that this vast corpse pool was simply a dead object. But now, with the sudden change in the corpse pool, he finally understood that this corpse pool was alive and had its own consciousness. And it was precisely because of what he had done before that the entire corpse pool was enraged. Chapter 29-23. Headless infant's corpse rumble, boom. At the bottom of the enormous mountain, the boundless corpse pool was like a black ocean with countless waves surging up. Black corpse fluid covered the sky and covered the earth. Among them were a large number of primordial corpses. As the corpse fluid churned, all of them seemed to have come to life. This scene was like a group of demons dancing in a frenzy, causing Yi Xian to be dumbfounded. His mind couldn't help but tremble. He didn't know what kind of terrifying existence would appear next. However, there was no doubt that an existence that could control such a large corpse pool was definitely not simple. The other party was definitely not something that he could resist, and even if Yi Xian were to use all of his subordinates, he might not be able to resist even a fraction of its power. One had to know that even the primordial ability of the Heaven's Fall Bow he obtained was only passed down from one of the millions of primordial corpses in this vast corpse pool. Then, just how terrifying was the existence that could control the entire corpse pool? Just thinking about it gave him a rough idea. Roar! Screech! Outside the huge crater, the two space beasts that had unexpectedly arrived were still roaring and howling. But from their howls, it was clearly different from before. They seemed to have sensed that an unknown change had occurred in the corpse pool, causing them to be bewildered and even terrified. Although they were unwilling to leave, they didn't dare to directly enter the corpse pool. At this moment, the howls and howls clearly revealed a sense of unwillingness and probing. Yi Xian immediately waved his hand and stored the black mosquito and black wind into his undying world. Even the Dongshu shuttle was put away by him. This was because he knew that the power of the black wind and black mosquito ships was completely meaningless before this existence that controlled this vast corpse pool. Rather than attracting the other's attention from the outside, it was better to minimize the target as much as possible, hoping that the other's attention would be diverted from the weak him to the two powerful star beasts that were howling and roaring outside the giant crater. Other than that, Yi Xian took the initiative to put away all of his subordinates. In fact, there was another meaning to it. It was a form of declaration for the weeping soul bloodhorn that was hidden in the undying world within his body. He was clearly telling the other party that he had no intention of resisting this time, so it better not hide anymore. Otherwise, if the other party really attacked him, then it wouldn't have a good ending either. This was a form of coercion, forcing the weeping soul bloodhorn to show up. However, even if it did show up, would it be of any use? Would they be able to withstand the attack of this terrifying existence that was about to appear and control the entire vast corpse pool? Yi Xian wasn't sure about this either. After all, even if this weeping soul bloodhorn was the strange weeping soul blood beast that Yi Xian had seen in the inheritance of the heavenly fallen bow, the weeping soul blood beast that was hiding at the edge of the desolate ancient star battlefield, then, this vast corpse pool was filled with the corpses of existences on the same level as it, those that participated in the primordial space war. The existence behind the corpse pool could control so many primordial corpses. Could this weeping soul blood beast, an existence on the same level as them, be a match for this mysterious existence? Moreover, the current weeping soul blood beast was only left with a single weeping soul blood horn. It was definitely far from what it could be compared to when it was at its peak. In fact, Yi Xian didn't have the slightest bit of confidence in this matter. He even thought of fleeing at the first possible moment. Unfortunately, all of this was obviously impossible because he'd already sensed an indistinct aura that firmly locked onto him at the instant before the unexpected change occurred in the corpse pool. It was precisely because he didn't move that the other party didn't make a move. However, Yi Xian didn't doubt in the slightest that if he moved his feet and revealed his intention to escape, then the other party would definitely attack him immediately. Once a supreme existence of this level attacked in anger, there was no need to doubt the consequences. From the looks of it now, my only chance of survival seems to have landed on that damned weeping soul bloodhorn. Moreover, even with that fellow's strength, it seems to be completely useless this time and will still be defeated. However, I still can't help but hope in my heart. This really makes me speechless. Realizing his current predicament, Yi Xian couldn't help but sigh. This time, he was truly in despair. The other party was a supreme existence that could instantly kill a 9-star Ladybird Emperor of the Black Hole Realm. What could he, a mere 3rd-level Meteor Realm cultivator, count for? Screech! Just as Yi Xian's heart was filled with grief, an incomparably mournful howl suddenly came from the depths of the boundless corpse pool below. This howl was clearly mournful and caused one's hair to stand on end. However, for some reason, Yi Xian could faintly hear a sense of innocence and pure joy from the howl. This feeling made him feel that it was absurd, and he even suspected that he was hallucinating. Ha ha ha, Screech! Just as Yi Xian was in shock and doubt, a cheerful and innocent chuckle clearly entered his ears. Moreover, after this chuckle, it was clearly followed by an extremely ferocious howl. Although it was completely different, it was clearly the same voice, coming from the same existence. Yi Xian's body violently shook, because in the next moment, in the depths of the corpse pool where the endless waves of corpse liquid roared, a purple gold light clearly surged out from the corpse pool below and appeared. The surging waves of the corpse pool parted by themselves, and it seemed extremely obedient. It seemed as if this mysterious violet gold light was the ruler of the entire corpse pool. This was basically the truth. Because along with the appearance of this mysterious violet gold light, the vast corpse pool that was originally raging endlessly had actually completely quieted down in an instant. Everything returned to its original state. The entire corpse pool was incomparably tranquil, and countless corpses of primordial beings floated up and down within it. At this instant, the weeping soul bloodhorn that was perfectly concealed within the depths of the undying world within Yi Xian's body was clearly trembling with excitement, yet it seemed to have concealed its aura even more perfectly due to fear, and it didn't dare leak out in the slightest. As for Yi Xian, his mind shook violently at this moment, and he didn't feel good at all. This was because he clearly discovered that this purple gold light, which was suspected to be the master of this vast corpse pool, was actually shooting straight towards him from afar. Moreover, as it grew closer and closer, Yi Xian clearly saw the form of this violet gold light. It was a corpse. To be more precise, it was the corpse of an infant, a violet gold infant, a headless infant. Chapter 29-24. There must be a reason for this abnormality. Kikik, Screech. An innocent and romantic chuckle, followed by a mournful howl that soared into the sky, erupted from the headless corpse in the blink of an eye. At the same time that it entered Yi Xian's ears, the headless corpse also arrived in front of him. It stood firmly in the air with a distance of several meters between them. This corpse was the size of an ordinary baby. It looked like it hadn't reached full term yet. It was more like an existence that had died in the womb before it was born. Not only was it entirely purplish gold, it didn't have a head. Alright, it wasn't that it didn't have a head. It was just that its head wasn't on the neck between its shoulders. Instead, it was like a toy, holding it in its hand and playing with it from time to time. While it was playing with it, the eyes on the head kept staring at Yi Xian. Yi Xian clearly felt an even more intense feeling of being locked onto by his aura. He instantly came to an understanding. Sure enough, the mysterious aura that locked onto him came from this headless nascent corpse. In other words, this headless nascent corpse before him was the master of this vast corpse pool. The number of corpses in the entire corpse pool was simply innumerable. Yi Xian even saw quite a few terrifying existences that were as large as small meteors. But in the end, the one who controlled this corpse pool was a tiny headless infant corpse. This was extremely strange. What was even stranger was that the master of this corpse pool didn't attack him after arriving in front of Yi Xian. It didn't reveal any angry aura either. Instead, it gave Yi Xian the illusion that the other party was acting cute to attract his attention. Heavens, when this intuition appeared, Yi Xian simply wanted to raise his hand and give himself a tight slap. Narcissism. The master of this corpse pool is acting cute in front of you. To attract your attention. Can't you be more arrogant? This was Yi Xian's true thought at this moment. That's right, he didn't believe it at all, and he couldn't accept it either. However, he had to admit that this was indeed his intuition at this moment. His opponent had a terrifying background. Even though it was merely the corpse of an infant, it was able to surpass all of the other powerful creatures of the desolate era and become the master of this vast corpse pool. Right now, it was standing several zhang away from Yi Xian. It didn't seem to have any ill intentions. Moreover, it really was trying to attract his attention. Even if Yi Xian himself couldn't believe or accept it, intuition was intuition. He couldn't lie to himself. Not to mention, before the headless infant corpse's previous 2 roars, there seemed to have been a light chuckle with a hint of innocence. This was enough to explain the problem. Could it be that the other party was bored here and suddenly bumped into an outsider like him and treated him as an interesting playmate? If that was the case, then this headless infant corpse shouldn't have too much malice towards him. However, it was also because of this that Yi Xian suddenly felt that he should leave immediately. The sooner the better. Who knew when it would suddenly get bored of playing and find it boring? Then with a snap, it would snap his neck and become an existence like it. This kind of brat was the most difficult to deal with, and the most difficult to fathom its nature. The only way was to not provoke it. This. Actually, I really do have something to do. So, if there are no other questions, why don't I take my leave first? Feeling the other party's purple gold eyes without pupils staring straight at him, as if silently waiting for his response, Yi Xian felt his scalp go numb. He secretly clenched his teeth and expressed his intention to leave immediately. He really didn't dare to stay here any longer. Everything was too strange. Kakik, screech. What responded to him was still the same 2 different voices as before. First, there was a burst of innocent giggling, followed by a mournful howl. The 2 were so different, but at this moment, when they sounded again, it gave Yi Xian a feeling of perfect harmony. Whoosh! Rumble. Just as Yi Xian was having a headache because of the other party's voice again, the entire vast corpse pool below, under the wave of the headless infant corpse's hand, once again stirred up endless waves, and the bodies of ancient creatures with shocking shapes floated out. What made Yi Xian even more taken aback was that from the mouths of the desolate era's corpses, demonic corpse flowers were clearly rapidly growing. At first, it was just a small bud, but then it grew at a speed visible to the naked eye, until it was more than a meter tall, and began to bloom into a flower disc. Then, in the flower disc, began to rapidly condense into multipupal sense crystals. The desolate era creatures' corpses were endless in this vast pool of corpses. However, before this, even though Yi Xian had ignited the endless black corpse aura above the corpse pool with a single fire, the corpse flower that had appeared in his mouth was only a portion of the desolate ancient creatures' corpses. At most, the proportion was about half. But at this moment, he didn't even need to ignite the corpse chi. This headless corpse just casually waved his hand, and all the corpses of the desolate era creatures in the vast corpse pool below grew a bewitching corpse flower from their mouths without exception. This scene was really too shocking. As far as the eye could see, the entire surface of the corpse pool was simply filled with demonic corpse flowers, one after another, and it was extremely spectacular. It was simply dazzling. Such a scene made even Yi Xian a little reluctant to leave at this moment. There were really too many of them. Such a huge amount of multi-pupil sense crystals was clearly the rhythm of one's hands going limp from plucking them. Obviously, facing this headless infant corpse, it understood the meaning of his words just now. It was precisely because it knew that he had the intention to leave that it made such a move and reaction. It clearly knew that he had plucked the multi-pupil perception crystal from the corpse pool, and it clearly knew that he was interested in this item. Therefore, after knowing that he wanted to leave, the headless corpse said nothing and directly used a certain ability that it had as the controller of the corpse pool. With a wave of its hand, it directly caused a bewitching corpse flower to appear in the mouths of all the desolation creatures in the pool below. This was clearly the rhythm of tempting him to stay. However, if the other party didn't do so, Yi Xian might have been forced to try and convince himself. In order to feign civility, he could only temporarily stay behind and wait for an opportunity to escape. But now, the more the other party did so, the stronger the feeling of uneasiness in his heart became. One who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. In addition, there must be a reason for this abnormality. Chapter 29-25. The little devil is hard to deal with. Dao friend, can you stop messing with me? I really have something important to do. I can't stay here any longer. Otherwise, I'll delay the important matters. At this moment, Yi Xian wanted nothing more than to turn around and run. But on the one hand, the other party had already done so much. Although the more they did so, the more terrifying the scheme behind it was, at least on the surface, the other party had already done everything to the end. They knew that he needed these multi-pupil sense crystals, so they did not wait for him to say anything and took the initiative to prepare so many. Under such circumstances, if he still didn't give him face, he would be too unapproachable. Of course, this was actually secondary. The most important thing was the terrifying strength of the other party. Although Yi Xian couldn't feel it and didn't know what realm the other party was at, just a wave of the other party's hand was enough to make the entire vast corpse pool respond instantly. Countless ancient creatures' corpses were scrambling to produce beautiful corpse flowers from their mouths. Just from this, one could see how powerful it was. At the very least, in Yi Xian's opinion, the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn was absolutely unable to achieve this. In fact, it was far from being able to do so. For such a powerful existence, even if the other party didn't fall out with him, he still had a kind attitude on the surface. However, Yi Xian didn't dare to act rashly. Even though he wished that he could immediately grow wings and fly away, right now, he could only carefully discuss with the other party. At the very least, he had to see that the other party had the intention of letting go before he dared to try and move. Otherwise, he wouldn't even dare to lift his foot. Kikeek, screech. In response to Yi Xian's probing words, the headless corpse laughed innocently once again. Then, it let out a terrifying roar as usual. Then, just as Yi Xian was in despair, the other party waved his hand again. Swish. Shio, swish. A large number of faint sounds of breaking through the air rang out. Streaks of radiance shot out from the corpse pool below like arrows. These rays of light were clearly the multi-pupil sense crystals on the countless demonic corpse flowers below. At this moment, all of them took the initiative to turn into streaks of flowing arrows and shot into the air. In the end, the countless multi-pupil sense crystals gathered together and turned into a huge crystal sphere with a diameter of more than 10 meters. This sphere was formed by countless multi-pupil sense crystals. There were black crystals with 8 pupils and below, silver ones with 9 pupils, golden ones, and mixed together, colorful ones. Right now, the headless corpse that was only the size of 2 palms extended a small arm and stood in front of Yi Xian in midair. It's up to you. Whether or not. Or not, up. It. up. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly wanted to cry. It was said that little ghosts were difficult to deal with. Today, he finally understood the true meaning of these 4 words. Originally, when he saw so many demonic corpse flowers on the surface of the corpse pond below, he was already a little unable to hold himself back. The reason why he could say that he could not stay for long and that he had to leave was because Yi Xian had endured the pain in his heart and set it against his will. But now, not only did the headless corpse not relent, it gathered all the multi-pupil sense crystals in the entire corpse pond. There was no need for Yi Xian to pick them one by one. It seemed that as long as he nodded, these countless multi-pupil sense crystals would fall into his pocket. Under such a blatant temptation, Yi Xian immediately broke down. Of course, the more important thing was that he could see that the headless corpse was so persistent that it would not give up so easily. In addition, an existence of this level, such a strange existence, if one were to say that it had a good temper, anyone who heard it would only be able to laugh. It had already restrained its temper to this extent. If Yi Xian still didn't give it face, there was not much doubt as to what would happen next. Yi Xian now had no choice but to compromise. Even if he did not want to, he had to compromise. At the very least, he had to appease the headless corpse, then think of a way to escape and leave this place. This. You know that I really have something important to do, so at most, I will stay here with you for half a day. Bracing himself, Yi Xian cautiously said to the headless corpse. There was no other way. The headless corpse was so persistent. Although Yi Xian did not know what its ultimate goal was, he did not dare to provoke it. Under the headless corpse's repeated sincerity, the only thing Yi Xian could do was to compromise. Of course, from his point of view, this was not so much a compromise as a test. Yi Xian hoped to use all this to test the headless corpse's true intentions. What was its ultimate goal in doing all this? Kakik. Screech. What surprised him was that after Yi Xian showed signs of compromising and even made it clear that he could stay for a day, the headless corpse in the void opposite him once again let out the same light, cheerful, and screech as before. Then, the huge crystal ball formed by countless multi-pupil thought crystals, which was held in one hand, suddenly rushed towards Yi Xian amidst the headless corpse's screech. This clearly meant that it had accepted Yi Xian's compromise. In exchange for this huge mass of multi-pupil thought crystals, Yi Xian could stay in this corpse pool for half a day. The headless corpse immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Such a huge amount of multi-pupil thought crystals even exceeded the total amount of multi-pupil thought crystals he had obtained before. If it was merely for him to stay in this corpse pool for half a day, it wasn't unacceptable. Even though what he would experience during this half a day might be an unprecedented horror. But for this huge amount of multi-pupil thought crystals, everything was worth it. Of course, more importantly, he had no choice but to fight. The headless corpse did not give him much choice at all. It was very overbearing. This half a day's time was completely spent on appeasement, purely out of helplessness and compromise. With this helplessness, Yi Xian faced the huge amount of multi-pupil thought crystals flying towards him and subconsciously kept them all into the undying world in his body. This was what he obtained immediately, so there was no need to be polite. However, the moment this huge ball of multi-pupil thought crystals with a diameter of about 10 meters disappeared, he clearly saw that the headless corpse on the opposite side turned into a ray of light and directly entered his body. It was as if the countless thought crystals that Yi Xian kept were a ticket, and now, the headless corpse had paid the ticket and followed on board. Damn! You can't play like this. Chapter 29-26. The blood horn was suppressed. As the golden-purple headless infant corpse, which exuded a mysterious and noble aura, transformed into a golden-purple ray of light and entered his body, Yi Xian howled in agony as his heart trembled violently. At the same time, a certain corner of the undying world in his body suddenly trembled without warning. This obscure tremor was immediately detected by Yi Xian. Almost subconsciously, Yi Xian extended his consciousness towards the location where his undying world was trembling weakly. Following that, he unexpectedly saw the weeping soul blood horn, which had already transformed into a tiny blood needle. This fellow was actually hiding here. In reality, Yi Xian had searched this corner before, but he had never found a trace of the weeping soul blood horn. At this moment, this fellow had voluntarily revealed itself by trembling slightly. There was clearly a reason for this. This reason was the headless infant corpse that had suddenly rushed into Yi Xian's body. At this moment, Yi Xian clearly felt a trace of fear and panic from the trembling of the tiny blood-colored needle. The other party was afraid. Perhaps even it did not expect this headless infant corpse to unexpectedly rush into Yi Xian's body. This unforeseen event caused the weeping soul blood horn, which was hidden in Yi Xian's undying world, to panic. It unintentionally trembled slightly, revealing its perfectly hidden body. Furthermore, it was not just its body that was revealed. The moment the weeping soul blood horn, which had already shrunk to the size of a tiny blood needle, revealed itself, Yi Xian clearly felt this tiny blood needle begin to move stealthily, but without any hesitation. It moved from the depths of Yi Xian's undying world to the edge. Looking at this movement, it clearly wanted to walk out of the undying world, then sneak out of Yi Xian's body and escape without a trace. This was clearly a sign that it did not dare to stay in Yi Xian's body with the headless infant corpse at all. Upon realizing this, Yi Xian inexplicably felt a sense of relief. Even the rejection of this headless infant corpse's shameless act of sneaking into his body was not as strong as before. At the very least, because of the arrival of this headless infant corpse, the weeping soul blood horn, which he had always been helpless against, was now in big trouble. To think that this fellow would have such a day. This made Yi Xian feel extremely relieved. At this moment, Yi Xian even had an impulse. He felt that it would be great if this headless corpse stayed in his body the entire time. At the very least, that shameless weeping soul blood horn would no longer be able to be arrogant and jump around. If this headless infant corpse could completely devour it, it might even be able to order it around in the future. Just as Yi Xian's mind started to form these thoughts, that thin blood needle that had appeared from the depths of his undying world had finally sneaked to the edge of the undying world. Furthermore, it immediately shot out of the undying world and directly charged towards Yi Xian's body. With its speed, once it left Yi Xian's body, it would be difficult to chase after it. At this moment, Yi Xian subconsciously shouted, "Little brat, stop it, don't let that fellow escape." As this shout rang out, the thin blood needle that had slipped out of the undying world coincidentally drilled its way out of Yi Xian's body. Furthermore, Yi Xian clearly saw that the needle, which was as thin as a needle, suddenly trembled violently the moment Yi Xian's shout rang out. A kind of flustered and exasperated aura rapidly surged out. If he was not mistaken, this weeping soul blood horn clearly bore a grudge against Yi Xian because of his shout. This was Yi Xian's intuition, but he firmly believed in it. Since that was the case, there was no way he would let it escape. Otherwise, with the strength of this weeping soul blood horn, who knew what it would do to him in the future? It was not easy to find an existence that could suppress it. This time, he had to subdue it. Thinking of this, just as Yi Xian was about to shout again, a purple gold light suddenly burst out from his body without any warning. It turned into a waterfall and directly wrapped around the thin blood needle that had just drilled out of Yi Xian's body. Buzz, a weak but intense buzzing sound rang out. This purple gold waterfall that swept out from Yi Xian's body almost instantly wrapped around the thin blood needle, and then forcibly dragged it back into Yi Xian's body. At this moment, Yi Xian clearly had an illusion, as if there was a desperate wail coming from the thin blood needle. Such a scene caused Yi Xian to fall into a daze. His mind suddenly replayed the scene of the weeping soul blood horn crushing the 9-star Ladybird Emperor with the supreme cultivation of the Grotto Heaven realm in a crushing manner. And now, facing the purple gold waterfall released by the headless infant corpse, the mighty Weeping Soul Bloodhorn's performance was no different from that of the 9-star Ladybird Emperor. It could only be crushed, and it did not even dare to show the slightest intention of resistance. All of this made Yi Xian's entire mind shocked. What kind of existence was this headless infant corpse? What kind of terrifying background and origin did it have? Even an existence as powerful as the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn was unable to withstand a single blow from it. No, it was only a single streak of purple gold that it extended. It did not even have the will to resist. Wang, just as Yi Xian's entire mind was filled with shock, the purple gold waterfall had already pulled the thin blood needle into Yi Xian's body. Then, it was pulled into the undying world inside Yi Xian's body. Throughout the entire process, the tiny blood needles kept trembling from beginning to end, emitting a faint buzzing sound. These buzzing sounds clearly revealed a deep sense of despair. This scene was simply like torture, causing Yi Xian to feel a sense of disbelief and absurdity. What shocked him even more was that as the tiny blood needle was dragged into the undying world within his body by the purple gold waterfall, in a few short moments, Yi Xian discovered that the tiny blood needle that was originally blood-like had a tiny purple gold imprint on its crimson body. If it was magnified countless times, one could clearly see that this purple gold imprint was clearly a brand. It looked like a brand in the shape of a lamp, and the main body of this lamp was clearly a headless infant corpse. Chapter 29-27. System collapse. Following the disappearance of the purplish gold ribbon that wrapped around the tiny blood needle, the tiny blood needle no longer showed any signs of movement. It didn't attempt to escape from Yi Xian's undying world, nor did it attempt to escape. It also didn't try to enter the depths of the undying world again. Just like before, it silently concealed itself. It seemed to have become obedient, remaining in Yi Xian's undying world. With a single glance, there was no need to search for it as one could see its existence with just a glance. As for the purplish gold corpse lamp imprint that was imprinted on the tiny blood needle, it was so eye-catching that it stung Yi Xian's eyes. Even though Yi Xian didn't know what this purplish gold headless corpse lamp represented, he roughly understood what was happening in front of him. It was refined. This terrifying Weeping Soul Bloodhorn was actually refined by the headless infant corpse in an instant. If that wasn't the case, this Weeping Soul Bloodhorn definitely wouldn't be so obedient. Although all of this caused Yi Xian to be pleasantly surprised and finally subdued this incomparably powerful Weeping Soul Bloodhorn, at the same time, as the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn was subdued without any suspense, an even greater sense of fear suddenly surged out from Yi Xian's heart. Because just from this point alone, he already had a deeper and stronger understanding of the strength of this headless infant corpse. For such an unimaginably powerful existence to enter his body, it was hard to say whether this was a blessing or a curse for Yi Xian. Furthermore, even though this Weeping Soul Bloodhorn had been refined, the purplish gold headless corpse lamp imprint on the bloodhorn meant that it was the headless infant corpse that refined it. Even if this Weeping Soul Bloodhorn was controlled to do anything in the future, it would be due to the convenience of the headless corpse lamp. It would have nothing to do with Yi Xian. The only thing that made him feel slightly reassured was that although this headless infant corpse had a mysterious origin and terrifying strength, at least until now, it had not shown any signs of wanting to harm him. Instead, it brought a lot of benefits to Yi Xian. For example, the huge crystal ball formed by countless multi-pupil consciousness crystals and the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn that had been refined. Although the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn was not refined by Yi Xian himself and could not be controlled by him, judging from the actions of the headless infant corpse, the reason it refined the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn was clearly to control it in place of Yi Xian. In other words, the final reason it refined the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn seemed to be for Yi Xian to use. It was just that Yi Xian couldn't directly control the headless corpse of an infant between them. However, it was also because of this that if Yi Xian wanted to control the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn, he could not do without the headless infant corpse. He had to rely on it to achieve this control. Realizing this point, Yi Xian's heart suddenly jumped again. This guy couldn't be doing this on purpose, right? He purposely refined the weeping soul bloodhorn and allowed it to openly stay in the undying world within Yi Xian's body. Yi Xian could clearly see and touch it, but he was completely unable to control it. In this way, as long as Yi Xian was envious of the terrifying power of the weeping soul bloodhorn, then he would have to rely on the headless infant corpse. At least, he would not be able to drive it away. Speaking of which, the purpose of the other party's actions was clearly the same as when he took the initiative to gather all the countless eye-perception crystals in the vast corpse pool together. It was as if he was bribing Yi Xian and directly stuffed them into his body. In the end, it was all for the sake of currying favor with Yi Xian, making him realize its value, and thus achieving the goal of being able to stay in Yi Xian's body and not be chased away. But, why? Why would such a powerful headless corpse of an infant, whose background and origin were definitely shockingly noble, spend so much effort to stay in his body? Why would it rack its brains to help him and curry favor with him? Apart from the devouring system, all the other treasures he possessed were far inferior to the weeping soul bloodhorn. Furthermore, the weeping soul bloodhorn had been refined in an instant. From this, it could be seen that the value of the weeping soul bloodhorn was most likely not enough to enter the eyes of this headless infant corpse. In fact, in Yi Xian's opinion, even the devouring system was not something that this headless infant corpse cared about. Since that was the case, why did the other party value him so much and rack its brains to curry favor with him? What was the real reason behind this? As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's doubts grew even stronger. With his temperament, if he did not get to the bottom of this matter, he would not be able to calm his heart down. At this moment, as the tiny blood needle that had already been refined became completely obedient in the undying world within Yi Xian's body, it steadily floated in a corner without any further movement. The headless corpse that had entered its body also transformed into a tiny purple gold light that carried a strong sense of curiosity as it wandered around Yi Xian's body. That feeling was like a child who had never seen the world and suddenly came to a large amusement park in a modern city. He was curious about everything and felt that everything was interesting. Therefore, he couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart at all. He didn't need an adult to lead him at all. He spread his feet and wandered around on his own. As the tiny purplish gold light formed by the headless corpse wandered around his body, Yi Xian's heart, which was already in his throat, started to beat wildly again. It was true that the other party was a child, but other than that, it was also a strange infant corpse with an extraordinary origin. From the moment this headless baby's corpse appeared until now, Yi Xian had indeed been able to feel a dense sense of innocence from its aura and actions. However, other than the pure aura of an infant, what Yi Xian felt the most was the other party's ferocity and terror. Even though it seemed to be roaming around in his body like an innocent baby, playing around happily, if he made a single mistake and it suddenly attacked without warning, displaying the cruel and ruthless side of an unborn baby corpse. This was his body. Once it was destroyed, wouldn't he be dead for sure? Thinking about this, Yi Xian could not remain calm. No matter what, he had to figure out the other party's background. It just so happened that it had entered his body, so the devouring system might be able to identify it. Thinking about this, Yi Xian secretly ordered the devouring system to identify the weak purplish gold light. In the next moment, the system's notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind, causing him to completely collapse. Chapter 29-28. Corpse Lantern Tattoo, ding. Appraisal failed. Ding. Warning. System crash, restart required, restart required. Ding. System rebooting. Progress 1. Ding. Congratulations host. System reboot successful. As the familiar notification from the devouring system sounded in his mind, Yi Xian was completely dumbfounded. He stood there in a daze. The expression on his face and the feeling in his heart clearly revealed a strong sense of hopelessness. Did it crash? The system tried to appraise the purplish gold glow that was swimming around in its body like a curious baby. In the end, the system actually crashed. Yi Xian had never even thought of such a thing happening before, much less encountered it. Even an existence as powerful as the devouring system would crash. Furthermore, it wasn't because of a problem with his system itself. Instead, it was because when he tried to appraise a certain existence, the system would crash without any suspense at the very first moment. What did this mean? The other party's level of existence had actually reached the point where the devouring system would instantly crumble upon contact. If that was the case, then, just how terrifying was the origin of this headless corpse? The origin of countless universes. The source of the endless space and time. If that was not the case, how could its power be so perverse to such an extent? Just a touch from the system and it would directly collapse and die. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian felt uneasy. He clearly had a feeling that the devouring system in his body was not the only thing that had collapsed. Even his mind and consciousness were affected as well. In that instant, the devouring system in his body collapsed along with it. At this moment, while Yi Xian was still in a daze, the system notification in his mind finally quieted down. Although the system crashed due to the appraisal of the headless corpse, it was fortunate that everything was fine. After the system was rebooted, everything was back to normal. It wasn't that Yi Xian hadn't thought of asking the system to appraise it again. However, this thought only flashed in his mind for a moment before it was immediately thrown out of his mind. The devouring system was not an ordinary existence. How could it simply crash so easily? Hence, the extravagant hope of a coincidence could definitely be eliminated. In other words, the reason why the system crashed was definitely because of the headless corpse. Since that was the case, why would he recklessly try again when he knew that the result would be the same? What if the second crash caused irreversible and irreparable damage to the system? Wouldn't he have nowhere to cry? Furthermore, with the strength of this headless infant corpse, it was impossible for it not to have sensed the fact that the devouring system had tried to appraise it earlier. However, judging from its current behavior, it did not seem to care about it at all and directly ignored it. However, just because it ignored the first time didn't mean it would do the same the second time. What if the second test directly enraged it? Even if it was not editor lawless editor, transin editor, Emery Featherwoo. The entire system had only tried to appraise it, but it had completely crashed. Under such circumstances, if the headless corpse really wanted to do something to the devouring system, there was no doubt about the consequences. Because of this, no matter how unwilling Yi Xian was, he did not dare to continue using the devouring system to do anything to the headless corpse. After all, it was a ferocious and ruthless corpse. He had not yet grasped the other party's temperament, so he did not dare to act rashly. Hence, in the following period of time, Yi Xian could only stand foolishly in the middle of the corpse pool like a mummy. His heartstrings were extremely tense as he closely observed the situation of the purple gold light moving around in his body. Time passed slowly. Unknowingly, half a day had passed just like that. During this period of time, Yi Xian hadn't left, and his body hadn't moved at all. His consciousness had been focused on his own body the entire time, hanging behind the faint purple gold light formed by the headless corpse lamp, and wandering around his own body as if he was wandering around. After half a day, not only did the faint purple gold light wander around every corner of Yi Xian's body, but it also did not let go of Yi Xian's sea of consciousness. What made Yi Xian despair was that the Mad Mosquito Emperor had said that it had left a protective imprint outside Yi Xian's sea of consciousness. Furthermore, it was an imprint with level 8 spiritual power. Spiritual power below level 8 could not enter Yi Xian's sea of consciousness at all. However, even the Mad Mosquito Emperor's Spirit Guard imprint was clearly useless. This strand of purple gold light entered into Yi Xian's sea of consciousness as if it was in a place where no one was present. With a whoosh, it directly entered Yi Xian's sea of consciousness. Helpless, Yi Xian's original consciousness could only follow it in. In his sea of consciousness, Yi Xian's level 6 mind source core and the void essence crystal, which had not paid much attention to Yi Xian until now, actually trembled when the wisp of purple gold light entered. Then, they emitted a subservient and fawning aura. All of this almost caused Yi Xian to despair. What he found even more unacceptable was that when the wisp of purple gold light flew towards the small golden meteorite bow that was suspended in the north of his sea of consciousness, even the terrifying meteorite golden bow, which had been passed down since ancient times, showed an obvious subservient intent. All of this made Yi Xian feel as if his entire body, from his physical body to his sea of consciousness, to his mind source core, to the ancient mystique he had inherited, had been subdued by the headless infant corpse. It was as if he had been refined by the headless infant corpse. It was as if he had been refined by the headless infant corpse lamp's imprint on the weeping soul blood horn. Just as this strange thought suddenly surfaced in Yi Xian's mind, he suddenly discovered that this strand of purple gold light had quickly escaped from his sea of consciousness. Moreover, it continued to descend, rushing towards the heart of his body. Before Yi Xian could come back to his senses, the wisp of purple gold light had already reached his chest. As a blazing purple gold light suddenly flared up, the entire wisp of purple gold light completely disappeared from his body. At the same time, a purple gold tattoo the size of 3 fingers appeared on the left side of Yi Xian's chest, which was outside his heart. It was a headless infant corpse lamp that was exactly the same as the imprint on the weeping soul blood horn. Chapter 29-29 108 Superpowers. After strolling around for a while, it was unknown if the mysterious headless corpse was tired. In the end, it turned into a purple gold tattoo that looked like a headless corpse lamp and imprinted itself on the left side of Yi Xian's chest. The moment the zombie lantern tattoo appeared, Yi Xian was so shocked that he almost fainted. After all, the incomparably ferocious weeping soul blood horn clearly had an identical corpse lamp imprint on it. That corpse lamp imprint meant that the weeping soul blood horn had been refined by the headless infant corpse. Therefore, when such a headless corpse lamp imprint appeared on his chest, Yi Xian almost thought that he'd been refined by the headless infant corpse as well. If that was really the case, it would be really F***ed up. He was an existence that possessed both the characteristics of a human cultivator and a demon cultivator, yet he was refined like a magic treasure by the corpse of a headless infant. If this matter were to spread, it would be extremely humiliating. However, after the initial shock, Yi Xian's throbbing mind quickly calmed down. Although the headless corpse lamp brand on its chest was exactly the same as the one on the weeping soul blood horn, the meaning it represented was completely different. If he had really been refined by this headless corpse, how could he still have his own consciousness? He had probably been reduced to an existence similar to his own devil slave long ago. Since that was the case, there was no need to be too worried. The headless corpse lamp imprint on his chest was probably just a way for the headless corpse to attach itself to him. It was better to let it stay as a headless corpse lamp tattoo on his chest than to turn into a wisp of purple gold light and wander around his body, right? With this thought in mind, Yi Xian's heart, which had almost jumped out of his throat, immediately fell back into his chest. Although he still didn't know anything about this headless infant corpse, it seemed that the other party didn't have much malice. Since that was the case, he could only let it be for the time being. In any case, he had nothing to lose, and this fellow was even able to easily crush and refine the weeping soul blood horn. It was obvious that this fellow's origins were absolutely extraordinary. In comparison, he was merely an ant at the 3rd level of the meteor realm. Since he couldn't avoid it, then he would take it as it came and let nature take its course. There was a saying that was very good. When a woman's virginity came and she couldn't resist, then she should just close her eyes and enjoy it. At this moment, Yi Xian felt that this was his state of mind. With the terrifying strength of this headless infant corpse, he couldn't resist it no matter what. Since that was the case, he might as well not worry and enjoy the benefits brought by the other party with peace of mind. As for the consequences of the consequences in the future, that was a matter for the future. It was too early to worry about this matter. Since it couldn't change anything, it was completely meaningless. With this thought in mind, Yi Xian simply stopped thinking about the headless infant corpse. Instead, after calming down and stabilizing his emotions, he began to clean up the huge gains he obtained from the headless infant corpse. As the master of the entire vast corpse pool, the headless infant corpse's means were obviously extraordinary. Previously, Yi Xian struggled like this and spent a lot of time and effort before finally obtaining a large number of multi-pupil thought crystals. But with the headless infant corpse's means, it just waved its hand casually, and the countless corpses in the vast corpse pool automatically produced demonic corpse flowers. Moreover, the multi-pupil thought crystals on the discs of the countless demonic corpse flowers gathered in an instant, turning into a huge thought crystal ball. The headless infant corpse gently held it in its hand. These massive amounts of multi-pupil thought crystals were then used by the headless infant corpse as a bribe to curry favor with Yi Xian. Now, they all fell into Yi Xian's hands. Since he couldn't resist the other party, Yi Xian began to count the multi-pupil thought crystals after calming down. He put them together with his previous gains and counted them all together. When all the multi-eyed perception crystals were added together, it was definitely a terrifying number. Yi Xian spent a full hour to finish counting them all. Even though he was mentally prepared, the data he obtained still gave Yi Xian a huge fright. The total number of multi-pupil thought crystals below the 8-pupil level was more than 8 million. Among them, there were nearly 1,000,000 7-pupil thought crystals, which was far more than what Yi Xian had obtained in the beginning. From this, it could be seen that the quality of the demonic corpse flower that was created with the headless infant's corpse was far superior to the result of Yi Xian's own torment or the result of the corpse flames erupting from the corpse pool. This was also reflected in the number of top-grade thought crystals above the 8-pupil level. Excluding the more than 8 million 7-pupil and ordinary thought crystals below the 7-pupil level, Yi Xian had a total of more than 800,000 8-pupil thought crystals. This ratio made Yi Xian wonder if he had gotten the numbers wrong. It was so high that he couldn't believe it. Among the millions of divine sense crystals that he had obtained before, there were only slightly more than 30,000 8-eyed silver crystals, which was only a ratio of 3%. But now, there were more than 800,000 8-eyed silver crystals out of the total of more than 9 million. This ratio had directly jumped from 3% to almost 10% now. As for the 9-pupil thought crystals, it was even more so. Previously, among the millions of thought crystals, there were only slightly more than 2,000 9-pupil thought crystals, which was a ratio of 2 to 1,000. But now, this ratio had increased by 3 times, reaching 6 to 1,000. Among the nearly 10 million thought crystals, there were more than 50,000 9-pupil thought crystals. Among these 50,000 9-pupil thought crystals, there were perfect quality, which meant that apart from containing a large amount of high-grade refined thought crystal energy, there was also the existence of a remote antiquity divine ability inheritance. There were a total of 107 of them. Including the one that was taken away by Yi Xian, which contained the divine ability of the fallen sky bow, the total number of perfect quality 9-pupil thought crystals he had obtained from the corpse pool was exactly 108. These 108 perfect quality 9-pupil thought crystals, apart from containing a large amount of high-grade refined thought crystal energy, more importantly, they represented 108 powerful divine abilities that were inherited from the mysterious remote antiquity era. Once Yi Xian had absorbed all of them, then Yi Xian alone would possess 108 divine abilities from the remote antiquity era. If this news were to spread, it would frighten people to death. Every living creature in the desolate ancient era was blessed by the heavens. The divine inheritances in their bloodlines were all secrets that were not shown to others. However, Yi Xian was able to obtain 108 of them. This was definitely the end of the world. Chapter 29:30. Kill all, roar. Screech, whoosh. It was also at this moment that Yi Xian had just finished counting all the multi-pupil thought crystals in his body. As his mind relaxed, he immediately heard several screeches and angry roars coming from the mouth of the huge crater directly above him. Before this, he already knew that there were two star beasts because the roars and screeches coming from above were different. However, at this moment, there were clearly more star beasts here. Yi Xian heard at least 4 different screeches and roars. These star beasts were clearly the same as the 4 seasons beaching tiger that Yi Xian had killed earlier. They were here for the multi-pupil thought crystals in the corpse pool. Perhaps they did not know that the corpse pool was rich in multi-pupil thought crystals, but with such a huge pillar of corpse chi rising from the mouth of the huge crater above the corpse pool, anyone could tell that something must have happened. Perhaps it was a sign of the birth of a great treasure, so these star beasts swarmed here. But now, the reason why they stopped at the mouth of the huge crater and did not immediately fall into the corpse pool after arriving at their destination was actually very simple. In all likelihood, it was because of the strange movement in the corpse pool, which vaguely revealed the aura of the headless infant corpse. It was precisely this aura that caused all the ferocious beasts that had arrived here to feel fearful, and they didn't dare enter the corpse pool at the first possible moment. Before this, Yi Xian did not even hear their roars and roars, which meant that they were still very afraid of the aura of the headless infant corpse. Even their roars and screeches were restrained. But now, because the headless infant corpse had entered Yi Xian's body and was dormant, its aura was restrained and turned into a strange purple-gold headless corpse lamp tattoo on the left side of Yi Xian's chest. Then, as the aura of the headless infant corpse disappeared from the mouth of the huge crater, the star beasts outside immediately roared again after feeling the aura of fear disappear. Listening to their roars that were more and more urgent, it was clear that they could no longer hold back and were about to rush into the huge crater and fall into the corpse pool. I wonder if I have the ability to control the weeping soul blood horn, which has become obedient, without the help of the headless infant corpse. Realizing that a great battle was imminent, Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a bright light. If it was at this moment, he would most likely choose to directly activate the perfect oscillation skill and completely conceal his body and aura. Then, he would quietly slip out of the corpse pool and look for an opportunity to escape. But now, it was obviously impossible for Yi Xian to make such a choice. Such a terrifying supreme existence had already entered his body, and merely the aura emanated from it was capable of causing all the ferocious beasts above to feel extreme fear. They didn't even dare to let out a roar or howl. Under such circumstances, was there any need to flee? Although the headless corpse lamp seemed to have restrained all of its aura and turned into a purple-gold headless corpse lamp tattoo on the left side of Yi Xian's chest as if it had fallen into a deep sleep, Yi Xian understood that as long as he extended a strand of his divine sense or mental energy towards the headless corpse lamp tattoo on his chest and activated it, the headless infant corpse with extraordinary origins would most likely appear again. If he really couldn't beat it, he could just ask for help. Now, Yi Xian was full of confidence and no longer feared the star beasts outside of the crater. However, if he could not alarm this headless corpse, then that would be for the best. At this moment, Yi Xian muttered to himself as he activated a strand of his mental energy and extended it towards the undying world within his body. Within the undying world, the weeping soul blood horn that had turned into a tiny red needle was still quietly floating in the air, as if it was slowly rotating on its own. Yi Xian's strand of mental energy carefully approached. After hesitating for a moment, he quickly touched the other party. The tiny red needle clearly trembled, but there was no reaction. Although he didn't respond too strongly, at the very least, he didn't retaliate against Yi Xian's mental strength. Feeling relieved, Yi Xian immediately increased the amount of mental energy he poured into it. Soon, a waterfall of mental energy wrapped around the tiny blood needle. It clearly struggled for a moment, but in the end, it gave up and let Yi Xian's mental energy wrap around it, dragging it around in the undying world. It was as if it had accepted its fate and had given up all struggle and resistance. Just as Yi Xian was rejoicing in his heart, the spiritual energy that he extended out to wrap around the tiny blood needle suddenly moved slightly. He clearly caught a trace of an obscure spiritual fluctuation. Yi Xian immediately dragged this trace of mental energy out of the undying world and threw it to the devouring system for magnification and analysis. The final result made him overjoyed. This trace of obscure mental energy was clearly a type of imprint, a type of mental imprint that could activate the refined weeping soul blood horn in the undying world. With this mental imprint, Yi Xian would definitely be able to bypass the headless infant corpse and directly control the weeping soul blood horn, making it rush out of the body and go on a crusade against the enemy. Unfortunately, this mental imprint was clearly a consumable item. In other words, Yi Xian could only use it to command the weeping soul blood horn once. After the mission was completed, the weeping soul blood horn would most likely fly back into Yi Xian's body. However, Yi Xian wouldn't be able to continue commanding it, at least until he obtained a second trace of similar mental energy. After coming to this conclusion, Yi Xian was initially stunned, but he quickly understood. Obviously, everything he was doing, the headless infant corpse that had turned into a headless corpse lamp tattoo on the left side of his chest was clearly aware of what he was doing. The wisp of psychic imprint that had escaped from the weeping soul bloodhorn's tiny blood needle was clearly the result of the weeping soul bloodhorn's instructions. After all, the weeping soul bloodhorn was refined by the other party, so it was very easy for it to do this. In the end, it was still unable to bypass the headless infant corpse. Although the other party didn't directly make a move, this kind of one-time authorization was clearly obtained by relying on the headless infant corpse. This also meant that if Yi Xian wanted to use the weeping soul blood horn in his body to do something in the future, he would first have to obtain the consent of the headless infant corpse and obtain a trace of mental imprint from it in secret. Chapter 29:31. The bloody horn. With excitement, Yi Xian immediately moved his body and turned into a stream of arrows. He soared into the sky above the central area of the vast corpse pool. He didn't even bother to hide his figure and directly rushed to the huge crater above. Screech! Roar! Swish! Seeing the sudden appearance of Yi Xian, the few starry sky ferocious beasts that had been lurking around the entrance of the huge ring-shaped mountain immediately roared and howled in unison. There was clearly a strong sense of provocation and madness in it. Yi Xian was confident in his heart. He was naturally fearless. His figure stabilized and just happened to be 1,000 meters above the huge crater. He just stood in the void with a rather playful smile hanging on the corner of his mouth. He turned his head and swept a glance at the fierce roaring space beasts around him. There were a total of 4 ferocious beasts that had graced this place with their presence. At present, they were divided into 4 directions: north, south, east, and west of the huge crater. Their figures were also riding the clouds and mist, floating about 1,000 meters above the giant peak. They were basically at the same altitude as Yi Xian, who was standing in the void. On the left was a human-shaped giant bear. Its entire body was pitch black, and its body was about 100 meters tall. It was like a small mountain range, and its entire body was emitting an extremely strong and violent aura. On the right side, there was a huge green bird. Ji Zhan was also close to 100 meters tall. At this moment, it was constantly circling in the air on the right side. Its pair of huge triangular eyes occasionally burst out with an extremely ferocious dark light. Its claws and beaks were also extremely sharp, faintly revealing a red light. It definitely had the power to tear apart gold and stone. As for the north, there was a ferocious beast that looked somewhat similar to the wolf beast. The only difference was that this giant wolf was not only close to 100 meters in size, but it also had a curved horn on its head that looked like a crescent moon. It was actually moon-white. Finally, there was a strange creature that looked like a jellyfish lurking in this direction. Although its body was also huge, it was black and translucent. One could vaguely see that there seemed to be some black lightning swimming and flashing in its body. There was no doubt that this strange beast that could be called the Starry Sky Lightning Mother must have some kind of mysterious bloodline ability similar to thunder and lightning. Although the 4 Starry Sky ferocious beasts were different in size, they were equally huge. Moreover, the aura emitted from their bodies was clearly extremely powerful. With Yi Xian's cultivation base of the meteor realm, it was obvious that he couldn't clearly sense their specific cultivation realm. However, if one were to make a rough comparison, then in Yi Xian's perception, these 4 space beasts should be about the same as the 4 Beaching tigers that he killed with a single arrow from the fallen sky bow. In other words, these 4 starry sky ferocious beasts were all supreme existences whose overall strength was around the 4th stage of the origin stage. If it wasn't for the fact that he'd already had a new encounter in the vast corpse pool below, this battle would have been a dead end for him. Previously, just a single 4 seasons blue jade tiger had almost caused Yi Xian to be unable to deal with it. Now, 4 of them had arrived at the same time. If it wasn't for the fact that he'd had a new encounter in the vast corpse pool below, this battle would have been a certainty of death for him. Screech. Roar. Swish. Just as Yi Xian turned his head to quickly examine the 4 starry sky ferocious beasts, they had clearly sensed the cultivation aura emanating from Yi Xian's body. When they realized that the arrogant Xiao Budian in front of them was actually an insignificant existence in the 2nd stage of the meteor realm, a monstrous anger from being provoked by an ant instantly surfaced in the hearts of the 4 powerful starry sky ferocious beasts at the same time. In their extreme anger, the 4 starry sky ferocious beasts let out furious roars and roars at almost the same time. At the same time, their bodies moved without any suspense as they charged towards Yi Xian, who was at the peak of the central crater. The giant black bear was the most direct. Its body flashed and it immediately punched out. Although its attack was simple, when this punch was thrown out, even the void cracked inch by inch. Rumbling thunder rumbled endlessly. As for the giant green bird with claws and beaks that flickered with a sharp red light, it suddenly flapped its wings and grabbed towards Yi Xian with its huge red claws. Its speed was the fastest, and even though it was the last to move, it was actually the first to arrive. In the blink of an eye, it was already within 100 meters of Yi Xian. As for the one-horned starry sky wolf and the starry sky lightning mother on the north and south sides, they stood still in their original positions, not moving at all. However, from the moon-white curved horn on the head of the lone giant wolf, there was clearly an arc-shaped light blade that was like a crescent moon. It directly ignored the void, and as if it had teleported, it directly arrived within 100 meters of Yi Xian. Its speed was actually the same as the giant green bird's red claw that was reaching out. The last starry sky lightning mother, just as Yi Xian had previously speculated, clearly controlled the power of thunder and lightning. A black bolt of lightning flashed out from its body without any suspense, and it also possessed the terrifying characteristic of ignoring the distance in the void. As soon as it appeared, it had already crossed a great distance, and with the moon-white blade of light released by the starry sky wolf, one on the left and one on the right, it entered within 100 meters of Yi Xian's body, and immediately smashed down. The 4 starry sky ferocious beasts all had supreme cultivation bases around the 4th stage of the origin stage. At this moment, they actually joined forces at the same time to attack Yi Xian, who was like an ant and only had a cultivation base of the 2nd stage. This was clearly a crushing defeat without any suspense. But at this moment, Yi Xian was not worried in the slightest. With the power of the Weeping Soul Blood Horn, even the 9-star Ladybird Emperor, who had a supreme cultivation base of the 10th stage of the Heavenly Passage realm, was instantly crushed and killed. What could these 4 starry sky ferocious beasts, who were at the 9th stage of the origin stage, be compared to them? With this kind of confidence and an inexplicable throbbing feeling in his heart, Yi Xian did not hesitate in the slightest to completely activate the one-time use authority imprint, causing it to enter the Weeping Soul Blood Horn that had turned into a tiny red needle in his body. Swish! In the next moment, the tiny blood needle that had been quietly standing there without any movement shot out from the undying world within Yi Xian's body in an instant, and in less than half a breath, it had already rushed out of his body. As soon as it appeared in the outside world, it instantly expanded with the wind, and in a short moment, it had already transformed into a huge blood-colored curved horn that was 10 meters long, and just like that, it suddenly stretched across Yi Xian's head. Screech. Roar. Swish. As the supreme aura of the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn suddenly spread out, the 4 space beasts that were attacking Yi Xian simultaneously let out a mournful howl without any suspense. Moreover, their bodies seemed to have reflexively retreated. However, it was obviously too late. Chapter 29-32. The Throbbing Brand Boom. With an earth-shattering boom, the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn, which was nearly 10 meters long, pierced into the giant star bear's chest without any hesitation, erupting with a boundless aura that stirred up the wind and clouds. Immediately afterward, the enormous body of the black giant star bear, which was over 100 meters tall, shriveled at a speed visible to the naked eye in the blink of an eye. All the flesh and blood essence and cultivation energy contained within his body had been transformed into resources that fueled the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn's ferocious flames and were mercilessly plundered. In less than an instant, the black giant star bear had completely disappeared, turning into a cloud of green smoke that slowly drifted away. However, the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn, whose aura had instantly soared, did not stop there. After a sudden turn in the void, it directly pierced towards the red-clawed blue bird that was flapping its wings and fleeing into the distance. Screech! Without the slightest suspense, a miserable and shrill howl resounded out an instant later. The entire body of the red-clawed grand azure bird that was flapping its wings with extreme speed was pierced through from behind by the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn. Subsequently, in the span of a breath, it had its flesh and blood completely absorbed just like the black starry sky bear from before, and it finally transformed into a wisp of green smoke that vanished into the heavens and the earth. All of this seemed to take a long time to describe, but in fact, the 2 middle origin stage supreme star beasts had fallen one after another in less than 3 breaths of time. Such a terrifying scene had already frightened the remaining giant starry sky wolf and mother of starry sky. They let out a wail at the same time, as if they were begging for mercy. However, their figures did not hesitate to quickly flee into the distance. Moreover, they were running in 2 different directions. It was as if this would allow them to obtain a weak chance of survival in the desperate situation where the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn was temporarily stalled by the other party. However, they were clearly overthinking. Everything that happened next was still as swift and without any suspense. Although they were rushing in 2 completely different directions, with the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn's almost teleportation-like speed, the last 2 star beasts were killed again in less than 3 breaths of time. In less than 10 breaths of time, the 4 starry sky ferocious beasts at the middle stage of the origin stage were completely annihilated without any suspense. Yi Xian once again witnessed the supreme majesty of the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn, but he still could not help but feel inexplicably frightened and trembling in his heart. It was too powerful. It was the same when it killed the 9-star Ladybird Emperor with the 10th Tao Insight stage, and now it was still the same. However, it just so happened that such an incomparably powerful existence was so weak when facing that headless infant corpse. It did not even have the desire to resist or struggle as it was directly suppressed and refined. Just based on this point, Yi Xian couldn't help but once again think of the terror of the headless corpse. His heart was filled with longing, and while he was absent-minded, he secretly guessed its true origins and background. However, how did it fall? It had actually turned into a headless corpse. Moreover, from the moment it turned into a purplish-gold headless corpse lamp tattoo and imprinted itself on Yi Xian's left chest, it was extremely likely that this headless corpse had been refined into a headless corpse lamp by someone. Its headless neck was where the headless corpse lamp's light flickered. If that was really the case, then what kind of supreme and terrifying existence could actually refine this headless corpse into a terrifying headless corpse lamp in the boundlessly distant and mysterious Desolation era? To be able to refine such a powerful corpse into a corpse lamp, what kind of heaven-defying method was this? What kind of peerless and unparalleled charm was this? These thoughts flashed through his mind. Yi Xian, who was floating 1,000 meters above the huge crater, was obsessed for a moment. His face was full of fascination, as if his entire mind had been dreaming back to the Desolation era at this moment. Swish! It was also at this moment that the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn, which had killed all 4 of the origin stage ferocious beasts in less than 10 breaths of time, turned around in the air in front of them. After circling around for a while, it quickly shot towards Yi Xian's body with a shrill sound of breaking through the air. Its huge body, which was originally close to 10 meters, rapidly shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye as it approached. In the end, when it arrived in front of Yi Xian's body, the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn had shrunk to the size of a small needle again. Like a blood-red ray of light, it pierced into Yi Xian's body. Then, it obediently returned to the undying world. It was still floating in the area where it was before, slowly rotating, emitting an incomparably tranquil aura. It was as if everything that had just happened was just an illusory dream. It's over just like that. It was only at this moment that Yi Xian recovered from his daze and muttered to himself. He subconsciously lowered his head and glanced at the place where the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn had disappeared into his body. He inexplicably sighed in his heart. Strength. Everything was strength. If he could be as powerful as this Weeping Soul Bloodhorn, then where could he not go in this vast river of stars? Even in the territory of the heavenly fate race in the first universe, there was probably no need to deliberately hide his identity as a human cultivator. At this moment, Yi Xian's desire for strength was unprecedentedly firm. His Tao heart seemed to have undergone a transformation of some kind of enlightenment at this moment. His state of mind became even calmer and more tranquil in the blink of an eye. At the same time, in a certain corner outside of Yi Xian's sea of consciousness, there was a quick tremble that seemed to be rhythmic without any warning. Yi Xian's figure shook. He didn't wait for his consciousness to enter his sea of consciousness to investigate before a wisp of understanding emerged in his heart. What was supposed to come, had indeed come. In the next moment, his consciousness entered the area of his sea of consciousness, and he instantly saw 2 obscure spiritual brands in a corner outside his sea of consciousness. These 2 spiritual brands were what the Black Mosquito Tribe's high priest, Hue Gulei, had put into Yi Xian's body. It was said that once one of them was activated, it was equivalent to the full-force attack of an Origin Realm expert, and it was able to help Yi Xian escape the death of Zhuo Liqing and Zhuo Fengtai on his way to the Demon Emperor planet. At that time, Yi Xian didn't have the time to use this spiritual brand when the fierce mosquito bastion collapsed, so he had kept it until now. But now, the rhythmic tremor in the corner of his sea of consciousness was clearly another spiritual brand. Chapter 2933. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. His plan fell through at this moment. Yi Xian's expression gradually turned strange as one of the 2 spiritual imprints gave out a hint. Previously, when the Black Mosquito Tribe's high priest, Hue Gulei, mentioned this spiritual imprint to him, he was extremely confident and certain that Yi Xian would encounter the item he mentioned in the Saint Devil Forbidden Land. Yi Xian did not take it seriously at first, but now it seemed that the other party had hit the nail on the head. Based on Hue Gulei's words, Yi Xian had already deduced that the item the other party had asked him to bring out from the Saint Devil Forbidden Land was not some kind of inanimate object like a magic treasure, but a living being with the ability to move freely, or something like an artifact spirit. As for this point, it had also been proven right now. After all, Yi Xian had not moved at all at this moment. He had been floating 1,000 meters above the entrance of the huge ring-shaped mountain. However, the spiritual imprint at the edge of his sea of consciousness had not moved before this, but now it was giving out a pulse. This could only mean one thing, and that was the existence that the Black Mosquito Tribe's high priest, Hue Gulei, had mentioned had just gotten close to this place. At this thought, Yi Xian's curiosity was immediately aroused. Without batting an eyelid, Yangming activated his divine sense power and mental power at the same time. They quietly spread out of his body and spread out. Although the speed was very slow, the radiation-like coverage was very meticulous. Yi Xian did not miss a single blade of grass or tree as he slowly expanded the search area with rapt attention. At the same time, as the rhythm of the spiritual imprint at the edge of his sea of consciousness became more frequent and faster, a message automatically spread out from within the spiritual imprint and turned into a sentence. It was the voice of the Black Mosquito tribe's high priest, Hui Gulei, that quietly appeared in Yi Xian's mind. Zhang Wuji, these words were sealed by this priest in advance in this spiritual imprint. When the spiritual imprint catches the spiritual energy fluctuations of that demonic beast and sends out a rhythm, it will naturally release the pressure and appear in your mind. Before this, my promise to you is still valid. As long as you can bring the item I need out of the Saint Devil Forbidden Land, I will guarantee that you will have a smooth sailing life on the Black Mosquito Star. I will even nurture you as the future High Priest of the Black Mosquito Star. As for whether you will be able to take the position of Holy Sun, I have never hesitated. If even someone with a level 5 spiritual source core cannot pass the test and successfully become the new Holy Sun of the Black Mosquito tribe, this matter will be too laughable. As for the item I want you to bring out of the Saint Devil Forbidden Land, I came across it by accident when I entered the Forbidden Land for the last time a few years ago. However, due to a freak combination of factors, I failed to capture it. Coincidentally, the deadline was set in a month, so I had no choice but to be transported away. I have always felt rather regretful about it. However, although I didn't manage to capture it back then, I have been dealing with it for almost a month, so I am very familiar with its habits. That is why I am certain that you will come across it. This is because this item is extremely sensitive to spiritual energy. The higher the level of spiritual energy, the more eager it is to hunt. You have already evolved to a level 5 spiritual source core, so when you use your spiritual energy in the Saint Devil Forbidden Land, the aura of your level 5 spiritual source core will definitely attract this item to approach you. However, this is only half the battle. If you want to capture this item, it will definitely not be an easy task. That damned rabbit is extremely cunning. You must remember not to act rashly without 100% certainty. It is best to pretend that you don't know about its existence. Only in this way can you numb its vigilance and wait for an opportunity to capture it in one fell swoop. With your insignificant cultivation, you naturally won't be able to capture this spirit rabbit. When the time comes, you can do this and this. Remember, you must only make a move when you're 100% confident. Otherwise, once you alarm him, even though this damned rabbit's cultivation is weak, its concealment and concealment bloodline divine ability is extremely shocking. At the end of these words, Huegu still left behind a method to smoothly control the gray spirit imprint that was left at the edge of Yi Xian's sea of consciousness. If Yi Xian saw the right time, he only needed to activate the spirit imprint and directly shoot it towards the so-called spirit rabbit. At that time, the entire spirit imprint would be able to transform into a spirit net that would instantly envelop the target and prevent them from escaping. At this point, Yi Xian had basically completed Hui Gulei's task. After he completed the trial and returned to the Black Mosquito Star, he only needed to hand over the so-called spirit rabbit to Hui Gulei, and this matter would be considered completed. All of this did not sound like a problem. Hui Gulei had previously encountered a cunning spirit rabbit in the Saint Devil Forbidden Land. He had spent a lot of time, but he still could not successfully capture it, so he was unwilling to give up. Coincidentally, Yi Xian entered the Saint Devil Forbidden Land as the Black Mosquito tribe's prospective Holy Sun. Moreover, his level of spiritual energy just so happened to meet the requirements of being able to attract the spirit rabbit, so Hui Gulei asked him to capture the spirit rabbit, bring it out of the Saint Devil Forbidden Land, and hand it over to him. Everything was very natural and logical. However, for some reason, Yi Xian felt that there was something strange about all of this. Other things aside, Hui Gulei's persistence and degree of importance to this so-called cunning spirit rabbit were clearly a little too much. With his identity as the Black Mosquito tribe's high priest and the supreme existence of the 9th stage of the origin stage, his spiritual energy source core had undergone 3 transformations and evolutions, and now it had reached the 4th stage. When all of this was put together, did Hui Gulei have to care so much about a so-called spirit rabbit that only listened to him and was extremely cunning? This was clearly illogical. After a brief analysis, Yi Xian was certain that Hui Gulei was hiding the origin and use of this cunning spirit rabbit from him. How could an existence that could make the high priest of the demon tribe so worried be as worthless as he said? With regards to this, Hui Gulei should have expected Yi Xian to be suspicious. However, Hui Gulei was sure that Yi Xian would not be greedy for this spirit rabbit. Not to mention that after he became the Black Mosquito tribe's holy son, he would still be working under Hui Gulei in the future. With Yi Xian's insignificant strength, if he wanted to capture this cunning spirit rabbit, he would have to rely on the gray spiritual imprint that Hui Gulei had left at the edge of his sea of consciousness. Therefore, if he could not hand over this spiritual imprint after returning to the Black Mosquito Star, it would prove that Yi Xian had already made a move. At that time, even if Yi Xian claimed that he had failed and did not obtain anything, with Hui Gulei's ability and methods, as well as Yi Xian, the Holy Son, being by his side all the time, he was completely confident that he would be able to find out the truth. Chapter 29-34. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Crazy Rabbit. No matter how Greybone Conduit planned, he would never have guessed that not only did Yi Xian not intend to become the Black Mosquito tribe's holy son, but he also had a few other methods to capture this spirit rabbit, excluding the gray spiritual imprint that he had left behind. For example, the devouring system's forceful capture and devouring was one of them. Since this so-called cunning spirit rabbit did not have a high cultivation base, the devouring system's forceful capture ability basically had no possibility of failure. Compared to the gray spiritual imprint that Greybone Conduit had prepared, it was much more convenient and effective. Just as these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's divine sense and spiritual energy that he had silently extended out captured a small figure at almost the same time. It was clearly a rabbit. Its appearance was no different from an ordinary wild rabbit, and its entire body was white. The only difference was that this palm-sized white rabbit had a very strange aura surrounding it. Its entire body was shrouded in an illusory fog, and its red eyes revealed an endless and deep sense of blurriness. Demonic Qi. Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately understood what the illusory fog surrounding this small white rabbit was. This was a jade rabbit with a soaring demonic qi, and its entire body was emitting a mysterious aura. Especially its eyes, which were as deep as the most distant starry sky, blurred and unreal. Even when Yi Xian extended his divine sense and spiritual energy, after concentrating for a short while, he inexplicably felt as if he was about to fall into a trance, unable to extricate himself. It looked ordinary, but it was definitely not simple. As this realization surfaced in his mind, Yi Xian immediately became vigilant, and his mind recalled Greybone Conduit's repeated warnings. Obviously, this jade rabbit was extremely cunning, and once he failed to capture it, it would be very difficult for him to get a second chance. At this moment, the jade rabbit with a monstrous demonic aura was only about 3,000 meters away from the entrance of the huge ring-shaped mountain where Yi Xian was. With the forceful devouring ability of the devouring system, the success rate of capturing it was still very high at this distance. In order to avoid any unforeseen circumstances, Yi Xian immediately connected to the devouring system in his body. He immediately ordered the system to lock onto the target and begin devouring by force. Ding! Lock on successful. Target, Demon Soul Rabbit Spirit. Forcefully devouring, losing target's aura. As the notifications from the devouring system rang in his mind, Yi Xian could not help but feel as if his heart had leaped into his throat. However, just as the system notification was about to indicate whether the devouring had succeeded or failed, the following words unexpectedly changed to the loss of the target's aura. Yi Xian was completely dumbfounded. He felt like he had punched the air with all his might, but in the end, he felt depressed. After being stunned for a moment, he spread out his divine sense and spiritual power again. Only then did he realize that the strange rabbit had coincidentally shifted its position and scurried in another direction just as the system was about to activate the devouring skill. The distance had not changed. It was still about 3,000 meters, which was within the range of the system's success rate of the devouring skill. Yes, it was a coincidence. It must be a coincidence. It was just an inconspicuous little rabbit. Could it be that it could predict early on that the devouring system was about to begin at this moment? So at the most critical moment, it suddenly shifted its body, changed its position, and broke free from the system's aura lock. That was obviously impossible. It was just a dead rabbit. How could it be so capable? As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian quickly calmed down. He unwillingly ordered the devouring system in his body to lock onto the target and begin the devouring system's devouring skill. In the next instant, the system's familiar notification rang in his mind again. Ding! Lock on successful. Target, Demon Soul Rabbit Spirit. Devouring skill. Target's aura lost. Yi Xian had just raised his heart to his throat when he suddenly heard the last 6 words of losing his target's aura. All of the energy in his body immediately leaked out once again. The feeling of powerlessness and sullenness that came from swinging out a fierce punch and smashing into the air once again descended in an instant. The second time. What was going on? This damned rabbit's luck was too good, wasn't it? Unwillingly, Yi Xian continued to comfort himself. This time, his blood was boiling and it took him some time to calm down again. Then, Yi Xian gritted his teeth. For the third time, he ordered the devouring system in his body to lock onto the target and begin the devouring system's devouring skill. As soon as the command was sent out, his heart instantly rose to his throat. Ding! Lock on successful. Target, Demon Soul Rabbit Spirit. Devouring skill. Target's aura lost. Pfft! It was the same unshakable result. This time, Yi Xian was so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. His whole face could not help but look ferocious as he gritted his teeth. Damned rabbit, it was definitely doing this on purpose. 3 times in a row. How could it be so coincidental each time? You're clearly messing around with me. I don't believe it. It's just a dead rabbit. Don't tell me it can really go to the heavens and enter the earth. As he gritted his teeth, the anger in Yi Xian's heart was aroused. He muttered a few words to himself, then after thinking for a moment, he raised his hand and summoned the black mosquito and the black wind out of the undying world within his body. Rumble, rumble. With the sudden appearance of the black mosquito and black wind, Yi Xian did not hesitate at all. He immediately opened the main channel of the 2 bastions' black light screen. Thunderous rumbles filled the air as the bastion's armies descended from the skies. Millions of black mosquito demonic beasts. Hundreds of thousands of void soldier ladles. In addition to Gue Haidao's 1,000-man demonic slave brigade, there were 5 other 1,000-man demonic slave brigade. This time, Yi Xian had used up almost all of the strength of the soldiers in his hands. One army after another poured out from the void, covering the sky and the earth. In the blink of an eye, they had enveloped the entire void within a radius of 50 kilometers. Facing all this, that damned little rabbit was still lying on the ground, blinking its eyes. Sometimes it looked at Yi Xian, and sometimes it turned its head to sweep a few glances at the countless mosquito beasts and void soldier ladles that were like dark clouds above its head. In its eyes, there seemed to be a faint trace of mockery and ridicule. Immediately, the nameless anger in Yi Xian's heart burned even hotter. The other party clearly knew his intentions and had even played with him 3 times in a row. Under such circumstances, there was no need to hide and put on an act. Chapter 29:35. Monster, buzz, swish. Following Yi Xian's order, the army of 10 million that was like a large black cloud above their heads instantly moved like a tide. They all charged towards the strange rabbit. As the momentum was too great, it actually caused a large area of space to faintly tremble, and there were also countless weak and sharp sounds of breaking through the air. For a moment, the entire sky above the huge ring-shaped mountain could be said to be filled with thousands of scenes. It was a crazy scene. However, what made people completely speechless was that no matter how these mosquito beasts, soldiers, and demon slaves charged left and right, or how they surrounded and attacked from the front and the back, the nimble little jade rabbit was always able to find a gap half an instant before the large net was completely closed. Coincidentally, it would slip out from an extremely inconspicuous gap and even fleeting gap, escaping the encirclement of the large net. Until the next time the net was about to close, all of this coincidentally played out once again. It was fine if it happened once or twice, but after more than 10 times, it was the same every time. The situation was exactly the same. Such a scene instantly made Yi Xian so angry that he stomped his feet in the void. He was about to go crazy. It was only a tiny damned rabbit, yet not only had it tricked him, it had even tricked the army under his command. If news of this were to spread, then how could he endure it? As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian felt a buzzing sound in his head. His mind was on the verge of going berserk. He was not the only one. Even the countless mosquito beasts, soldiers, and demon slaves that covered the sky and earth, covering a large area of tens of kilometers, were the same. In an instant, the entire area was resounded with the howls of countless mosquito beasts and the violent roars of the devil slave experts, and it was clamorous to the extreme. It was a scene of madness and chaos. Only the nimble rabbit appeared to be extremely calm from beginning to end. From time to time, it would flutter a few times, dash out a distance, stop, and then look at a certain opening, suddenly leap out again. In short, from the beginning to the end, whether it was Yi Xian or the millions of mosquito beasts, ladles, and demon slaves he summoned to capture the rabbit, no one could touch even a single strand of rabbit fur on this nimble jade rabbit. This scene seemed to be so strange and indescribable. No matter if it was the nimble rabbit's easy dodging or the madness and violence of Yi Xian and the army under his command, everything revealed an extremely strange aura. The former seemed to have activated some kind of mysterious immunity mode, making him invincible throughout. On the other hand, the latter seemed to have clearly fallen into some sort of unknown state of bewitchment, and all of them revealed abnormal madness and irritation. All of this might have lasted for a long time. It might have lasted until Yi Xian and his 10 million subordinates had all been tormented to the point of insanity and completely collapsed. Only then would it end. It was also at this moment that a purplish gold ray of light suddenly shot out from Yi Xian's body. With a swallow and a spit, it instantly wrapped around the nimble little jade rabbit that had turned around and ran away. Then, it suddenly pulled and arrived in front of Yi Xian. At this point, everything was finally over. Screech. Swish. Only the furious roars and howls of the tens of millions of mosquito beasts, ladles, and demon slaves still rang out. All of them had bloodshot eyes as they madly rushed towards Yi Xian. To be precise, they were rushing towards the nimble jade rabbit that was wrapped in the purplish gold light and pitifully falling into Yi Xian's arms. It was as if the tens of millions of subordinates under Yi Xian had some kind of unresolvable grudge with this little rabbit. Yi Xian's body shook violently. Only at this instant did he suddenly come to his senses, and he suddenly noticed that everything before him was actually so strange and unusual. Whether it was himself, or the tens of millions of mosquito beasts, ladles, and demon slaves under his command, all of them had unknowingly fallen into this trap. Their minds and consciousness had inexplicably fallen into a state of madness and violence, as if they had been possessed by the devil, as if they had encountered some kind of unknown bewitchment. And all of this was clearly done by the inconspicuous little jade rabbit in his arms at this moment. Sure enough, it was a monster. It didn't seem to have much strength, but in addition to its ability to escape, it also had the terrifying ability to confuse and confuse. In an instant, tens of millions of troops had fallen into its trap. It was simply chilling. In the end, if it wasn't for the headless corpse that had turned into a headless corpse lamp tattoo and was imprinted on Yi Xian's left chest, it wouldn't have been able to take the initiative to attack. It extended a purple-gold beam of light and instantly captured the strange jade rabbit without any suspense. The consequences would have been unimaginable. No one could predict when this scene of madness and chaos would evolve, and to what extent. Screech. In his horror, Yi Xian immediately channeled his spiritual power, raised his head, and let out a high-pitched scream that pierced the clouds. With the sound of this scream, the countless mosquito beasts, ladles, and demon slaves that were madly rushing from all directions suddenly trembled. The madness in their eyes gradually faded, revealing a touch of confusion as if they had just woken up from a dream. Yi Xian didn't waste any more time. He directly ordered all the mosquito beasts, ladles, and demon slaves to return to the Black Mosquito ship and the Black Wind ship. Then, with a wave of his hand, he directly stored the two space fortresses into the undying world within his body. After doing all this, he let out a long sigh of relief. His eyes were filled with intense interest. He lowered his head and carefully sized up the strange jade rabbit that was still wrapped in the purplish gold light of the headless corpse. This beast was definitely a monster, and its ability was definitely not to be underestimated. Other than Yi Xian, who had personally experienced this earlier, he could tell that something was amiss from the purplish gold light of the headless infant's corpse that had yet to be retracted. It had always enveloped this small jade rabbit, so he could tell that something was amiss. Even the headless baby corpse was worried that once the light was withdrawn, it would immediately escape. It was enough to show how strange and extraordinary it was. After studying it for a while, Yi Xian finally had to admit that he couldn't see anything. The little rabbit in his embrace had been looking at him with a pitiable expression from the beginning until now. Its gaze was deep like the boundless starry sky, and it faintly revealed a wisp of extreme panic and uneasiness. Helpless, Yi Xian could only throw this rabbit to the devouring system to identify. Originally, he thought that since the rabbit was a living thing, then, with Yi Xian's cultivation strength, it was most likely impossible to directly absorb it into his body. But what surprised him was that after just a try, he actually succeeded. The little jade rabbit that was originally in his arms was absorbed into his body without any suspense. Chapter 2936. Demon Spirit Pupil, Ding, congratulations to the host. Discovered Demon Spirit, will you refine it immediately? As the system notification sounded in his mind, Yi Xian was immediately stunned. Demon Spirit. No wonder it could be absorbed into the body. It seemed that although this fellow looked like a little rabbit, its essence was not a living being at all. It was a kind of existence similar to the sword spirit that Yi Xian's Devil Blood Star Tears sword gave birth to. Since that was the case, it could naturally be absorbed into the body. Even if Yi Xian's current cultivation was really insignificant, it would not affect him at all. But what did the system mean by refining? Could it be that the so-called demon soul spirit could be broken down by the system like the demon's brain core, the weeping soul beast, and the multi-pupil thought crystal? Could it be absorbed by the system and turned into its own energy? If that was really the case, then he had finally gained something from the torment just now. Judging from the terrifying bewitching ability displayed by the demon soul spirit, the energy extracted from its decomposition would definitely be extraordinary. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and an inexplicable strong sense of anticipation welled up in his heart. Immediately after, he immediately ordered the system to refine the spirit of the demon's soul. In the next moment, the system notification sounded in his mind again. Ding, lock-on successful. Target of refinement, demon spirit. Beginning refinement, progress 1. Progress 2. Ding, congratulations to the host. Evolution reading completed. Refinement successful. Obtained 1 demon spirit pupil, will you immediately assimilate it? So fast. Yi Xian was stunned again, and immediately immersed his consciousness into his body. Very quickly, an oval-shaped crystal that looked like an eye, but was suffused with a blurred dreamy light, and seemed to be incomparably deep, as if one's gaze was too focused, even one's entire mind would be completely immersed in the crystal, reflected in his line of sight. This should be the demon spirit pupil that the devouring system was talking about. Was it an eye that was refined by the spirit of the demon soul as if it was an artifact? It could actually be used to fuse with his own body. Then, after the fusion, would he be able to possess the various miraculous abilities that the spirit of the demon soul had displayed before? The ability to escape that could be said to be terrifying and abnormal, and that left Yi Xian puzzled even after pondering 100 times. And that even more terrifying ability of bewitchment that left no traces behind when it was unleashed. Furthermore, its range of influence and audience was so large that it was unbelievable. Yi Xian would be satisfied as long as he could obtain one of these two abilities. If he could obtain both of them, he would have made a huge profit this time. A strong sense of anticipation rose in his heart. Without further delay, Yi Xian immediately ordered the system to fuse with the demon soul pupil. Following that, the familiar notification from the devouring system sounded in his mind. Ding! Confirm fusion. Target, demon soul pupil. Beginning fusion, progress 1. Progress 2. Ding! Congratulations, host. The fusion was successful. Obtained ability, demonic soul pupil. Current level, beginner. Current level ability, origin tracing. Note, active bloodline ability, success rate unknown. As the two system notifications sounded in his mind, Yi Xian quickly realized that the strange crystal that looked like an eye in his body had disappeared. Instead, the space between his eyebrows suddenly became numb. Vaguely, there seemed to be something that did not exist in the space between his eyebrows. This feeling was very mysterious. Yi Xian only needed to think slightly to feel that there was an inexplicable mysterious energy circulating and rotating in the space between his eyebrows. If he was not mistaken, this mysterious energy in the space between his eyebrows should have been the demon soul pupil that had already fused with his body. Right now, this pupil had already become the third eye in the space between Yi Xian's eyebrows. It was just like the legendary third eye of immortal Lord Erlang, possessing some kind of miraculous ability. Furthermore, from the system notifications, he could analyze that this demon soul pupil that looked like the third eye between his eyebrows could still be upgraded. It had just been fused, so it was only at the beginner level. As for the requirements for upgrading in the future, Yi Xian would be able to find out after checking the devouring system's database. Even if the system's database did not have any data on this object, as long as the devouring system had come into contact with a new species or successfully identified a new species, the devouring system's database would immediately update the data and include the newly obtained species information into the database. Therefore, regarding this demon soul pupil and the demon soul pupil ability that Yi Xian had obtained after fusing with it, he could now do a new search in the devouring system's database. Of course, even if he did not specifically search, Yi Xian already had a general idea of the situation from the system notifications. This newly acquired ability of the demonic soul pupil belonged to a type of bloodline innate ability that could be activated on its own accord. However, it was clear that it would not succeed every time it was activated. The unknown success rate in the system notification clearly indicated this point. Furthermore, the demon soul pupil that was currently at the beginner level only had one level of ability, origin tracing. The so-called origin tracing should be a mysterious ability similar to the Eye of Truth. It could clearly see the origin of things through the mysterious power of the demon soul pupil, and even trace back to its source. This should be the reason why the demonic spirit was able to easily avoid the forceful devouring and locking of the devouring system. Even the tens of millions of mosquito beasts, soldiers, and demon slaves that Yi Xian summoned were unable to capture the source of the demonic spirit even after joining forces to surround it. The other party had this kind of bloodline talent that could see the origin of any movement that was targeted at it. It could immediately trace back to the origin and see through the flaws. It was as if everything was placed under a microscope, or as if it had been adjusted to slow motion many times. Under such circumstances, the demon's soul pupil was naturally at ease and could easily avoid the devouring system every time. As for the other innate ability that the demon's soul spirit had displayed before, that was, unknowingly, Yi Xian and the 10 million troops that he'd summoned. They'd all successfully activated the ability to bewitch Yi Xian and the 10 million troops that he'd summoned. With Yi Xian's current elementary state, it was obvious that he didn't possess the ability to do so. At the very least, it would need to be upgraded to the intermediate level before it could be mastered. Although this was indeed a bit of a pity, at least there was still hope. Yi Xian was quite satisfied. At the very least, the origin tracing ability could be used at any time. However, he did not know how effective and successful it was. Chapter 2937. Desolate Corpse Liquid Refining Treasured Body, Wang. As Yi Xian activated the demon's soul pupil's ability for the first time, a weak but high-frequency trembling sound suddenly came from the depths of his brows, causing his mind to tremble slightly. However, this feeling quickly disappeared. It was so fast that it was as if everything just now had not happened at all. But in reality, in just an instant, his demon's soul pupil's ability had been activated without any suspense. Moreover, what was rather fortunate was that this was the first time it was activated, and its power had unexpectedly been successfully displayed. Although there was no so-called third vertical eye between his eyebrows, and there seemed to be no abnormal changes on the surface, Yi Xian clearly felt that there was a mysterious and invisible power shooting out from the depths of his eyebrows. Because of the existence and power of this mysterious power, Yi Xian's vision had a huge change that was almost like the difference between heaven and earth. Being clearer and more translucent was only the most basic change. Even so, the clarity and translucency had far surpassed the extent of being examined by one's mental power or being scanned by one's mental power. But this was still not what Yi Xian was most concerned about at the moment. What made him even more pleasantly surprised was that at this moment, when he casually stared at the void in front of him, a few short moments later, due to the mysterious power that invisibly emitted from the center of his brows, Yi Xian's gaze seemed to have been dissected as he gradually saw some faintly discernible threads in the empty space. These threads were obviously almost illusory existences, and they were connected with each other to form a completely different chain structure. They were like extremely obscure and mysterious talisman markings, and they emitted a dense and profound aura. Chains of the Law of Space. A string of words inexplicably appeared in Yi Xian's mind as he was blessed with good fortune. The void, under the eyes of ordinary people, was indeed empty. But under the gaze of the demon's soul pupil, which had the effect of seeing the origin, one could see the hidden essence of this empty void on the surface. The nearby illusory complex chains captured by Yi Xian's vision were obviously the chains of law related to the law of space. Even though Yi Xian couldn't understand a single one of these countless completely different law chains and was unable to comprehend the profound mysteries behind them, at the very least, he already had the ability to see everything with his own eyes. Seeing with his own eyes would obviously have a miraculous effect on comprehending the mysteries of the law of space in the future, similar to cheating. And this was only one of the chains of law that Yi Xian saw. With the miraculous effect of the demon's soul pupil, if he could see the chains of law even in the void, then the other laws of heaven and earth were naturally not a problem. Of course, being able to see the structure of the chains of law of heaven and earth did not mean that he could truly comprehend it. In the end, this was just a unique and convenient method. But if he really wanted to comprehend more of the mysteries of the law of heaven and earth, Yi Xian still had to start from his own understanding of the law of heaven and earth. That was the way to go. Yi Xian was well aware of this point. Therefore, even though he saw the chains of law of space through the miraculous ability of the demon's soul pupil, he did not feel that he was suddenly incomparably close to the essence of the law of heaven and earth. On the contrary, the more he saw at this moment, the more Yi Xian felt that the mysteries of the law of space were deeper and harder to understand. After all, he had not reached that level. Even though he had this almost cheating method of comprehending the law of heaven and earth, he still did not know where to start. Thinking of this, Yi Xian sighed in his heart and quickly withdrew this kind of attentiveness to the void in front of him. Since he had not reached the level where he was qualified to come into contact with this kind of law of heaven and earth, then it was best not to step into it too early, lest his state of mind become unstable and affect the stability of his current foundation. Soon, as Yi Xian withdrew his attentiveness to the void in front of him, the chain system of the law of space that appeared in his line of sight due to the demon soul pupil's effect quickly disappeared in an instant. Then, almost subconsciously, Yi Xian lowered his head and swept his gaze over the vast corpse pool in the depths of the enormous ring-shaped mountain pass. Moreover, he intentionally focused his attention on it. Soon, the vast black corpse pool below, under the effect of his demon soul pupil's effect, quickly unfolded a magical visual change. Originally, there were a large number of desolate-era corpses floating in the corpse pool. However, after Yi Xian and the headless infant corpse personally made a move, the corpses of the desolate-era creatures that were floating in the boundless sea of corpses were plucked from the multi-pupil perception crystals in the countless corpse flower trays. All of them turned into dreamy stars and quietly dissipated. As such, not a single desolate-era creature's corpse could be found in this vast pool of corpses. Only the endless black corpse liquid was slightly undulating with the undercurrent in the pool. But at this moment, with Yi Xian's attentiveness to this corpse pool, under the magical power of the demon soul pupil's effect, the vast black corpse liquid in the corpse pool, at this moment, in Yi Xian's line of sight, clearly changed rapidly. In the originally pure black, there were a large number of speckles of different colors, revealing an inexplicable light and transcendent aura. Just as Yi Xian was confused as to what the countless specks of light that appeared in the black corpse liquid were, the familiar notification of the devouring system suddenly sounded out in his mind without any warning. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Discovered a large amount of innate spiritual power. Status: liquefied corpse essence. Grade: innate essence. Do you want to immediately activate the immortal dragon blood and activate the giant star dragon bloodline body tempering mode? Ha! Innate spiritual power. And it exists in the liquefied corpse essence state. Listening to the system's notification, the innate spiritual power essence in the corpse pool was obviously very suitable for tempering the body and forging the treasure body. Yi Xian had previously merged with the drop of immortal dragon blood from the Third World's human race's technological faction. The giant star dragon bloodline innate skill contained a unique giant star dragon body tempering technique that belonged to the giant star dragon bloodline. However, this unique giant star dragon body tempering technique was obviously not something that could be practiced at any time and place. It required specific conditions and the combination of various factors. Therefore, after Yi Xian obtained the giant star dragon bloodline inheritance from the drop of immortal dragon blood, he had not activated this giant star dragon body tempering technique even once. And now, the necessary conditions to activate this giant star dragon body tempering mode were clearly met. From the system's notification, it was clearly hinting that he should immediately jump into the corpse pool below and immerse his entire body in the endless evil corpse liquid, soaking until he was drunk. Chapter 29:38. The dragon was roaring. After some hesitation, Yi Xian finally made up his mind. He gritted his teeth and jumped into the vast corpse pool in the depths of the giant ring-shaped mountain pass below. Although the endless black corpse liquid in this vast corpse pool was indeed incomparably evil, it still contained a large amount of innate spiritual power in the form of liquefied corpse essence. Yi Xian could not miss it no matter what. Innate spiritual power was a rare thing. Although it was not the birth of the universe, it had gradually disappeared since the beginning of the world. It was the chaotic qi that only existed in legends. However, it was an innate thing derived from the last bit of chaotic qi left behind after the birth of the universe. In today's vast universe, it was very rare to see one. It was only in this mysterious world that was suspected to have been sealed since the primordial era that it was still preserved. It was truly precious. In order to successfully cultivate the giant dragon's body tempering technique that was inherited from the starry sky dragon's immortal dragon blood, even if he had to endure the disgust, Yi Xian had to obediently soak in the evil corpse liquid of this vast corpse pool. The moment his figure fell into the corpse pool, Yi Xian ordered the devouring system in his body to immediately activate the starry sky dragon body tempering mode. Then, the familiar sound of the system beep rang out. Ding! The starry sky dragon inheritance activated. Bloodline tempering mode successfully activated. Beginning to absorb innate spiritual power. Body tempering in progress. With this prompt, Yi Xian quickly felt that the evil corpse liquid around his body seemed to have suddenly become a little different. Originally, it was lifeless and had no spiritual aura. But now, Yi Xian clearly felt a kind of lively and spiritual aura from this deathly cold corpse liquid. The amount was very small, only a faint trace in a drop of corpse liquid. It seemed that because the devouring system had activated the starry sky dragon inheritance contained in the immortal dragon blood, it had successfully activated the dragon body tempering mode. At this moment, this extremely weak amount of lively spiritual power was rapidly approaching. Trace by trace, like thousands of small streams rushing to the vast sea, all gathered together. At first, only the corpse liquid near Yi Xian's body was affected by this, but soon it spread to the surroundings, and the range was getting farther and farther. The number of strands of innate spiritual energy that surged over also increased. They gathered together on the way, and in the end, they turned from weak strands to strands of spiritual energy that were as thick as fingers. They whistled as they surged into Yi Xian's body. Before entering the starry sky world, Yi Xian had also come into contact with some different body tempering techniques. For any cultivator, body tempering was indispensable. It was just different degrees. However, the body tempering techniques that Yi Xian had come into contact with before were clearly incomparable to the body tempering techniques that were exclusive to the dragon bloodline that were inherited from the starry sky dragon's bloodline. As the exclusive body tempering technique of the colossal starry sky dragon bloodline, there was no doubt that its grade and level were extremely high. In the vast universe, even if there were other body tempering techniques of the same grade that were comparable to it, there were absolutely not too many of them, and they could be counted on one hand. However, no matter how high the grade and level were, as long as it was a body tempering secret technique, it was absolutely impossible to avoid the pain of the body being tempered and honed. Moreover, the higher the grade and level of the body tempering secret technique, the better the effect. Therefore, the degree of pain in the process of the body being tempered and honed was obviously more intense. The drop of immortal ancestral dragon blood that was obtained purely by accident had been completely integrated into Yi Xian's body. The profound meaning of the starry sky dragon bloodline inheritance contained in it had been broken into pieces and integrated into every gene and cell in Yi Xian's body. At this moment, with the activation of the starry sky dragon bloodline body tempering secret technique, every tiny cell in Yi Xian's body was mobilized without exception. They were extremely hungry, constantly absorbing the innate spiritual power that was flowing into Yi Xian's body. Then, according to some mysterious and obscure operation method, they drove this innate spiritual power to carry out self-tempering and honing repeatedly. In an instant, the entire body and countless cells, in this independent way, all began a crazy self-tempering process at the same time. Because of this, a great pain that he had never experienced before, from the beginning, had been like water and fire, rumbling and enveloping Yi Xian's entire mind and consciousness. It almost caught him off guard and caused him to directly fall into a dangerous situation of mental collapse. Rumbled, all of the flesh and blood cells in his body were hungry and thirsty, as if they were engines that were at full power, crazily absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that was pouring into Yi Xian's body. At the same time, they began to temper and evolve themselves. When all of this gathered together, it actually formed a loud roar that sounded like the roar of the heavens and the earth. It continuously rumbled in Yi Xian's mind. His mind was constantly roaring. His physical body felt as if it had been instantly sliced into countless individual genetic cells. This kind of pain was far from comparable to being sliced into 1,000 pieces. Furthermore, it continued for every single moment. Facing this extreme pain that was simultaneously unfolding on two levels of consciousness and body, Yi Xian, who had sunk most of his body into the corpse pool, and only his neck above the surface of the pool, was tortured to the point of insanity in an instant. His hair was fluttering in the wind, and his expression was extremely ferocious. As if venting his anger, he raised his head and roared endlessly. From this moment on, the entire vast corpse pool, which had already recovered its tranquility, without any suspense, once again fell into a state of turbulence. As Yi Xian's frenzied roars of extreme pain continued to sound out, the sounds became more and more intense. From within his body, waves of invisible violent energy seemed to surge out. The air currents churned as they howled and spiraled. Gradually, they formed an enormous surging hurricane in the air above the vast corpse pool. Even the endless evil corpse liquid in the corpse pool was gradually stirred up. Finally, a monstrous black wave surged up one after another, and from then on, it was out of control. The hurricane was raging. The waves were surging. In less than half a day, the vast area with Yi Xian's figure as the center point had already erupted like the most violent tsunami. The entire corpse pool was completely boiling. Roar. Roar. At this moment, Yi Xian, who had been crazily roaring for half a day, seemed to have completely fallen into madness. The rumbling in his mind and the constant pain in his entire body caused his consciousness to fall into a state of confusion, as if he was numb. His eyes were blurry and sluggish, ruthless and crazy. The only remaining consciousness was to roar out loud, and roar at the top of his lungs. Roar. Chapter 2939. Desolate ancient void killing array. Roar. Without any warning, amidst the hysterical roars that came out of Yi Xian's throat, he strangely discovered a dragon's roar. It was resounding and majestic, as if a real starry sky dragon was roaring. When the dragon roar sounded, a strong golden brilliance burst out from Yi Xian's body. At this moment, there was a faint dragon aura in the aura that spread out from his body. It was exactly the same as the starry sky golden dragon that Yi Xian saw in the desolate ancient inheritance when he merged the immortal ancestral dragon blood into his body. The only difference was the difference in strength. In addition, as this brilliant golden brilliance burst out from Yi Xian's body, a layer of fine golden dragon scales strangely appeared on the surface of his entire body, including his face. But soon, as the strong golden brilliance burst out from his body suddenly shrank, this layer of fine golden dragon scales quickly disappeared into Yi Xian's body as if it was hibernating and hiding. Yi Xian was completely unaware of all this. At this moment, his consciousness was still in a nearly dazed and deranged state. Not to mention the faint layer of golden dragon scales on the surface of his body, he didn't even have the slightest impression of the resounding dragon roar that tore the clouds apart just now. Fortunately, this state was quickly fading away, because this body tempering process had quietly ended when the layer of fine golden dragon scales flashed on the surface of Yi Xian's body. Although the entire corpse pool was endless, the proportion of innate spiritual power contained in the corpse liquid was very weak. In a drop of corpse liquid, there was only half a strand of innate spiritual power. Even if he were to exhaust all of the endless corpse liquid in the vast corpse pool, the innate spirit energy that could be extracted from it would only allow Yi Xian to take a small step forward in the Starry Sky Dragon's bloodline tempering secret technique. And the layer of fine golden dragon scales that flashed on the surface of his body was a sign that this first small step was successfully completed. At present, in the endless corpse liquid in the vast corpse pool, there was not even a trace of innate spiritual power left. In this case, the dragon bloodline body tempering mystic art had automatically ended at the first moment, and the great pain that lasted for half a day in the entire body also quickly disappeared. Under the chain effect, the constant roaring sound in Yi Xian's mind also began to gradually stop at this moment. In this way, Yi Xian's self-consciousness that had almost fallen into madness finally slowly recovered, and his thoughts became clear again. Until this moment, the clear dragon roar that came out of Yi Xian's throat, instantly wrapped in a vast majestic aura, rushed out of the huge circular mountain pass, and resounded in the endless void of the entire forbidden world. Finally, it completely disappeared and could no longer be heard. However, although this clear dragon roar existed in the void for a very short period of time, it had already dissipated in the span of a breath. Even so, the supreme and vast majesty that swept through the entire world still alarmed countless powerful existences in this vast forbidden area. Accompanied by this clear dragon roar, in the entire forbidden world, from all directions, countless gazes simultaneously looked at the huge circular mountain area where Yi Xian was located from afar. In these gazes, in addition to bewilderment and confusion, there was clearly some obscure fear and timidity. However, there were also a few gazes with the strongest auras among them, and it was impossible to figure out their cultivations at all. Although there was surprise and bewilderment, there wasn't the slightest feeling of fear. It was even to the extent that in the depths of these gazes, there was actually a faint sense of schadenfreude. It was as if they expected that the mysterious existence that let out this clear dragon roar would immediately suffer some kind of calamity. For this kind of unknown calamity, they were obviously quite afraid of it. Therefore, as the dragon roar suddenly sounded, these few gazes with the most powerful auras, after glancing at the source of the sound, almost immediately concealed all of their auras again and completely disappeared in an instant, as if they had never appeared before. On the contrary, those existences whose auras were completely incomparable to them, and whose strength was more than a little weaker, were completely unafraid. Not only did they not conceal their auras, they even unscrupulously extended their consciousness to the extreme, as if they wanted to verify or search for something. It wasn't until a terrifying roar that sounded like the collapse of the heavens suddenly exploded without any warning that the auras of these existences, which were scattered in every corner of the forbidden space, seemed to have suddenly awakened. They hurriedly restrained their auras and quickly went into hibernation. Rumble. Boom. The earth-shattering terrifying rumbling sounds continued without end. In a few moments, it had already resounded throughout this vast and boundless forbidden world. In fact, these terrifying rumbling sounds that sounded like the collapse of the heavens were clearly coming from the circle of space turbulence isolation belt at the edge of this forbidden world. At this moment, if one were to look up infinitely again, when the entire vast forbidden world became small due to the extreme distance, and turned into a small world, when the entire world was reflected in one's line of sight, one would be able to see that around the edge of this forbidden world, the entire forbidden world was forcefully separated from the normal space of the galaxy, just like the circle of space turbulence that imprisoned this world. At this moment, there was clearly an invisible, vast, and majestic force that carried a supreme and mighty aura that looked down upon everything. It was as if it was crushing, and it was rapidly condensing from the outside to the inside, from the edge of this world, and it was condensing inwards. Merely the galloping aura that was condensed and crushed over had already caused countless rumbling that seemed like the collapse of the heavens to surge out all along the way, and it enveloped the entire restricted area and space as if the might of the heavens had descended. Not only did it reveal a dense ancient aura, it even contained a strong sense of the profound mysteries of the void law. This power originated from a vast and mighty void-killing array. The foundation of the void-killing array was hidden in the layer of space turbulence isolation belt at the edge of this forbidden world, and it had existed as early as the distant primordial age. No one knew who had created this desolate ancient killing formation of the void, but this person had set up this huge killing formation of the void at the edge of the forbidden world in the isolation zone of the void turbulence. His purpose was obvious without the slightest suspense. That was to imprison, trap, suppress, and even strangle. In the past countless years, this primordial grade void killing array had been activated on its own many times. Every time, this majestic and mighty force that rumbled from the edge of the forbidden world crushed an extremely powerful supreme creature without any suspense. It was as if its existence was to prevent the birth of a supreme creature whose strength exceeded a certain limit in this forbidden world. Chapter 2940. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. He leveled up again. In the corpse pond deep inside the ring-shaped mountain. As the body tempering of the starry sky dragon bloodline ended, the pain in his body disappeared, and the roaring in his head faded away. Yi Xian, who had fallen into a state of confusion, finally recovered. Then, the familiar sound of a system notification suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Realm leveled up. Current level, level 4 meteor state. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The body tempering of the bloodline has ended. You have successfully activated the giant dragon treasure body. Current level, entry level. Do you want to activate the bloodline gifted magical ability of this level? Leveled up again. Yi Xian was shocked. He almost suspected that he was still in a trance. Otherwise, how could he have hallucinated? His cultivation level had clearly just broken through to level 3 meteor state not long ago. In less than a day, he had actually ushered in a second breakthrough. Even though Yi Xian had the devouring system, which was a divine cultivation tool, he still felt that this speed was too exaggerated and illusory. It was simply unreasonable. With this doubt in his mind, he immediately immersed his consciousness into his body and carefully examined it. The result was no surprise. Compared to before, his cultivation level had indeed broken through again, and his combat power had instantly increased by a large margin. In addition, during this examination, Yi Xian unexpectedly discovered a new uninvited guest in the sea of consciousness in his mind. Before this, the sky above his sea of consciousness had been occupied in 3 directions. The spiritual source core was suspended in the south, the void essence crystal was suspended in the north, and the golden bow, which had entered last, was in the west. Only the sky above the east side of his sea of consciousness was still empty. However, the sky above the east side of his sea of consciousness was also occupied. A golden dragon scale was suspended there, rotating slowly. It was shining with a golden brilliance and revealed a strong divine aura. Obviously, this golden dragon scale was an unexpected gain from successfully activating the giant dragon bloodline treasure body by tempering his body with the giant dragon bloodline's body tempering secret technique contained in the giant dragon bloodline inheritance. Although this golden dragon scale was not eye-catching, it was only the size of a fingernail, and it seemed to be incomplete. Whether it was the shape or the pattern, it showed a vague and incomplete feeling. However, what it represented was the complete bloodline of the starry sky dragons. Yi Xian's giant dragon bloodline was only at the entry level, but with the birth of this golden dragon scale, as he continued to use the giant dragon bloodline to refine his body, he would be able to achieve the effect of evolving his bloodline. In the end, when this golden dragon scale was complete, Yi Xian's giant dragon bloodline would enter the Great Perfection realm. At that time, it might not be impossible for him to transform into a starry sky dragon that looked down upon the universe with a single thought. Moreover, the starry sky dragon's bloodline body tempering secret technique could not only improve one's physical strength, but it also had a significant effect on one's cultivation base. The reason why Yi Xian suddenly and unexpectedly ushered in a breakthrough in his cultivation base and promoted from the 3rd level of the meteor realm to the current 4th level of the meteor realm was obviously the effect of the giant dragon bloodline body tempering secret technique. It could not only strengthen one's physical strength, but also improve one's cultivation base. The starry sky dragon's bloodline inheritance was really extraordinary, which made Yi Xian sigh inexplicably again. In addition, every time the giant dragon treasure body leveled up, there seemed to be an unexpected surprise accompanying it. Yi Xian could basically confirm this point. Even the weakest entry-level treasure body had an accompanying bloodline talent, let alone the other levels of the giant dragon treasure body after the entry level. This was the bloodline talent of the Starry Sky Dragon clan. Just thinking about it made Yi Xian very excited. With this kind of excitement, his consciousness quickly withdrew from the sea of consciousness, and immediately issued an immediate activation command to the devouring system in his body. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Activation successful. You have obtained the Starry Sky Dragon Bloodline ability, Giant Dragon's Roar. As the system's prompt sounded again, the golden dragon scale hanging in the eastern region of Yi Xian Sea of Consciousness immediately released a large number of obscure runes. They flashed one after another above Yi Xian Sea of Consciousness, and then quickly dissipated. When all of the golden runes disappeared without a trace, Yi Xian's mind was already clear. In an instant, he completely comprehended all of the profundities of this enormous dragon's roar. Obviously, the so-called giant dragon's roar was most likely an attack launched by sound waves. However, since it was called a divine ability, and it was one of the bloodline talents of the supreme existence of the Starry Sky Dragon, then, even if it was a simple roar, its power would definitely not be small. Unfortunately, although Yi Xian was itching in his heart, he didn't dare to try it easily. After hesitating for a while, he finally dispelled the idea of testing its power. Up until now, the terrifying consequences of utilizing the divine ability of the Heaven's Fall Bow still caused him to feel a lingering fear in his heart. What if the enormous dragon's roar is like this, and it instantly absorbs all the energy in my body as soon as I utilize it? Wouldn't I be asking for trouble then? After suppressing the stupidity in his heart, Yi Xian's figure shot out and instantly flew into the air from the corpse pool. Immediately after, he activated the demon's soul eye once again and activated the power to look at the source. He lowered his head and swept his gaze across the vast corpse pool below. Soon, Yi Xian confirmed that the innate spiritual power contained in the corpse pool had been completely absorbed by him. Not a single trace was left. At this point, this vast and boundless corpse pool no longer had any value. With great interest, Yi Xian immediately rose into the air and rushed out of the huge crater of the ring-shaped mountain. In his heart, he secretly thought that since all the business had been done, it seemed that the next thing to do was to find Zuolicheng, and completely eliminate this future hidden danger. Although this abandoned mysterious world was vast, only 7 days had passed in the full month of this trial. After 23 days of searching, with the extreme speed of the Dongshu shuttle, it was not a problem to cover nearly half of this world. The probability of finding Zuolicheng was at least 50%. Thinking of this, Yi Xian immediately made a decision. Just as he was about to use the Dongshu shuttle in the undying world in his body, an unexpected change suddenly came at this moment. Rumble! With a huge roar that was almost like the sky was falling and the earth was cracking, the whole world that was still calm a moment ago had completely changed in a flash. The sky suddenly turned black, and the earth began to shake violently. There was also an invisible oppressive force that seemed to be rushing over from an endless distance in the sky. It was like the arrival of the heavens, only to destroy the world. This aura is clearly the power of the heavens. What's going on? What happened? Chapter 2941. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. Crimson shock, rumble. As the sky changed color, the entire forbidden area in front of Yi Xian had completely sunk into endless darkness in an instant. The shocking change was too sudden, as if the real apocalypse had arrived. What was even stranger was that in the distant end of this dark world, there seemed to be a mysterious force that had firmly locked onto Yi Xian's aura. Moreover, the feeling of being locked onto was still increasing rapidly, becoming clearer and more intense. It was only a small trial of the Black Mosquito tribe's holy sun. It was impossible for it to cause such a huge commotion. Could it be that it was because of him? Yi Xian's mind spun rapidly as he analyzed the source of the sudden change. Only in this way would he be able to find a way to remove the lock on his own aura. Otherwise, once that terrifying will that seemed like the might of the heavens completely descended from the sky, the result would be without suspense. He would definitely die. At this moment, as the feeling of the aura being completely locked onto grew stronger and stronger, a wisp of understanding quickly surfaced in Yi Xian's heart. His expression changed drastically once again. Killing intent. At this moment, he clearly caught a trace of extremely firm and strong killing intent from the mysterious force that had locked onto his aura. It was as if the will of the heavens and earth in this world wanted to completely wipe him out. Its will was so firm that there was no room for him to turn around. This is clearly the rhythm of the heavenly punishment descending. Where did it go wrong? Could it be the corpse swamp? Frightened, Yi Xian's entire state of mind was in a complete mess. Although he vaguely felt that he had found the source of this shocking change, he had no idea how to resolve it. Buzz! A mysterious buzzing sound of the heavens and earth sounded. Immediately after, a misty green light suddenly appeared in the incomparably deep dark horizon above his head. It was clearly an eye, an azure eye the size of a mountain. Along with the opening of this green eye, the feeling of his vital energy being firmly locked onto was completely rendered to the extreme in Yi Xian's heart at this moment, and it caused the countless hairs on his body to stand on end while the feeling of life and death crisis that could descend upon him at any moment enveloped his heart and mind. Great Tao Heavenly Eye. As his body trembled, Yi Xian cried out in shock. He stared blankly at the sky, his face full of disbelief. This enormous green eye was clearly a manifestation of the will of this mysterious world. The so-called will of the heavens and earth was actually a single grand Tao formed from the convergence of all the laws of a world. It was supreme, impossible to shake, and impossible to resist. The appearance of the heavenly eye of the grand Tao represented the highest will of this world, indicating that Yi Xian's existence was no longer tolerated by this world. Even the grand Tao of this world had condensed into a clone of the heavenly eye of the grand Tao, intending to personally annihilate him. When faced with such a crisis, the only way to resolve it was to escape, completely escape from this world, escape from this world. Otherwise, no matter how vast the world was, there would be no place for him to stay. Unfortunately, only 7 days had passed since the 1-month trial ended. There were still 23 days before Yi Xian would be teleported away, and the heavenly eye of the grand Tao that had already appeared in the sky clearly wouldn't give him so much time to linger on while at death's door. In fact, even if the 1-month trial period had already expired, Yi Xian would absolutely not be able to wait for the opportunity to be teleported away. The will of the heavens and earth of this world had already given birth to the intention to annihilate him, so how could it possibly take the initiative to send him away and escape danger? If he wanted to leave, Yi Xian could only rely on himself. However, although he had successfully imprinted the coordinates of a place in the depths of the black hole that could launch a planar-level ultra-long-distance teleportation, Yi Xian simply didn't have the ability to launch planar teleportation before the subsidiary title of the Devouring system was upgraded again. He had the coordinates, but he didn't have the ability to teleport. At this moment, boundless despair surged in Yi Xian's heart. In addition, there was an extremely strong sense of grievance and helplessness. Rumble. It was also at this moment that a terrifying roar of the heavens and earth came from the end of the incomparably deep dark sky above him. From the huge heavenly eye of the grand Tao, a misty green light drifted out, instantly transforming into an incomparably vast giant palm of the heavens. As its 5 fingers were tightly clenched, it brought with it a crushing force that could destroy everything as it came crashing down with a rumble. So what if it's the will of the heavens and earth? Since I already exist, what right do you have to obliterate me as you wish? I refuse to accept this. Faced with this scene, Yi Xian was in complete despair. What fallen sky bow, what giant dragon roar, what weeping soul blood horn, all of this, in the face of this giant palm of the heavens, could only be a joke. Perhaps one day in the future, Yi Xian would also have the opportunity to grow to this point, to the point where he could ignore the will of the heavens and earth of this world. Not only would he have the qualifications to contend against it, he would even be able to crush the heavenly Tao. But now, it seemed that he didn't even have the opportunity to grow, and was about to unexpectedly die midway. In the midst of despair, Yi Xian's eyes almost split open as he madly roared towards the sky. A monstrous evil aura and unwillingness surged out from his body, like a mayfly shaking a tree, bringing with it a type of absolute determination and unyielding will that had already evolved to the extreme as it soared into the sky. Swish! Suddenly, from Yi Xian's body, a weak but incomparably fast sound of breaking through the air suddenly appeared without warning. At the same time, the strange tattoo on Yi Xian's left chest, in the form of a headless corpse lamp, completely disappeared. At the most critical moment, the mysterious headless corpse unexpectedly revealed its true form. After rushing out of Yi Xian's body, it shot straight towards the giant palm of the heavens that was rumbling down from the sky. It was unknown whether it was because it felt the boundless despair in Yi Xian's heart, or because the giant palm of the heavens that was rumbling down from the sky made it completely angry as if it had been provoked. In short, this headless corpse rushed out without hesitation at Yi Xian's most desperate moment. All of this happened too suddenly, and Yi Xian was completely caught off guard. By the time he realized what had happened, the headless corpse had already transformed into a ferocious ancient heavenly saber. Wrapped in endless ferocity and brutality, it ruthlessly stabbed into the giant palm of the heavens that was pressing down from the sky. In an instant, it had already pierced through the palm without any suspense. Immediately afterward, before its momentum was over, this simple and ferocious blood-colored heavenly saber actually shot straight toward the great Tao heavenly eye in the sky without any delay as its speed suddenly soared. Rumble. A huge explosion quietly sounded at this moment. The giant palm of the heavens that was pierced through by the blood-colored heavenly saber instantly collapsed like the sky had collapsed. It can actually contend with the will of the heavenly Tao. Chapter 2942. Luo Luo's encounter. Ding, warning, warning, the system is about to collapse forever, the host's life is about to end, entering the final countdown to collapse. 30. 29. The system would collapse forever, and the host's life would end. Could it be that all of this was really going to end like this? However, at this moment, a figure walked out from the palace. It was indeed Luo Luo, but it was Luo Luo who was crying like a pear blossom in the rain. Boom! The heavens and earth were still far away, but even those who had already died had all been resurrected. The madness in Yi Xian's eyes completely disappeared. Ding, the host has recovered. The energy supply has stopped. The system has stopped collapsing. Ding, the system's energy is severely insufficient, forcefully extracting the host's energy to replenish it. Ding, extracting the host's energy will cause the host's life to end. Cancel the extraction, and instead extract all of the host's resources. Ding, the ability is stable, the crisis has been resolved. Yi Xian couldn't hear the system's prompt anymore, because at this moment, there was only Luo Luo in his eyes. Luo Luo, it's really you. Why aren't you willing to see me? Yi Xian walked forward. However, at this moment, no one dared to stop him. Even a God Emperor expert was shocked by Yi Xian's footsteps. They had personally witnessed the apocalyptic scene just now. When the anger of the person in front of them subsided, they had personally witnessed everything being destroyed and restored. No one dared to be disrespectful to Yi Xian in the slightest. In their hearts, what they wanted to know the most was who exactly was Yi Xian. Master, you shouldn't have come to find me. Finding me will only bring you endless disaster. Master, quickly escape, they have already discovered you. Who? Who are they? After Yi Xian heard Luo Luo's words, he finally understood why Luo Luo wasn't willing to see him. It turned out that a mysterious force had already monitored Luo Luo. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. In the sky, a huge ray of light suddenly descended. Accompanying the light was a group of super experts that were so powerful that even a peak 9th grade divine emperor would tremble. It wasn't one person, but a team of 100 people. Moreover, they were lined up neatly like soldiers. Yi Xian picked up Luo Luo and activated the teleportation without any explanation. So what if these people were strong? If they had the ability, then they would come to the mysterious place that only the God Emperor could enter to find him and Luoluo. Yi Xian disappeared, bringing Luoluo along with him. Only now did that group of experts dare to come over. However, they were a step too slow. Most importantly, they couldn't even lock onto Yi Xian and Luoluo's positions. This was a situation they had never encountered before. Suddenly, these people turned into rays of light and disappeared. Just like how they appeared, their disappearance was also incomparably mysterious. At this moment, Yi Xian and Luoluo had already arrived at the trial grounds. This place was incomparably mysterious. One had to know that if one wanted to start the trial, one had to be at least at the God Emperor realm. Even though Yi Xian didn't know where this place was, there was one thing he was sure of. With the strength to control Luoluo, it was impossible for her to come here. Only when they were temporarily safe did Yi Xian and Luoluo talk properly. The two of them snuggled up to each other and told each other about their encounters. Yi Xian's experience was full of ups and downs, and he was fascinated by it. However, Luoluo's experience was very simple, and it was also very difficult to accept. It turned out that after Luoluo came to the God realm, she was immediately targeted by a mysterious force. This was because Luoluo's nine-tailed heaven-loathing fox bloodline was of great use to them. Even now, Luoluo didn't know what use it had. Luoluo was arranged by those people to constantly cultivate. Moreover, there were also rules about what kind of divine ability she cultivated. Luoluo's talent was extraordinary, and it could be said that her strength increased very quickly. Now, she had already reached the cultivation of a middle-level Supreme Divine Lord. Supreme Divine Lord, that was an existence that surpassed the God Emperor. In other words, it was an existence that surpassed the God Master level of the God realm. Luoluo was constantly arranged to cultivate and provided with unlimited cultivation resources. However, as this power rapidly increased, Luoluo lost all freedom. Even his identity was arranged by someone else. At the beginning, Luoluo was a member of a small demon clan. When he cultivated to a certain realm, that clan was directly exterminated. Then, Luoluo was sent to the demon god realm and became a saint. As his strength increased, Luoluo's status in the demon god realm became higher and higher. When he reached the hierarch realm, he was taken away again. Similarly, none of the people who had served him before were killed. The third time, Luoluo became the princess of a certain god realm. Moreover, she was also a future god master. However, this identity was not too much. When he was a peak grade 9 god emperor, those people came and took Luoluo away. At the same time, they annihilated the royal family of the god realm. The fourth time, Luoluo became the only highness of a defeated fox clan. This fox clan only had a few 100,000 people left. Luoluo was their highness and also their king. At the same time, Luoluo was also arranged to go to Mo's cave. It was also the place where Yi Xian saw him. It could be said that Luoluo's departure this time was outside of those people's arrangements. How could Luoluo not be willing to meet Yi Xian? In fact, Luoluo already knew when Yi Xian was brought into the palace by the Fox clan. Unfortunately, he didn't dare because those people were too powerful. They were so powerful that Luoluo didn't dare to imagine them. Luoluo knew that once she acknowledged Yi Xian, the final result would be that Yi Xian would be killed by those people. Those people called themselves the Keepers of Order, the existences that protected all order in the God realm. At the same time, Luoluo also told Yi Xian that the God realm was actually just a place for these Keepers of Order to train new people. Of course, other than the Keepers of Order, there were also the Alliance, the Destroyers, the Guardians, and other powerful forces. In the eyes of these powers, the God Realm continent was a place to train new people. They would only choose some people with good aptitude to join them. They, on the other hand, lived in an independent mystic realm. These secret realms were places that the God Realm would never be able to discover, and there were places that were impossible to know about. Even Luo only knew some information because she was brought along by them. However, Yi Xian had some insights. In reality, Yi Xian had encountered many similar situations. It could be said that Yi Xian had been to such a secret realm before, but he didn't have such powerful strength. At this moment, Yi Xian also suspected that this trial ground probably belonged to a certain power. The only fortunate thing was that this wasn't the territory of the Keepers of Order. Chapter 2943. The sky collapsed. Whing. Screech, the moment the golden energy arrow from the fallen sky bow in Yi Xian's hand whistled out, it had already traversed a long distance in the void. Without any suspense, it appeared in front of the giant green eye in the sky, carrying an endless killing intent as it fiercely pierced into the giant eye. At this moment, an extremely shrill howl came from the sky. Although it was incomparably angry, it did not carry the slightest aura of life. It was the heavenly howl of the eye of the heavenly Tao that had been severely injured. In addition, there was also a faint but obviously excited and cheerful buzzing sound. It was the sound of the headless infant corpse that had transformed into a fierce blade. Rumble. Boom. Immediately after, there was a huge explosion of heaven and earth without warning, and the entire world shook slightly. This scene was very similar to the situation before the appearance of the giant eye of the heavenly Tao. It was as if doomsday was about to descend, the earth was shaking, and the sky was collapsing. With Yi Xian's cultivation strength, even if this golden energy arrow had absorbed almost all the power in his body, including the power of cultivation, spiritual power, and the mysterious and profound aura of the void essence crystal in his sea of consciousness, even a part of the power of the golden dragon scale that Yi Xian had just condensed with the bloodline of the starry sky dragon clan was helplessly sucked away. It could be said that other than Yi Xian's life force and the flesh and blood of his main body being protected by the devouring system, all of the power and energy within his body that could be used had been completely consumed by the primordial divine ability, the fallen sky bow, when this arrow was shot out, condensing into this terrifying energy arrow with a terrifying aura. But even so, it was obvious that this was still not enough to shake the heavenly eye of the great path high in the sky. Although this giant green eye was only the great path avatar of the will of the world in this mysterious forbidden area, it was still in existence at the level of the heavenly Tao after all. A single avatar was definitely not something that any powerful creature could hurt with all its strength. At this moment, the reason why this giant green heavenly eye let out an angry roar without any aura of life was simply because it felt humiliated. Being attacked by a weak creature that was like an ant was a great humiliation that it could not bear. Accompanied by the furious howl of the heavenly Tao, a series of enormous rumbles resounded out after a brief pause. It was precisely because this enormous eye of the heavenly Tao that represented the will of the world and the great Tao avatar of a world was unable to escape the misfortune of being injured by the blood-colored ferocious weapon formed by the headless infant corpse. It was already heavily injured. None of this should have happened. With the strength of the giant heavenly eye, no matter how sharp the blood-red heavenly saber formed by the headless infant corpse was, it could only temporarily force it to retreat. Even though the blood-red heavenly saber approached at extreme speed, the giant heavenly eye actually represented the will of the world and was the embodiment of the heavenly Tao. If it wanted to retreat or avoid, it could do so with a single thought. There was no suspense. Unfortunately, although the arrow that Yi Xian shot out did not have the true might of the heavenly Tao, the rebellious act of an ant challenging the great path of the heavenly Tao had a very moving effect on the giant heavenly eye. The moment the violent roar sounded, the giant heavenly eye seemed to be distracted, and its attention, which was originally focused on the blood-red heavenly saber, was diverted to Yi Xian, who had shot the arrow. At this moment, the blood-red heavenly saber whistled through the air and slashed down with a loud bang. In the end, it unexpectedly cut down the distracted giant heavenly eye. Ruthless. Rumble. The huge rumbling continued without end, and the huge green eye of the heavenly Tao in the sky was split into two without any suspense under a sudden and fleeting blood-red fierce light. It was dispersing at a speed visible to the naked eye with a boom. At this moment, the mystery and power of the headless infant corpse were completely exaggerated to the extreme. With just one slash, it could instantly cut the great path avatar condensed from the will of the world into two. It was so sharp and fierce. What was its origin? This question was the last thought that flashed through Yi Xian's mind. In the next moment, as endless darkness attacked, his vision turned black. His consciousness, which had been completely overdrawn due to exhaustion, finally collapsed completely. His body went limp and he fell to the ground. Yi Xian had already expected this result. When he shot the arrow earlier, he was almost ready to die. It was also because of this that when the arrow whistled through the air, Yi Xian's entire body and mind were exhausted. It was even more than when he used the heavenly bow for the first time not long ago to kill the Four Seasons heavenly tiger with one arrow. Although it was far from life-threatening, this time, with such a degree of exhaustion, if he could fight and not die, it would not be as easy for him to completely recover as last time. Regarding this point, when Yi Xian suddenly pulled open the bow in his hand and felt that the life force and the flesh and blood in his body were actually quite exhausted, he was already well aware of it. But even so, this huge exhaustion, which was far more than the previous arrow, still made him feel quite relieved. Even though his consciousness had completely collapsed due to the terrifying exhaustion of his body and mind in the next moment and he fainted, the corners of Yi Xian's mouth clearly outlined a gratified smile. His eyes were tightly closed, and there was a strong sense of relief on his face, as if it was about to spread, although this arrow did not really destroy the heavens, and even the giant eye of the Heavenly Way avatar that was cut into two and collapsed with a bang was not directly caused by the power of this arrow. Yi Xian had participated in this battle after all. He had just started to enter the starry sky world, and his weak cultivation realm was only at the 4th stage of the meteor realm. To be able to face the giant eye of the Heavenly Way, which was the embodiment of the will of the world, and brazenly launch an attack without fear. Even if he died in this battle, he could die without regrets. All of the relief was because of this. Yi Xian, who had already fainted and fallen to the ground, probably did not realize the change in his state of mind before and after the arrow was shot. Not long after, when he woke up again from his coma, what kind of huge surprise would it bring? Bang! Bang! Rumble, the dull sound of a heavy object hitting the ground rang out, but Yi Xian no longer felt the feeling of his body collapsing. Almost at the same time, ever since the giant eye of the Heavenly Way was cut into two by the blood-colored heavenly saber, it had been rumbling endlessly in the sky. At this moment, an even more intense and shocking sound suddenly exploded in the sky. At this moment, the giant eye of the Heavenly Way finally disappeared without a trace. This also meant that the will of the world in this forbidden area had completely declined. Although this weakness might only be temporary, and the will of the Heavenly Way, which was heavily injured by the slashing of the Heavenly Eye avatar, would soon recover to its original state. However, at this moment, its control of this forbidden area had clearly weakened to the lowest point in history. Thus, Chapter 2944. Troublemaker. If it was the god-slaughtering sword fighting outside, even the god-slaughtering sword would have been devoured. At that time, the system no longer had any energy. Other than devouring, the system had no other choice. Moreover, even now, the system was unable to provide any help. Due to the lack of energy, the system had entered a dormant period. It could be said that other than retaining the most basic function of swallowing and upgrading, all other functions had been completely suspended. If Yi Xian wanted to restore the system's energy, then he could only share his experience with the system. Was it all worth it? Countless resources, and even the system was almost destroyed, just to exchange for Luoluo. Regardless of what choice others would make, regardless of whether Yi Xian's actions were worth it in the eyes of others, Yi Xian himself felt that it was extremely worth it. As long as he could find Luoluo, Yi Xian wouldn't care about these losses. After all, Yi Xian would be able to recover what he'd lost sooner or later. At this moment, Yi Xian was taking care of the divine medicine he'd planted. These divine medicines might take a long time to grow, but Yi Xian had always felt that he had plenty of time. After finding Luoluo, Yi Xian wasn't that anxious anymore. Yi Xian remembered the 10,000-year agreement, but waiting for the system to recover would only take 1,000 years. In fact, Yi Xian was already prepared to live here quietly with Luoluo for 1,000 years. Unfortunately, there would always be people who didn't know what was good for them to cause trouble for Yi Xian. Yi Xian's palace was built in a valley, and at the exit of the valley, Yi Xian had set up an extremely simple formation. Because he didn't have any resources, Yi Xian couldn't set up an overly powerful formation. Thus, Yi Xian had only combined his spiritual will to set up an early warning formation here. The effect of this formation was very simple. When someone was alive and something else entered the mountain, Yi Xian would be able to receive the news. I didn't expect that we would have guests here. Luoluo, let's go out and take a look. Yi Xian had a faint smile on his face as he spoke to Luoluo. Luoluo naturally wouldn't refuse Yi Xian's request. The two of them quickly walked out. At this moment, the 6 members of the Four Directions gang were also quickly heading inside. Among the hundreds of gangs outside the city, the Four Directions gang was only a low-ranking gang. In the Origin realm, there were no hands. There were only Origin beasts and Origin beasts. These two existences were similar to hands. However, whether it was the Origin beasts or the Origin beasts, they were both incomparably powerful. However, what people wanted the most was undoubtedly the Origin beasts. This was because the Origin beasts could drop something called the Origin crystal. This Origin crystal could be said to be a hard currency in the Origin realm. This was because this Origin crystal could be used to refine Origin energy. As for Origin energy, it was indispensable for breaking through the God Emperor realm and becoming a supreme divine lord. This was also the reason why the divine masters of the divine realm were generally at the God Emperor realm. This was because it was extremely difficult to find Origin energy in the divine realm. However, in the Origin secret realm, one could obtain Origin energy by killing source beasts or through other means. Yi Xian and Luoluo hadn't even arrived at the entrance of the valley when they encountered the 6 people from the Four Harmonies gang. Master, stay back. The strength of these people has already reached the Celestial Emperor realm. You are no match for them. Luoluo said to Yi Xian. Yi Xian felt rather upset in his heart. Even though he knew that his strength was nothing in this place from the moment he entered the Origin realm. However, the strength of these people that randomly jumped out was higher than Yi Xian's. This was something that Yi Xian found hard to accept. Within the Origin realm, there were actually God Emperors everywhere, if it was in the God Realm continent. How spectacular would this scene be? Halt, who are you people? Why did you trespass into our valley? Unexpectedly, it was the people from the Four Harmonies gang who spoke first. Yi Xian was slightly taken aback, but he laughed. Your valley. What right do you have to say that this is your valley? Do you have your names here, or are you saying that he has to agree to your request? So what if he was a God Emperor? Even if Yi Xian was only at the Divine Sovereign realm, it didn't mean that he would be afraid of them. Little fellow, are you looking for trouble? This valley has always been the place where my Four Harmonies gang hunted for Origin beasts. What, do you think that just because you built a broken house here, you can treat this place as your territory? In my opinion, you are courting death. As that person finished speaking, his tone had already become extremely cold, as if he was about to make a move at the slightest disagreement. In their hearts, there were 6 of them, and 3 of them were at the high-level God Emperor stage. As for Yi Xian's side, although the girl seemed to be rather powerful. However, since he had built a palace outside the city, how strong could he be? Therefore, They were very confident that they could defeat Yi Xian and Luo Luo. Luo Luo naturally wouldn't interrupt when Yi Xian spoke. Thus, at this moment, she only quietly stood beside Yi Xian. Why are you wasting time with them? They actually dared to steal our Four Harmonies gang's territory. Just kill them and let them know that our Four Harmonies gang is not to be trifled with. Go, kill them. Another person spoke up. At the same time, he actually attacked without any explanation. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. A fist shadow appeared in an instant. That fist shadow contained an extremely powerful force, because this person had already fused a trace of origin energy into it. Yi Xian was shocked in his heart because the fist shadow was attacking him. Fortunately, Luo Luo had already made her move. With a casual wave of her hand, a screen of light appeared in front of Yi Xian. A loud sound rang out. However, Yi Xian wasn't affected in the slightest. Not good, this is the origin barrier. This girl is an expert of the sovereign divine lord realm. Quickly retreat. When the person who attacked saw Luo Luo's actions, he immediately shouted. Moreover, when these people retreated, they did not hesitate at all. It was as if they did not feel ashamed to run away. Unfortunately, you want to leave now. It was already too late. After breaking through to the God Emperor realm, one would be a sovereign divine lord. However, even if it was a peak 9th grade God Emperor, it could be said that they could not even break the defense of a 1st grade Supreme God Emperor. This was because this was a battle on 2 different levels. At this moment, it could be said that the people of the Four Directions gang had made the most correct choice. When they saw the origin barrier that Luo Luo had released, they already understood that Luo Luo was a super existence that had broken through the origin divine tribulation. She was not an existence that they could provoke. Unfortunately, with a casual wave of Luo Luo's hand, she could see rays of light directly pulling those people. That feeling was as if they were trapped with a rope. However, this rope was the power of the origin. Chapter 29:45. The Demon Emperor was shocked. It could be said that in that unexpected event tens of thousands of years ago, although this desolate ancient ruins had always been in a sealed state, after an ant-like devil cultivator accidentally entered, he actually escaped safely. Moreover, in the process, he successfully abducted more than half of the remnant soul of a weeping soul blood ape with a high degree of atavism bloodline. However, since then, the countless ferocious beasts that were lurking in the void of this forbidden area did not underestimate the will of the heavenly Tao in this world. Instead, they became even more fearful and fearful of it. Because since then, everything that the will of the heavenly Tao in this forbidden world had done became more and more strange. It was simply taboo, and when one thought about it carefully, they immediately felt a bone-piercing chill. The enormous body of the weeping soul blood ape, which had turned into a statue that was stuck between this forbidden world and an unknown world, had been transformed by the will of the heavens of the forbidden world into a stable spatial passageway that could be used to enter and exit this forbidden world at any time after a series of actions. A few hundred years later, on the other side of the spatial passageway, some devil cultivator ants began to enter this forbidden world one after another. Then, after a few months, they were silently blasted away by the will of the heavenly Tao in this forbidden world. This repeated endlessly. Unknowingly, tens of thousands of years had passed quietly. No one knew why the will of the heavenly Tao in the forbidden world did this, but it was also because of this that the countless ferocious beasts that were hibernating in this forbidden world became even more fearful of the will of the heavenly Tao in this world. Even those devil cultivator ants that entered the forbidden world time and time again did not dare to rashly come into contact with them, afraid that they would fall into the trap of the will of the heavenly Tao. Therefore, in these tens of thousands of years, although there were many devil cultivator ants that entered the forbidden world of the void, except for a few who courted death and took the initiative to provoke some ferocious beasts, the rest were all safely returned after staying here for more than a month. Among them, there were even some devil cultivator ants that had come more than 10 times, but all the ferocious beasts in the forbidden world had always endured because of the fear in their hearts, and had never taken the initiative to come into contact with them. But now, as the will of the heavenly Tao weakened due to the slashing of the heavenly eye clone, the entire forbidden world fell into a temporary state of collapse, and the countless ferocious beasts that were originally hibernating here did not even have a place to stay. Although all of this was only temporary, the will of the heavenly Tao that was heavily injured due to the slashing of the heavenly eye clone would be able to recover very quickly. But who knew if it would carry out a complete and bloody purge of the heavenly Tao in a moment of the heavenly Tao in the heavenly Tao? It was rare to encounter such a rare opportunity, and the will of the heaven Tao had fallen into a short period of weakness. If he didn't seize this opportunity to flee, then it was simply intolerable. Roar! Chi! Along with the sound of screams, countless ferocious beasts in the vast and boundless forbidden world moved one after another. They unfolded their bodies and rushed towards the location where the weeping soul blood ape's body was imprisoned and turned into a statue by the will of the heavenly Tao in this forbidden world tens of thousands of years ago. This was clearly the rhythm of all the imprisoned creatures in the forbidden cages wanting to collectively break out of the prison. At the same time, with an incomparably sharp momentum, the blood-red heavenly blade that slashed down on the giant eye clone of the will of the heavenly Tao also circled in the sky, bringing with it a monstrous blood aura, and suddenly rushed towards the ground. Halfway through, the state of the blood blade murderous weapon quietly changed, turning into a thick blood-red waterfall. After arriving at the ground in an instant, it did not hesitate to wrap up Yi Xian's body that had fallen to the ground after fainting, and directly rushed in the same direction. Very quickly, some of the nearby ferocious beasts that were enshrouded by the blood-red waterfall that wrapped around Yi Xian's body, without exception, were all shocked when they sensed the aura of the blood-red waterfall rumbling towards them. They quickly retreated, as if they were afraid of ghosts and gods, not daring to approach at all. Previously, the scene of Yi Xian and the blood-red waterfall that had transformed into a supreme heavenly blade and brazenly slashed down the giant eye clone of the will of the heavenly Tao was witnessed by countless ferocious beasts in the entire forbidden world with their own eyes. Even though Yi Xian did not seem to be strong, just that golden arrow with a stunning aura was enough to make all the ferocious beasts look at him in a new light. That attack far exceeded the power that Yi Xian should have on the surface of the meteor realm. Moreover, although Yi Xian had fainted, the blood-red waterfall that was wrapping around him was a terrifying existence that had personally cut down the giant eye of the heavenly Tao and cut it into two without any suspense. With its outstanding ferocious might, even the most powerful ferocious beasts in this forbidden world did not dare to offend or provoke it in the slightest. Fortunately, this blood-colored waterfall that was ferocious by nature probably knew that the will of the heaven Tao would recover soon, so it rumbled all along the way. Even though it encountered many ferocious beasts in the starry sky all along the way and hastily retreated in shock, it paid no attention to them in the slightest. It wholeheartedly desired to escape from this place, so it wrapped around the unconscious body and continued to flee at extreme speed without stopping in the slightest. Under such circumstances, all the ferocious beasts that were scattered far and near finally relaxed. After a slight hesitation, they quickly spread out their bodies again and followed the blood-red waterfall that took the lead from afar. In the blink of an eye, they had already rushed to the front of the blood-red waterfall. It was like an army of ferocious beasts that swept over from all directions, rumbling and quickly surging towards the spatial passage formed by the weeping soul blood ape's body that had transformed into a statue. Among them, there were clearly a few figures of demon cultivators. They were the other 9 trial takers of the Black Mosquito tribe's holy son. Other than Yi Xian, there were originally 9 other trial takers. However, at this moment, they were like birds that were startled by the twang of a bow from different directions. They hid themselves like ghosts, but there were clearly only 6 devil cultivator figures that were firmly flying in the same direction from beginning to end. The other 3 people had obviously died unexpectedly in this sudden calamity of heaven and earth that had suddenly descended. Just as all the creatures in this forbidden world, no matter whether they were the ferocious beasts of the starry sky or the trial takers of the black mosquito tribe's holy sun, without exception, were all rapidly rushing towards the only way out of this place. At the same time, the demon imperial planet, at the other end of the spatial passage, suddenly let out a shocking roar that was filled with fury. Roar! Damn it, the demon imperial forbidden land is in chaos. What exactly happened? The demon imperial city could not help but tremble slightly when the demon emperor was angry. Even the entire demon imperial planet was completely alarmed. Chapter 2946. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin the Secret of the Holy Demon, Rumble, Boom. As the mysterious forbidden area in the void, which was like a primordial cage, suddenly broke out, the forbidden valley in the depths of the inner city of the demon emperor started to shake violently as if there was an earthquake. Loud rumbling noises that made one's scalp numb were heard. What was even stranger was that only the forbidden valley was affected. Even the outer area of the valley, which was more than 10 miles away, was not affected at all. Obviously, all of this was caused by the unforeseen event that happened in the forbidden space. After all, the forbidden area of the desolate ancient era was originally connected to this place by a spatial crack. Although this spatial crack was tightly sealed by a ferocious and enormous statue of the Weeping Soul Blood Ape, from a certain point of view, this statue of the Weeping Soul Blood Ape was actually a medium that connected the two worlds. Through this medium, the earth-shattering changes that happened in the void of the forbidden area could naturally be transmitted here. However, the extent of the impact was obviously not very serious. At the very least, the Forbidden Valley had been shaking for a full minute, but there had not been any unforeseen events such as landslides. However, even though the Forbidden Valley would not be affected too much, the entire Devil Cultivator royal family was still completely alarmed. The entire clan fell into a state of great fear and unease. This Forbidden Valley was extremely important to the demon royal family. Even the first demon emperor had obtained some kind of fortune in the valley, which was why he had founded the entire demon royal dynasty. Putting aside these symbolic meanings, just in terms of practical benefits, the demon royal family definitely had a great harvest every year from the Saint Devil Forbidden area that was connected to the end of the Forbidden Valley. Although the laws of heaven in that mysterious world were a little strange, and if any demon royal family entered once, they would have to wait 100 years before they could enter again. However, the total number of descendants of the demon royal family was close to 10,000. In other words, there were close to 100 descendants of the demon royal family who could enter every year. Even if each of them only brought out one multi-pupil thought crystal each time, together, it was a huge harvest of 100 crystals per year. Moreover, in addition to the multi-pupil thought crystal, which was infinitely beneficial to the cultivation of the demon royal family's mental power, there were all kinds of other fortunes in the Saint Devil Forbidden area. Any of them could not be obtained from anywhere else. In short, the Saint Devil Forbidden area was the foundation of the demon royal family, and it could not be lost. All of this was known to the entire demon race. However, there were more important reasons that were not known to outsiders. Even in the entire demon race, only the previous demon emperors and the 2 guardian elders of the demon race who were chosen to assist the demon emperor were aware of this matter. There were only 3 people who knew about this matter. Before the first demon emperor passed away, he left behind a handwritten letter, which recorded some of the important secrets about the Holy Devil Forbidden area that he knew. According to this book, which had been privately used by generations of demon emperors as a symbol of imperial authority, the first demon emperor had accidentally entered the Saint Devil Forbidden land and happened to encounter a weeping soul blood ape that was undergoing its heavenly tribulation. However, although the ape's cultivation was strong, the might of its heavenly tribulation was also terrifying. It was simply unheard of, so it obviously couldn't withstand it. Originally, the Weeping Soul Blood Ape was doomed to die. However, the Weeping Soul Blood Ape accidentally discovered the existence of the first demon emperor and realized that he had mistakenly entered this place. This meant that he must know the location of the exit. Therefore, it lowered its status and took the initiative to ask. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the first Demon Emperor forced the other party to swear a Tao oath that they would never harm the first Demon Emperor or his descendants. At the same time, once they recovered their cultivation in the future, they would help the first Demon Emperor achieve great things. Although the Weeping Soul Blood Ape was powerful, it couldn't do anything as it was being crushed by the heavenly tribulation. In the end, it had no choice but to do as the first Demon Emperor said. Then, the first Demon Emperor revealed the location of the spatial crack that he had mistakenly entered. He was wrapped up by the other party and quickly escaped. Unfortunately, although the first Demon Emperor escaped unscathed, the Weeping Soul Blood Ape was imprisoned by the power of the heavenly tribulation at the last moment. Its body was petrified, and it was stuck in the space crack. However, more than half of its soul escaped. After its cultivation was greatly damaged, the remnant soul of the Weeping Soul Blood Ape gathered its remnant soul into a bloody horn using some kind of divine ability in its bloodline. It said that the huge bloody horn, which was nearly 10 meters long, was the source of its return to the peak of atavism. It asked the first Demon Emperor to find an absolutely safe place and set up a restriction formation to place the bloody horn there. As for how to restore it, the blood horn formed from the remnant soul had its own plans. Although the Weeping Soul Blood Ape's consciousness and memories had completely disappeared after the remnant soul had turned into a horn, the Weeping Soul Blood Ape's bloodline had been preserved within the blood horn. Furthermore, after a period of time, it would be able to nurture a brand new consciousness. This consciousness would become an equally powerful Weeping Soul Blood Ape in the future. Furthermore, the vow he had made to the first devilish sovereign had also been engraved into the bloodline of the Crimson Horn as part of the soul seal that he had made to the first devilish sovereign. Therefore, in the future, when this bloody horn grew into a brand new complete blood ape, it would definitely come to find the descendants of the Demon Emperor and fulfill its promise. In addition, the first Demon Emperor also knew a little about the forbidden land of Saint Devil from the remnant soul of the blood ape. It was said that the forbidden land of Saint Devil was related to an accident in the Antiquity Age. The creatures that died in the forbidden land of Saint Devil were all supreme experts in the Antiquity Age. They were originally holy spirits. However, later on, some of the holy spirits in the Antiquity Age turned into demons. Therefore, when the war broke out between the holy spirits and the demons, it was the primordial demonic spirits who were defeated in the end. Almost all of them were killed. Even their corpse marrow was thrown into the forbidden land of Saint Devil. However, this was not the key point. The key point was that according to the remnant soul of the Weeping Soul Blood Ape, after its bloodline reached a high degree of atavism, part of its memory was unlocked. From this, it vaguely knew that the holy spirits of the primordial era who had killed all the primordial demonic spirits gathered the corpses of all the primordial demonic spirits together and used some terrifying divine ability to pull out a piece of the primordial void and turn it into a cage. Then, they banished this terrifyingly vast void cage into the turbulence of time and space. The real reason was that although all the holy spirits of the primordial era were killed, the thing that caused them to turn from holy spirits to demonic spirits was never found. Chapter 2947. A gathering of the royal family. It was to prevent the source of the world that the Saint Devil forbidden land had been banished into the boundless chaotic streams of space. However, the so-called ominous thing was only a claim made by the desolate sacred spirits who called themselves desolate sacred spirits. However, in the bloodline memories that the Weeping Soul Beast had obtained after reaching a high degree of atavism, it clearly indicated that the so-called source of the calamity was not an ominous object that would bury the world. Countless holy spirits of the desolate era had selflessly contributed their inherited essence blood, extracted the natural laws that they were born with, and gathered them together to create a great creation that had never been seen before and could never be seen again. Even the primordial chaos saint spirits were afraid of the primordial chaos saint spirits. Even the heavenly Tao of the primordial chaos saint spirits was terrified of the primordial chaos saint spirits. That was why the heavenly Tao of the primordial chaos saint spirits were called to attack the primordial chaos saint spirits. Unfortunately, once that great creation grew up, even the will of the heavenly Tao of the primordial universe could be trampled by it. However, because it had just been born and was only an infant with a hazy consciousness, that great creation had taken action in that great battle. In the end, it had severely injured the heavenly Tao of the primordial universe and nearly destroyed half of the primordial universe before it died. After being heavily injured by the will of the heavenly Tao of the primordial universe, it had been beheaded. In the end, it fell into the primordial battlefield that would later become the demonic sage cage, never to be seen again. In other words, the decapitated corpse was still in the devil sage forbidden land. That was a supreme existence that could even heavily injure the primordial universe's will of the heaven Tao. Even if it was beheaded, how could it possibly be obliterated just like that? If they were able to find his corpse, then even if they were unable to revive him, they would only be able to obtain a tiny bit of benefit from his corpse. At that time, it would be sufficient for them to sweep through this universe that was simply weak like a joke in the eyes of the weeping soul-blood ape when compared to the primordial chaos, at the very least, helping the demon-kin race break free from the enslavement of the heavens legacy race would be no problem at all. Therefore, the devil sage forbidden land was more important to the devil tribe because of the mysterious infant corpse. Before they found this item, the demon royal family would never give up. This matter was too important. Therefore, in each generation, only 3 people were qualified to know about it. Moreover, once these 3 people were informed of this matter, they would never be allowed to leave the demon royal planet. Even if the Heavenly Fate clan summoned them, they would have to fight to the death. Otherwise, once they left the demon royal planet, they would fall into the hands of some experts who would search their memories and learn about this shocking secret. In that case, the demon royal branch would definitely perish. In the current demon emperor's bloodline, the only ones who knew of this secret were the current demon emperor and his 2 clan uncles, who were the guardians of the Forbidden Valley. One of them was Mo Qigong, and the other, Yi Xian, still didn't know his name. In fact, almost every generation of rulers of the Devil Cultivator royal family were like this. Among the 3 core members of the royal family who knew this secret, the Demon King led the entire demon royal family, while the 2 uncles were the guardians of the Forbidden Land, guarding the Forbidden Land all year round. Among the 3 core members of the royal family of each generation, 2 of them were responsible for guarding the Forbidden Land. From this, one could see how much the demon royal family cared about the Devil Sage Forbidden Land. Because the Forbidden Land of Saint Devil was so important, the current demon emperor, who rarely made any noise, was so shocked when he sensed that something had happened in the valley of the Forbidden Land of Saint Devil. Even the entire demon emperor star was startled by his roar. Very soon, the countless demon experts in the demon imperial city were trembling in fear. Countless imperial family descendants in the demon imperial city hurried to the inner city at the first possible moment. Even the demon royal family descendants who were sent to Demon Guard 1 and Demon Guard 2 came back as soon as possible. This was the rule of the demon royal bloodline. Once the demon royal family knew that something had happened in the Devil Sage Forbidden Land, any demon royal family descendant, even if someone in their family was going to die, had to turn around and go to the Forbidden Land as soon as possible. As the demon royal family descendant, this was the only and biggest responsibility they had. The entire demon royal family had more than 10,000 people. Except for the old, the weak, the women and the children, as well as some who were not in the demon royal star area, in a short time, more than 6,000 demon royal family descendants had gathered in the Forbidden Land. It could be said that almost all the forces of the demon royal family had come. At this moment, most of the demon royal family descendants and powerful demon royal powerhouses had stayed outside the Forbidden Land. However, there were many people in the Forbidden Land as well. Apart from the Demon King, Mo Qigong, and the other 2 demon royal uncles, some of the mainstays of the demon royal family were there as well. At the same time, many foreign powerhouses who were not part of the demon royal family but held high positions in the imperial city had also gathered. For example, High Priest Wen Xing, who was favored by the current Demon King, the Demon Royal Guard commander of the Demon Royal City, who also had a level 6 source core, and the Supreme Grotto Heaven Realm Chanas. At this moment, the Demon King Mo Wentian, who had the highest cultivation in the entire demon royal family and was suspected to have reached the 10th level of the Grotto Heaven Realm and had a unique level 7 source core, was standing in the deepest part of the valley. He was only 100 meters away from the huge statue of the Weeping Soul Beast. Mo Qigong and the other 2 demon royal uncles were the guardians of the Forbidden Land and were also the core 3 demon royal uncles of this generation. They stood on either side of the Demon King. As for the other one of the 3 Grotto Heaven Realm uncles of the current Demon King, he had been taken as a hostage in the Tianji race's base camp and had been sent away from the demon royal planet for many years. This was also the greatest pain and humiliation of the demon royal family. Every new demon royal family had to hand over one of the demon royal uncles who had the best relationship with the new demon royal uncles as a hostage to be sent to the Tianji race for life. Now, of the demon royal uncles who had been sent to the Tianji race, only 2 were still alive. They had been sent out by the current demon emperor and the previous demon emperor. Behind the 3 of them were more than 1,000 high-ranking members of the demon royal family, as well as some important ministers of the imperial court. They were all standing in silence according to their different positions. As far as the eye could see, the entire valley was filled with people. Even if they closed their eyes, a random throw of a brick could hit at least 3 important members of the demon royal family. The scene could not be said to be not grand, and the momentum could not be said to be not grand. Chapter 29:48. Mo Wentian grabs able-bodied men. In the 10 minutes since the arrival of the Demon King Mo Wentian, the rumbling and shaking of the forbidden ground had not stopped for a single moment. This also meant that the unknown and shocking changes that were happening in the Devil Sage Forbidden Ground were still ongoing. Right now, the consequences were truly unpredictable. The 100-year time limit is up. Or maybe you haven't entered the Devil Sage Forbidden Ground yet. In short, everyone who can enter now, come out and stand in front of me. Hearing the rumbling and feeling the shaking under his feet, the Demon King's eyelids twitched slightly. In the end, he couldn't hold it in anymore and suddenly shouted. Inside and outside the extremely quiet valley, the descendants of the royal family and the important officials in the imperial court who didn't even dare to breathe loudly were all scared out of their wits. Then, after being stunned for a moment, the faces of some people turned pale in an instant. This was clearly the rhythm of grabbing able-bodied men. Given the importance of the Devil Sage Forbidden Ground to the royal family of the demon people, the Demon King definitely couldn't sit idly by and watch the changes in the Forbidden Ground happen. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, he would definitely not give up. Therefore, he suddenly summoned the royal family and the important officials in the imperial court who were currently qualified to enter at this time. His purpose and meaning were immediately obvious. However, although the Devil Sage Forbidden Ground was a good place, if it weren't for the rules of heaven and earth that restricted every demon people to enter again after 100 years, almost everyone present couldn't wait to run inside every day. However, that was only in the past. Today was different from the past. For tens of thousands of years, the Devil Sage Forbidden Ground had never experienced such an unforeseen event like today. This meant that the situation inside was definitely not optimistic. Perhaps if one entered, they wouldn't be able to come out again. Therefore, the Devil Sage Forbidden Ground that everyone was extremely envious of instantly turned into a man-eating evil beast, and no one wanted to enter it. Right now, after hearing the words of the Demon King Mo Wentian, after realizing the intention of grabbing able-bodied men to try to salvage the situation, the people who were present just so happened to have the qualifications to enter at any time now. Among them, there wasn't a single important official in the imperial court. They were all descendants of the royal family of the demon people. After all, to the royal family of the demon people, the Devil Sage Forbidden Ground was equivalent to something that belonged to them, so they weren't in a hurry. If they went once, they would have to wait another 100 years before they could enter again. Therefore, even if they had the qualifications to enter, the Demon King Mo Wentian's clansmen would make thorough preparations before entering. However, it was different for the high-ranking officials in the imperial court. For them, this was an important place for the demon emperor. Since they were still high-ranking officials of the demon race, they would take advantage of this opportunity to enter as soon as possible, instead of waiting for the next day. Therefore, those who could enter at this moment were all descendants of the demon kings. Furthermore, among these fellows, the royal family members of the demon people who had the forbidden ground Tion. They also wanted to be fully prepared before entering. That way, they could ensure that they could reap the most benefits from this once-in-a-century opportunity. This group of people was also the most tragic. They had been restraining themselves from making a move until now. But this was the first time they had entered the holy land of the demon emperor. But it was obvious that they were going to court death. If they thought about it carefully, they would be so sullen that they wished they could kill themselves on the spot with a piece of tofu. What kind of sin was this? Among the thousands of people in the valley, over 100 of them had paled significantly, and all of them were juniors of the elder devil sovereign. Among them was the grandson of the demon emperor, the only son of the third prince Mo Qixing, Mo Zhuangli. Mo Zhuangli's cultivation base was at the star grade level 4 and he was considered the most talented person among the demon emperor's descendants. He had already possessed a great 4-source core at such a young age. At the same time, he was also the most highly regarded existence of the Demon King. There were even rumors in the outside world that in 1,000 years, when Mo Zhuangli fully matured and the current Demon Emperor was tired and decided to retire, the next Demon Emperor might not be chosen from among the princes. Instead, it was very likely that Mo Zhuangli, the third grandson of the Demon Emperor, would inherit the throne. This kind of thing was not unprecedented. In fact, there were even immortal dynasties of the human race from time to time. After all, regardless of whether it was the demons or the humans, in this prosperous era of technology and cultivation civilization, as long as one's cultivation base was slightly higher, anyone could live for more than 1,000 years. After such a long period of time, not to mention the grandchildren, even the great-grandchildren would have matured long ago. The successor might not necessarily be chosen from the first generation of descendants. At this moment, when the Demon Emperor Mo Wintian's word spread, the more than 100 young descendants of the Demon Emperor, who realized that a great disaster was about to befall them, turned pale instantly. However, none of them moved a single step. Instead, they all cast pleading gazes towards their elders. They had no choice but to plead. This was related to their lives. Unfortunately, this was related to the sacred land of the demons. Even their elders did not dare to plead for mercy at this time. If the Demon Emperor was enraged, he might even kill one or two of his own descendants to show respect. Therefore, no matter how much the elders felt in their hearts, they couldn't bear it and could only bear with it. Some of them even closed their eyes in pain or turned their heads away. What the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve. Anyway, the ending was destined to be unchangeable. 30 seconds passed very quickly. The Demon Emperor's cold snort was heard again. Although it was just a cold snort, the warning in it was very obvious. When the cold snort was heard, the Demon Emperor subconsciously looked towards the third grandson of the Demon Emperor, Mo Zhuangli. Although this was his favorite grandson, this was a matter of life and death for the royal family. As the most valued member of the Demon Emperor's generation, he had a heavier responsibility and should stand up at this time to set an example. In fact, the Demon Emperor was very much looking forward to this. In fact, he had waited for 30 seconds, but this third grandson of the Demon Emperor did not take the initiative to stand up. Just this alone made him very disappointed. Fortunately, when he felt the Demon Emperor's gaze, Mo Zhuangli's face turned pale again. In the end, he gritted his teeth and stepped forward. He walked directly to the statue in the deepest part of the valley. Even though he had only stepped forward after the Demon Emperor had issued a cold warning, he was still the first one to step forward. Thus, even though the Demon Emperor was a little disappointed, his expression eased slightly at the sight of him stepping forward first. At least this matter was over. There was no suspense about what would happen next. Even the third grandson of the Demon Emperor, who was rumored to be the next Demon Emperor, stood up. Who else would dare to stand still? Chapter 2949. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translation. Someone is coming. Soon, under the joint efforts of Mo Qigong and the other two guardians of the Forbidden Area and High Priest Wenxing, the light curtain of the passage to the Holy Demon's secret realm appeared again on the forehead of the weeping soul blood ape that was hundreds of meters tall on the cliff at the bottom of the valley. The third prince, Mo Zhuangyun, had already accepted his fate. Anyway, the result was the same. If he had to die, he had to die with dignity. Therefore, this time, he did not wait for the Demon King to urge him. As soon as the light screen appeared on the forehead of the weeping soul blood ape, he was the first one to jump into it and disappear. Seeing this, the Demon King Mo Wendian was relieved again. The disappointment he felt towards him faded a little. After all, he was still young. Sometimes, he could be forgiven for being muddle-headed. At the same time, the other 120 or so descendants of the royal family quickly rose up one after another and rushed toward the light screen of the passage. Without exception, everyone had an expression of incomparable despair on their faces, and in their hearts, they were even more devastated. Rumble, boom. Following the departure of the 120 or so royal descendants, the rumbling and shaking of the entire valley continued without end, never ceasing from beginning to end. And as the descendants of the Demon King entered, the atmosphere inside and outside the valley became more oppressive and dignified. No one left. They stood there quietly without saying a word. All of them were waiting for the result. However, they did not know how long they would wait. Even if those fellows who had just entered were lucky enough to survive and find out the source of the turmoil in the Saint Devil Forbidden Land, no one could be sure if they would be able to find a way out of the secret realm on their own accord after doing all this. After all the demon dwellers who entered the Holy Demon's secret realm wished they could stay there longer. After all, they would have to wait 100 years for the next time. Therefore, no one wanted to find the way out of the Holy Demon Forbidden Land. After a month, they would be teleported out by some special power of the Holy Demon Forbidden Land. Time passed slowly like this. All the experts inside and outside the valley also waited silently. The atmosphere became more and more solemn and oppressive, at the same time, in the Holy Demon Forbidden Land. Although none of the demon dwellers who entered the Saint Devil Forbidden Land knew where the passage connecting to the Forbidden Valley in the inner city of the Demon Emperor Star was located, the countless ferocious beasts in the Forbidden Land all knew it well. After all, after so many years, although the devil cultivator ants that entered from the outside would appear randomly, when they left, they would all be accidentally teleported to the same place by the heavenly Tao of this forbidden area. Then, they would leave this world from there. That was the location of the spatial rift all those years ago. It was also the location where the weeping soul blood ape statue was located. It was also the location where the countless living beings who had fallen into chaos were all swarming towards. In fact, there were almost 10,000 space beasts in the Holy Demon Forbidden Land. All the space beasts in the Holy Demon Forbidden Land had all space were all coming to the space passage. Over 10,000 of them were only 1/10 of the total number of ferocious beasts in this forbidden area. As for the other 90%, although they were still on their way here, they basically had no hope of leaving. After all, the space crack was located at the edge of the central main continent where the Corpse Pond crater was located. Almost all the space beasts that had arrived were originally from the nearby areas. Those that had not arrived were all from other main continent fragments. They were separated from the central main continent by the space turbulence of various sizes. Some of them could still make a detour to other continental fragments and then rush here. Some of them did not even have the chance to make a detour. They could only helplessly wait for death where they were, or they could only try their luck and break through the extremely dangerous isolation zone of the void turbulence. Although it was no longer waiting for death, in fact, it was not much different from courting death. Therefore, those that did not come would not come back. Amongst the 10 holy sons of the trial, including Yi Xian, only 7 of them had arrived at this passageway. The other 3 might have been randomly teleported to other continental fragments that were separated from the central continent by the turbulent streams of space. Originally, they would have been teleported here after a month. At that time, they could just enter the space passage and leave. But now, even if those 3 fellows were not dead, it was hard to say whether they would be lucky enough to wait until the month was up. Besides, even if they really did wait until the month was up, it was also unknown whether they would be accidentally teleported here by the heavenly Tao of this forbidden land as usual. After all, the will of the heavenly Tao had lost a clone this time. It was a heavy loss. And one of the 2 that had lost its clone was Yi Xian. As companions of Yi Xian, those 3 fellows might not be spared from the will of the heavenly Tao. At this moment, among the 7 trial takers who had arrived at the space passage, besides Yi Xian, Hao Fangfang and Zhuo Liqing, who he had hoped to see the most, were both here. Therefore, even if the other 3 did not come, it was not important to Yi Xian. It was just that he was still in a coma and did not know all this. His figure was carried by the headless infant corpse that had turned into a blood-colored waterfall. It quickly rushed toward the location of the passage. At first glance, it was as if a strange bloody mist was surging out of his body, enveloping his figure to the point that it was faintly discernible. At this moment, Yi Xian was still around 30 to 40 kilometers away from the spatial passageway in front of him. As for the 10,000 or so space beasts that only dared to follow behind him, as well as Hao Fangfang, Zhuo Liqing, and the other 6, they were all trembling in fear. Their faces were filled with shock as they slowly approached from the ground. The closest one was more than 10 kilometers away, and they didn't dare to get too close. The space passage ahead was located at the foot of a huge mountain. On the mountain wall, there was clearly the back half of the Weeping Soul Blood Ape's body that had been petrified before it could get away. Entering the space passage from the back of this half of the body, one could reach the forbidden land of the inner city of the Demon Emperor. At this moment, when the blood-red mist around his body rumbled forward, and he was a little closer. When he was only a dozen miles away, rays of light suddenly burst out from the cliff at the foot of the giant peak. More than 120 descendants of the royal family, led by the 3rd prince's grandson, Mo Zhuangxiao, happened to enter at this moment. Chapter 2950. The wrath of God and the resentment of men. If this was any other time, they would have been sent to different areas upon entering. However, the will of the heavens clearly did not care about this matter this time. Hence, the 120 royal descendants all gathered together after entering. Furthermore, when they raised their heads, they instantly saw Yi Xian, whose entire body was filled with a bloody mist, charging straight at them. As well as the enormous space beasts that could be faintly seen far behind Yi Xian. These ferocious starry sky beasts were obviously swarming towards this place at this moment. Moreover, they were coming from all directions. At a glance, there were at least thousands of them. With just a glance, he naturally wouldn't be able to see much. For example, these space beasts weren't rushing at full speed. Therefore, with a sudden glance, the scene in front of him gave off the feeling that Yi Xian had done something bad that angered the heavens. Not only did he make himself look like neither a human nor a ghost, but his entire body was shrouded in a bloody mist. It even infuriated a large number of ferocious beasts in the forbidden land of the Saint Devil. They descended from all directions to chase after him. This strange scene stunned the 120 or so royal descendants who had just entered the Saint Devil forbidden land. Even when the world was clearly undergoing a huge change, the sky was filled with cracks, the ground was constantly collapsing, and other situations, they only realized it after being stunned for a moment. All of this caused the expressions of more than 120 members of the royal family to change abruptly. Almost everyone had an incomparably furious expression on their faces. Although they didn't know what happened here, and couldn't even guess how this guy did all this. Everything in front of them was very obvious, and they could roughly analyze the situation. This blood-red guy who made himself look like neither a human nor a ghost must have caused some kind of terrible disaster in the Saint Devil Forbidden Area. Even the heaven and earth of the Forbidden Area had collapsed because of this. Perhaps it was because of this reason that the thousands of ferocious space beasts who had their peace disturbed suddenly became furious. They immediately came out of their nests and chased after him. If not, with his strength, it was impossible for him to provoke so many terrifying space beasts at the same time. He didn't have the qualifications. In other words, the monstrous and shocking change in this forbidden area was entirely caused by this fellow. They didn't know if they would be able to leave this place alive after entering, and this fellow before them was the culprit behind all of this. This was also the reason why the descendants of the royal family immediately glared at Yi Xian, who was rushing over, after reacting to the situation. In this short period of time, Yi Xian, who was quickly rushing over, closed the distance between them. At this moment, they were only 6 to 7 kilometers away. At such a close distance, coupled with the fact that the blood-colored mist around his body was translucent, some of the 120 or so royal family descendants finally let out cries of surprise and recognized Yi Xian. Following that, the other royal family descendants also started to roar in anger. It's actually him. I was wondering why there was suddenly such a suspicious demon dweller expert in the forbidden area of Devil Saint. This person is one of the trial takers for the Black Mosquito tribe's holy son, and he's naturally restless. Previously, he released his Black Mosquito pet to provoke the demon royal guards on the east bridge of the inner city, and I happened to be not far from the other side of the river, so I saw it clearly. It's actually him. No wonder. I've heard the mosquito pets roar before, but I've never seen him. However, later on, I heard from a junior commander of the demon royal guards that this person is indeed very arrogant. Since it's him, then it's not surprising that he caused such a big mess in the forbidden area of Devil Saint. Humph. So he's just a holy son from a foreign tribe, and one of the trial takers. How dare he be so audacious? This time, not only is his crime unforgivable, but even the Black Mosquito tribe is facing a great calamity. That's right. If the forbidden area of Devil Saint has some kind of irreversible accident because of this, killing this person is far from enough to appease the demon royal's anger. The entire Black Mosquito tribe will be implicated by him. Let's not worry about that now. Don't you see that those ferocious beasts of the starry sky are getting closer? Let's quickly take this guy down. Fortunately, we weren't randomly sent away this time. Behind us is the space tunnel to go back. Now that we've found out something, as long as we take down this culprit, we can turn around and report back. At least we've escaped death. When they heard this, the eyes of the Devil Emperor's descendants lit up. Just now, they were too preoccupied with marveling at the unforeseen event that they hadn't thought about this. Now that they were reminded, they immediately realized that they seemed to have escaped a calamity. Especially the third imperial grandson, who was the future demon royal highness with a limitless future. Now that he knew that his future was not unexpectedly cut short, he was extremely excited. However, this did not mean that he would let go of Yi Xian because of this. In other words, Yi Xian had already become a synonym for a great achievement in his eyes. Previously, because of his slight hesitation, he had left a bad impression on his grandfather, the demon royal highness. Previously, he thought that it did not matter since he was going to die anyway. But now that he did not have to die, he immediately became nervous. This was an important factor related to whether there would be any unforeseen changes in his future demon royal highness. If even the current demon royal highness did not think highly of him, would the future demon royal highness fall from the sky? No matter what, he had to remedy this situation, and this guy in front of him was obviously the best opportunity. If he could capture him personally and this matter was exposed, his grandfather, the demon royal highness, might be relieved and no longer care about the previous trivial matter. Thinking of this, the third imperial grandson immediately flew out with a ferocious look on his face. He suddenly roared in a slightly pretentious manner, "As the trial saint of the foreign tribe of my dynasty, you actually committed such a bold and presumptuous crime. Everyone has the right to kill such a traitor. I am the grandson of the demon Royal Highness, so it is my duty to capture this bastard. Don't interfere, I will fight to my death alone." Before he finished his words, his figure had already rushed out and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The other descendants of the first imperial family, who were also about to attack, were all stunned when they heard this. They immediately stopped in their tracks, but a look of disdain appeared on their faces one after another as they cursed in their hearts. A dignified Fourth-Order Star Realm actually had the nerve to say that he would fight to his death alone against a Meteor Realm ant. He was simply too pretentious. No wonder even his name was so amazing. Chapter 2951. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio V met my true love. Mo Zhuangjin hadn't noticed Yi Xian's abnormality because he was too far away and had been too shocked at the start. Then, he got too excited and didn't check carefully. It was only when he got closer that he suddenly realized that Yi Xian's eyes were closed. He was in an extremely strange state. However, this wasn't the main point. The main point was that as he got closer and discovered Yi Xian's abnormality, an inexplicably powerful aura silently shrouded him from Yi Xian's body. In an instant, he was imprisoned. Apart from being able to blink his eyes, he couldn't move an inch and lost control of the power in his body. Even opening his mouth to scream was an extravagant hope. Mo Zhuangjin felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Although he hadn't sensed the aura of Yi Xian's cultivation before, the other party was only a small Holy Sun trialist from a foreign tribe like the Black Mosquito tribe. Generally speaking, he would at most be at the fourth great realm, the planet realm, or even weaker. Since that was the case, what could have imprisoned him, a fifth-stage star-grade cultivator, in an instant? Either this brat had encountered some monstrous fortuitous encounter in the Demon Saint Forbidden Zone and his cultivation base had suddenly increased, or he had been possessed by some strange creature. In short, no matter what the situation was, the facts before his eyes were absolutely undeniable. He was in for a tragedy this time, an absolute tragedy. The aura emitted from his opponent's body was so fierce and cold. Since he had already attacked him and imprisoned him, how could there be no follow-up actions? Thinking of this, Mo Zhuangjin couldn't help but tremble slightly. At the same time, he suddenly realized that this guy in front of him had provoked more than 1,000 powerful space beasts in the Saint Devil Forbidden Land to pursue him at the same time. How could the means of such an existence be simple? I've really been blinded by lard. How could I face them head-on? Furthermore, in order to steal the credit, I even deliberately hinted the other descendants of demon emperors not to follow me while I fight to the death by myself. Woo, I'm clearly courting death. Thinking about this, Mo Zhuangjin was so sad and indignant that he almost cried. In fact, Yi Xian had nothing to do with the imprisonment of his body and cultivation base. He was still unconscious and didn't have any consciousness at all. All of this was done by the headless baby corpse. As for the purpose, it was actually very simple. It just wanted to absorb some spiritual power, physical power, and vitality from Mo Zhuangjin's body. This brat only had these three things in his body. As for the other powers that Yi Xian had consumed from using the heaven-falling bow for the second time, such as the power of his cultivation, a portion of the power of the dragon scales, and the unknown mysterious aura emitted by the void essence crystal, it would be very difficult to find a target that could be directly absorbed in this demon domain. He could only wait for Yi Xian to wake up and think of a way to slowly recover. The key was that as long as Yi Xian absorbed a certain amount of mental strength, physical strength, and most importantly, life force, then Yi Xian would be able to wake up from his coma. This was also the purpose of the headless infant corpse. Once Yi Xian woke up, it would be able to let go. Of course, if it was an ordinary existence, they wouldn't have the ability to do so. Even Yi Xian's devouring system wouldn't be able to directly absorb these three types of energy from a living devil's body. If they really wanted to, they could only kill them first. However, the headless baby corpse was a terrifying existence that could even severely injure the will of heaven and earth of this forbidden zone. Its back and origin were mysterious, and it must be frighteningly big. Therefore, this small matter was really not worth mentioning to it. Soon, the headless baby corpse, which had turned into a red waterfall, suddenly moved forward and included the third prince's grandson, Mo Zhuangjin, who was imprisoned in the red waterfall. However, due to the fact that the headless infant corpse had transformed into a blood-colored waterfall, its diameter was not wide to begin with. It was only about a meter or so, and because it had suffered quite a bit of damage during the battle with the will of the heavenly Tao in this forbidden area, it had suffered some minor injuries. Therefore, in order to ensure absolute protection for Yi Xian, it could only try its best to reduce the diameter of the red waterfall. Moreover, when it was absorbing the three powers from Mo Zhuangjin's body, it obviously couldn't leave Yi Xian aside. On one hand, it was worried about his safety. On the other hand, the red waterfall was only a medium. It couldn't store the absorbed powers in its own body like the devouring system. Therefore, it had to bring Yi Xian with it at this moment. With a diameter of 1 meter, it was obvious how close Yi Xian and Mo Zhuangjin were to the red waterfall. Moreover, they were facing each other. In order to prevent itself from being distracted when it was concentrating on absorbing the powers from Mo Zhuangjin's body, the headless baby corpse, which had wrapped around Yi Xian's body, raised its hands and directly hugged Yi Xian's waist. At least, it didn't have to worry about Yi Xian's body falling to the ground because it was distracted. However, it was obvious that only the headless baby corpse knew what it was thinking. No one else knew. This included Mo Zhuangjin and the descendants of the demon emperor behind him who gasped in shock. Including the tens of thousands of star beasts who were waiting in the distance when they saw that the headless baby corpse had stopped. Similarly, Hao Fangfang, Zuo Liqing, and the others who were hiding in the distance and complaining in their hearts were also shocked. In short, when the surrounding existences saw this scene, all of their expressions changed in horror, all of them shocked. No matter how wild their imaginations were, they would never have thought that there would be two guys who met in this place and instantly felt like they had found their true love. Ignoring the danger that could befall them at any time, they actually hugged each other in public and started to make love. What the F***ck, this wasn't the usual melodramatic and explosive kind of story. Especially Hao Fangfang and the third prince Mo Zhuangjin, who were involved in this whole thing. At this moment, their hearts were filled with grievances and resentment, which could be said to be monstrous. The reason why Hao Fangfang was resentful was naturally because he had tried to be friendly with Yi Xian before, but was mercilessly rejected in the end. Hao Fangfang even scolded him. Hao Fangfang didn't expect that Yi Xian would be so passionate when he met a stranger today. Hao Fangfang saw this scene with her own eyes. That kind of blow was really unbearable for her, and she felt very sullen in her heart. Chapter 2952. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Frenzied absorption. Compared to Hao Fangfang's resentment, Mo Zhuangxiao was so furious that he felt like his chest was about to explode. In the past, he had never thought that he would be molested one day, let alone by a man. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't move his body at all and the mysterious power that was restraining his body was so strong that he couldn't even muster up the slightest thought of resisting, Mo Zhuangjin reckoned that he would have gone berserk on the spot and fought to the death with this shameless guy in front of him. Unfortunately, not only could he not do that now, but he also wouldn't have the chance to do so even if the mysterious and terrifying force that restrained his body disappeared. At least, that was the case before his body recovered. This was because at this moment, as the anger in his chest surged and rapidly boiled, he suddenly realized that his mental strength was strangely and rapidly draining away. Apart from that, it seemed like even his vitality and the qi and blood in his body were rapidly draining away. This feeling was too terrifying. He instantly felt that his mental state was withering at a speed visible to the naked eye, and it was the same for his body. It was as if the invisible time had suddenly sped up in his body. Mo Zhuangxiao even felt that the flesh and blood in his body were rapidly withering. All of this happened so suddenly, yet so terrifyingly. In an instant, he was so shocked that his face turned pale. In just a dozen seconds, Mo Zhuangxiao's body faintly weakened. However, since his back was facing the more than 100 descendants of the Demon King who came with him, the situation was completely different in their eyes. It felt like Mo Zhuangxiao was hugged and kissed by the Black Mosquito Planet's Saint Trial Taker. As they kissed, he was intoxicated and his body went limp. As this thought flashed through their minds, the faces of the more than 100 descendants of the Demon King turned green. They all felt like they didn't check the almanac when they woke up today and unexpectedly saw such a filthy scene. They had to wash their eyes when they went back. However, for the thousands of star beasts who happened to be behind Yi Xian, what they saw was completely different. This was because Mo Zhuangxiao's body was withering at a speed visible to the naked eye, and these star beasts clearly saw it. For a moment, these star beasts became even more restless. When they looked at Yi Xian from afar, they unknowingly had a sense of fear and were absolutely unwilling to come into contact with or even get close to him. At this moment, in just a dozen seconds, Mo Zhuangxiao's entire body had become shockingly thin. His eye sockets were deeply sunken, and even his eyes had become dim. He looked like a sickly person who had been bedridden for a long time. It looked like he would be blown away by the wind at any moment. Fortunately, the headless infant corpse seemed to understand that it couldn't directly suck this guy to death. Otherwise, it would most likely bring a lot of trouble to Yi Xian. To it, Yi Xian's trouble was basically its trouble now. Since it had decided to rely on this human, it naturally had to share honor and disgrace with him. It was precisely because of this that the headless infant corpse, who had always been ferocious, let go of Mo Zhuangxiao a few seconds before he was about to suck him dry. Then, it directly retracted the power that imprisoned Yi Xian's body and let him fall to the ground. It directly controlled Yi Xian's body and quickly charged towards the more than 100 descendants of the Demon Emperor in front of it. As a matter of fact, the reason why the headless baby's corpse didn't drain Mo Zhuangwei's remaining mental power, blood life force, and physical strength was because of the existence of more than 100 descendants of the Demon Emperor. Since there were so many of them, there was naturally no need to catch one and kill him. At this moment, the more than 100 descendants of the Demon Emperor who were waiting hundreds of meters behind suddenly saw Yi Xian flying directly towards them. Mo Zhuangxiao, who was being affectionately hugged by Yi Xian's waist just a moment ago, seemed to be intoxicated or something else, but his body went limp and directly fell to the ground. Such a strange scene instantly stunned the more than 100 descendants of the Demon Emperor. However, very soon, someone finally realized that something was wrong. Therefore, almost instantly, there were exclamations and shouts, "Something isn't right. Could something have happened to Mo Zhuangxiao? Otherwise, why would he be so intoxicated? Indeed, something is wrong. Let's go and take a look immediately. Otherwise, even if we return safely, I'm afraid we won't be able to report back to our superiors." "Stinking brat, what did you do to the third prince?" This person's condition is not right. His eyes are actually closed, just like a walking corpse. Look at his movements, they are also very stiff." The last person who spoke really did see the problem. Unfortunately, it was all too late. This was because at this moment, Yi Xian was clearly only a few feet away from him. With the speed of the headless infant corpse, even if he immediately turned around and fled at full speed, it was obvious that he would not have the chance to do so. After a short moment, Yi Xian, who was controlled by the headless infant corpse, directly pounced on this descendant of the Demon Emperor. What happened next was exactly the same as what Mo Zhuangxiao had experienced before. When Yi Xian pounced on this descendant of the Demon Emperor, he directly reached out and hugged his waist. Moreover, the two of them were so close that they were practically face to face. In addition, after Yi Xian hugged his waist, this descendant of the Demon Emperor actually stood there motionlessly, allowing Yi Xian to take advantage of him without any resistance. When all these things were put together, even a fool could see the problem. The other descendants of the Demon Emperor in the surroundings immediately exclaimed in horror. Some of them hurriedly rushed to Mo Zhuangxiao's side, while most of the remaining descendants of the Demon Emperor immediately swarmed over and surrounded Yi Xian and the descendant of the Demon Emperor whose body was rapidly withering. Bang! Bang! However, before these guys could attack, and before they even figured out what had happened, the headless infant corpse had directly removed the power that was restraining the second prey, allowing him to fall to the ground powerlessly with a thud. At the same time, it immediately controlled Yi Xian's body and pounced on the third prey, who was closest to him. Chapter 2953. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. The heavenly eye appeared again. Rumble, boom. In the forbidden land of the holy demon, the sky was still filled with terrifying explosions. Even the ground under their feet was shaking violently. The whole void gave people an extremely dangerous and uneasy feeling, as if it would be completely destroyed at any time. It made people want to fly away immediately. However, even if the spatial passageway to leave this primordial cage world was right ahead, and it was only a little over 20 kilometers away, the thousands of ferocious beasts that were burning with anxiety all endured the grief and indignation in their hearts and stood in the distance without exception, and they didn't dare approach at all. At the very least, before this guy shrouded in a strange red light entered the spatial passage and left this place, they had completely steeled their hearts and could not take another step forward. Part of the reason for this was because Yi Xian and the blood-colored heavenly saber had fought against the giant eye of the heavenly Tao in this world. Furthermore, the unrivaled aura of slashing it down in the end had already left an extremely difficult to erase psychological shadow in their hearts. The other part was that at this moment, all the ferocious beasts of the starry sky clearly saw the horrible scene that was happening in front of them. There was no blood, no killing, and even the demon cultivator who was covered in a strange red light did not show too much of a fierce aura. However, when the strange scene in front of them was reflected in the eyes of the thousands of ferocious beasts of the starry sky, all of them, without exception, felt a chill all over their bodies. Even when the giant eye of the heavenly way was cut down by the saber, they did not have such a feeling. It was because all this was too horrifying, and it made their scalps numb. Ah, demon. This guy must be a demon. He sucked the third prince's grandson dry. You. At the same time, the dozens of demon emperor's descendants who were facing the third prince's grandson, Mo Zhuangjin, finally discovered the latter's strange state at this moment. They were so scared that their faces turned pale instantly. Two of them helped Mo Zhuangjin up, while the others hurriedly turned around, intending to turn back and warn the other demon emperor's descendants. At this moment they, who turned back, suddenly saw a scene that even the ferocious beasts of the starry sky in the distance felt cold. Caught off guard, these demon emperor's descendants were instantly dumbfounded, and the words in their mouths stopped abruptly. They stood there in a daze with their mouths wide open. They were completely petrified, and they even suspected that they were in a dream. Only a few minutes had passed since they leaped up and flashed towards the third imperial grandson, Mo Zhuangliang, who was lying on the ground. But at this moment, more than half of the 100-plus companions that had stayed on the spot and surrounded the Black Mosquito tribe's Saint Child of the Trial had actually fallen. All of them were skin and bones, and some of them were crawling up from the ground. Their limbs were trembling, and their movements were stiff. With a glance, they seemed to have aged greatly in the blink of an eye, and they were practically unable to be recognized as humans. There were dozens of people like this, and the remaining dozens of people had either fled to the distance for their lives, or stood there straight and motionless like the third prince's grandson, Mo Zhuangjin, at the beginning. One of them was obviously hugged by the trial saint of the Black Mosquito tribe, and they were kissing each other intimately. As for what the final result of this intimacy would be, there was no need to consider this point at all. This was clearly a living hell. Being sucked dry in the blink of an eye was simply more terrifying than death. This was a great horror that caused one's hair to stand on end. Bang! Bang! Just when these few descendants of the Demon Emperor were completely stunned by the horrible scene in front of them, the descendant of the Demon Emperor, who was being hugged by the waist as food and had his chi and blood sucked dry, was finally released by the other party. He slowly fell to the ground, and the thudding sound he made was heard. Instantly, these people who had fallen into a daze were so shocked that they trembled all over. At this moment, the first thought that appeared in their minds was surprisingly consistent, and that was to immediately turn around and run away without caring about anything else. Unfortunately, as soon as this thought appeared in their minds, they discovered with grief and indignation that their legs were suddenly not listening to them. They had been slightly trembling all along, and no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't move their feet. This was clearly the rhythm of being scared to the point that their legs were trembling. Faced with all this, an extreme sense of despair immediately surged in their hearts. They originally thought that they would definitely not be able to escape this time, and perhaps the next one to be sucked dry would be them. However, in the blink of an eye, the crisis that was about to befall them took a turn for the better. After the trial saint of the Black Mosquito tribe released the descendant of the Demon Emperor who had fallen to the ground, his figure did not immediately pounce on the next target. Instead, he stood there in a daze. Even the strange red light that was originally shrouding his figure unexpectedly rushed into his body rapidly and disappeared completely. Almost at the same time, the other 30 over descendants of the Demon Emperor who were standing around him, who were originally unable to move, suddenly regained their ability to move at the same time. As a result, a series of horrified screams immediately rang out. These 30 over descendants of the Demon Emperor were obviously completely terrified. At this moment, when they found that their bodies had regained their ability to move, without exception, they all turned around and fled at the same time as they let out horrified screams from their mouths. It was obvious that in their eyes, the current Yi Xian was definitely an existence that was even more terrifying than the evil spirits and devils from the underworld. In a short period of time, he had already caused the group of demon royal family's younger generation geniuses to collectively tremble in fear. Very quickly, all of the descendants of the Demon Emperor, without exception, fled into the distance. Among this group of people, there were a total of 40 over people who were lucky enough to escape the calamity. As for the other 70 over descendants of the Demon Emperor who had been sucked dry until they were only skin and bones, after the initial discomfort, all of them gradually recovered one after another. After all, the headless infant corpse did not intend to suck to death. The reason why they fell to the ground was most likely because they were frightened by it. Because of this, although these 70 over people were all skin and bones, they at least regained their ability to move after regaining their senses. Some of them staggered alone, while others were supported by their companions. Similarly, they also hurriedly fled the distance where they came from. Then, without looking back, they entered the entrance of the space tunnel at the back of the Weeping Soul Blood Ape statue and disappeared without a trace. At this time, Yi Xian, who had been standing in the same place, finally opened his eyes slowly. Rumble. Chapter 2954. Heaven's Wrath, Rumble, Boom. Following the first explosion, a series of terrifying explosions of equal power rang out. Almost at the same time, a series of explosions of equal power rang out. If it was said that the sky of this desolate ancient cage was only surging endlessly before, then from this moment onwards, the entire sky that was rumbling endlessly was clearly boiling and surging. Yi Xian subconsciously raised his head and swept his gaze across the sky. The gigantic black heavenly eye that entered his line of sight instantly caused his expression to abruptly change. He didn't have the time to think about what happened before he woke up. At this moment, an extremely strong sense of life and death crisis instantly enveloped his mind, causing him to not hesitate in the slightest. He abruptly turned around at the first possible moment and flew towards the spatial tunnel entrance on the back of the Weeping Soul Blood Ape statue at an extremely fast speed. The unexpected appearance of this black heavenly eye undoubtedly meant that the will of the heavens, which had fallen into a state of weakness and chaos due to the destruction of the Green Eye clone, had more or less recovered. Under such circumstances, the first person it wanted to kill was Yi Xian. Although the existence that cut the cyan heavenly eye in half was the blood-colored heavenly blade formed from the headless infant corpse, Yi Xian's arrow at that time had more or less interfered with the cyan heavenly eye's attention. In fact, just the fact that he had gone against the heavenly Tao and brazenly attacked the giant eye of the heavenly Tao meant that Yi Xian would never be able to escape the killing intent of the will of the heavens in this desolate ancient forbidden land. Furthermore, the headless infant corpse that transformed into the blood-colored heavenly blade clearly came from his body. Even now, it was still together with Yi Xian, turning into a tattoo in the shape of a corpse lamp that was branded on his left chest. All of this was something that Yi Xian was well aware of. Therefore, at this moment, other than escaping at top speed before the black heavenly eye could react, he was destined to die today. It was already a fluke that he and the headless infant corpse had successfully severed the heaven's eye. If they were to do it again, it would be impossible for them to succeed. Fortunately, he wasn't too far away from the entrance of the spatial passageway. With Yi Xian's speed, he arrived within the blink of an eye. After that, he didn't even turn his head as he directly entered the spatial passageway, disappearing in an instant. All of this happened too quickly. From the sudden appearance of the black heavenly eye in the sky to the disappearance of Yi Xian's figure through the entrance of the spatial tunnel, the entire process took no more than 2 or 3 seconds. In the face of such a life-or-death crisis, it would be fine if there was no way to escape. Since it was death anyway, he could just grit his teeth and fight it out. Even if he died, he would die a quick death. However, if there was a way to escape, and it was so close to his eyes, then in this kind of situation, Yi Xian's nimble movements definitely wouldn't lose to anyone. He had long since trained in life and death situations. At this moment, until his figure had rushed into the entrance of the space tunnel and disappeared completely, the thousands of ferocious starry sky beasts in the distance were still looking at the sky with faces full of shock and dullness. The sudden appearance of the black heavenly eye had completely frightened these ferocious starry sky beasts. Their minds were probably in a daze at the first moment. Otherwise, their reactions would not have been so slow. On the contrary, although Hao Fangfang, Zhuo Liqing, and the other 6 trial takers of the Black Mosquito Tribe's Holy Sun trial takers could not compare to Yi Xian's quick-wittedness, they had all rushed out from their carefully stealthy bodies at the first moment. Their speed was raised to the maximum. Like 6 arrows leaving the bow, they shot toward the entrance of the space tunnel where Yi Xian had just disappeared. The 6 of them were not far away from Yi Xian. Previously, they were about the same as the ferocious starry sky beasts in the sky, about a dozen miles away. However, when all the ferocious starry sky beasts stopped in front of them because Yi Xian had stopped in front of them, the 6 of them had been carefully moving forward. Therefore, when the black heavenly eye suddenly appeared in the sky, the 6 of them were only a few miles away from where Yi Xian had originally stood. At such a close distance, the 6 of them had also rushed at full speed. In the blink of an eye, they had also arrived at the entrance of the space tunnel. Then, they plunged into it and successfully rushed into the only escape route. At this moment, the nearly 10,000 ferocious starry sky beasts more than a dozen miles away seemed to have woken up from a dream. In the next moment, as the fear in their hearts reached its peak, the nearly 10,000 ferocious starry sky beasts instantly went berserk. As they roared and howled with resentment, they desperately rushed toward the space tunnel more than a dozen miles away. Roar! Screech, whoosh! Different howls and roars resounded endlessly, stirring up the sky of this area into a storm. Nearly 10,000 huge ferocious beasts of the starry sky, all of them seemed to have gone mad. They flew desperately in the air from all directions and converged in one direction at the same time. This scene was really spectacular. Perhaps even in this prison that originated from the Antiquity Age, such a scene had never appeared in the past. A short distance of 12 miles, for these ferocious starry sky beasts, who were generally at least at the 9th level of the origin stage, was really not much of a distance. They even took less time than Yi Xian when he rushed over the last few miles. In less than a blink of an eye, they had all rushed to the entrance of the space tunnel. Nearly 10,000 ferocious starry sky beasts were densely packed together, but there was no way for them to enter. Their bodies were too large, and the space tunnel was only about 3 meters in diameter. At most, they could only squeeze in the tip of their hooves. In their panic, these ferocious starry sky beasts roared in exasperation. Then, they all activated their bloodline's secret techniques and began to shrink their enormous bodies with all their might. Most of them could actually shrink their bodies to within a few feet, but it would take time. At this time, the black heaven's eye in the sky, which obviously hadn't fully recovered yet, which was why its reaction was so sluggish after it appeared at this moment, had finally adapted completely. In the next moment, as the giant eye suddenly opened, streaks of black tribulation lightning shot out like a rain of arrows that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. They carried a terrifying aura that could destroy everything, and with a crackling sound, they instantly arrived. This was clearly an indiscriminate collective annihilation, not allowing any of the ferocious starry sky beasts to escape from this primordial cage. Chapter 2955. The Imperial Star is in turmoil, screech. Swish, howls of despair and anger rang out one after another. In the face of this level of black lightning, most of the space beasts were in complete despair. But at the same time, there were also a few beasts that were the fastest. They had already shrunk their bodies to within a few feet. Without looking back, they instantly rushed into the entrance of the space tunnel. There were more than 12 space beasts that had successfully escaped into the space tunnel before the calamity. Among them, there were existences in the 9th realm, the Origin realm, and there were also existences in the 10th realm, the Heavenly Passage realm, accounting for about half of them. There was no doubt that these 10 terrifying space beasts would bring a calamitous calamity to the demon Imperial City at the other end of the tunnel in the blink of an eye. However, compared to the cruel slaughter that was unfolding at the other end of the space tunnel, the beast rampage that was about to erupt in the demon Imperial City soon was obviously nothing. Almost as soon as the 10 lucky space beasts shrank their bodies and rushed into the space tunnel, countless black lightning bolts of tribulation roared from the distant sky like they were blotting out the sky and covering the earth, finally descended in full force. Crack. Crack, screech. Roar. Accompanied by the crackling sounds of the dense lightning bolts, the mournful howls and cries of countless fierce beasts resounded endlessly. The black lightning bolts that fell from the sky like a dense rain of arrows, each of them having a diameter of a few feet. It seemed that for these space beasts that were generally over 100 meters in size, it was nothing at all. But in fact, the power of this black lightning of tribulation was far from what ordinary lightning could compare to. Just a single bolt of lightning that was a few feet thick could instantly cause a 100-meter-long space beast to temporarily lose its ability to move. Its skin and flesh would explode, and beast blood would splatter everywhere. Not only its flesh body, but even its consciousness would instantly fall into confusion and fall to the ground, unable to move. He was completely reduced to a meat target for the black lightning rain to recklessly strike. This scene was too tragic. Thousands of ferocious beasts with terrifying strength, in just a minute or so, were completely smashed into a mountain of charred meat by the endless black lightning rain raging from the sky. When one looked around, even the remains of a ferocious beast that still had a little of its original form could not be found. Without exception, all of them had died without a complete corpse. Rumble, boom. As this apocalyptic black lightning curtain completely stopped and disappeared, a series of explosions came from the sky again. The black heavenly eye, which was cold and without the slightest emotion of living beings, finally slowly faded away and disappeared. Immediately after, patches of black as thick as ink quickly floated over, and a majestic rain quickly poured down. Moreover, all of them were concentrated in the area where the black lightning rain raged just now. It was as if they wanted to use the rain to cleanse this bloody killing ground, as if they were cleaning it up. Soon, as the majestic rain poured down in a concentrated manner, the water on the ground quickly gathered into a flood, surging like a wave. In a short period of time, it swept away the flesh and blood of the endless ferocious beasts that had been hacked into minced meat, pouring into the abyss that appeared during the previous process of the earth shattering. At the bottom of the huge abyss, a small depression was formed. Suddenly, this was clearly an extremely small version of the corpse pool of blood. Not long after, the clouds and mist dispersed, and the vicinity of the space channel that was filled with monstrous slaughter not long ago was completely changed. Even the slightest trace of the fierce beast's flesh and blood could not be found. All of this clearly revealed a strong aura that was deliberately done. It was as if it was trying to hide something, or perhaps it was just that it didn't want the demon experts who entered through this space passage in the future to feel fear towards this cage-like forbidden area because of the indescribably tragic scene of bloody slaughter. So, it turned around and retreated. If this was really the case, then the will of the heavenly Tao of this ancient cage world was clearly scheming something, but what exactly it was, obviously, no one would be able to know, deep in the inner city of the Demon Emperor, the Forbidden Valley. Since the more than 100 descendants of the Demon Emperor entered the Demon Saint Forbidden Land until now, in fact, only 10 minutes had passed. However, to the 6,000 or so devil-person imperial family elites and court officials who had been waiting quietly inside and outside the valley, these short 10 minutes or so clearly made them feel as if they had been bitterly enduring for 20 hours. During this process, all the demon experts inside and outside the valley did not speak, and maintained silence, but from the huge blood ape statue on the mountain wall in the depths of the valley, a clear rumbling sound clearly came, and it did not stop from beginning to end. Using this statue as a medium, the tremors that were transmitted from the other side of the Demon Saint Forbidden Land, and caused this Forbidden Valley to be affected by the tremors that were transmitted, and the tremors that caused this Forbidden Valley to be affected also existed. Everyone had a heavy heart, and they subconsciously guessed what kind of agitation the more than 100 young imperial family descendants would face after entering the Demon Saint Forbidden Land on the other side of the space channel. Unfortunately, this was something that they had not seen with their own eyes, so no one would be able to guess it. What was even more unexpected to the thousands of imperial family elites waiting quietly outside the valley at this moment was that the more than 100 descendants of the Demon Emperor who had just entered the Demon Saint Forbidden Land actually turned back one after another in a short 10 minutes like a swarm of bees from the entrance of the space channel on the Weeping Soul Blood Ape's enormous head. There was clearly a wisp of extremely dense fear on everyone's face, and their movements when they rushed out of the entrance of the space channel were even more flustered and helpless, as if their minds had completely collapsed and their minds were in chaos. What was even more strange was that more than half of them had deep eye sockets and were only skin and bones. If it wasn't for the fact that their clothes hadn't changed, it would have been difficult to recognize them in a short period of time. All of them were so withered that they were almost like dried corpses. Such a strange scene instantly caused everyone waiting inside and outside the valley to open their mouths wide, and the sound of gasping could be heard endlessly. Even the Demon Emperor, Mo Qigong, and the other two royal uncles were the same. Their eyes were wide open, as if they were suspecting that their eyes were playing tricks on them. They were completely unable to believe the scene that was reflected in their eyes. "Whoa, royal grandfather, save us. There's a monster inside, and it's sucking us dry." It was also at this moment that the third prince's grandson, Mo Zhuangyun, who was supported by two royal family descendants who had not been harmed, suddenly let out a loud howl. Chapter 2956. The arrival of the beast after charging into the spatial entrance, Yi Xian's heart, which was originally in his throat, immediately fell by half. At the same time, he began to rapidly think and recall in his mind. In fact, the moment he regained consciousness was just before the giant black eye suddenly appeared in the sky. He had no memory of everything before that. The last memory he had was when he saw the cyan giant eye of the heavenly way being cut into two by the blood-red heavenly saber transformed from the headless baby corpse before he fainted from exhaustion. However, Yi Xian was still able to analyze the reason why he was near the exit of the space tunnel. Although he still didn't know why the headless baby corpse with a terrifying background would take a fancy to him. It obviously had such a terrifying strength, but it had to transform into a tattoo in the shape of a corpse lamp to attach to his body. But there was one thing that Yi Xian was certain of from the previous battle. This headless infant corpse did not seem to have any ill intentions towards him, at least for now. With this premise, there was no doubt as to who had been taking care of Yi Xian after he fainted, quickly bringing him to the area where the spatial tunnel was located. Apart from this, Yi Xian also vaguely had an answer to the large number of ferocious star beasts he had seen in the distance after waking up. These ferocious beasts obviously intended to seize this opportunity when the will of the Heaven Tao was temporarily weakened to flee this place. Moreover, the reason they stopped in the distance and watched from afar when they were already close to the area where the spatial passageway exit was located was most probably because they were afraid of the headless infant corpse. In other words, before his consciousness awakened, the headless corpse had yet to transform back into the corpse lamp tattoo. Since this was the case, then the strange scene of more than half of the demon experts who had fled in a hurry was completely explainable. Their flesh and blood were shriveled up, and they looked like dried corpses. This was clearly the headless infant corpse's corpse. With its mystery, it was normal for it to have such a method. If it were any other existence, even if they wanted to help Yi Xian absorb the energy from other people's bodies to help him wake up, they would not be able to do it. The headless infant corpse had good intentions in this matter. However, although it succeeded in helping Yi Xian wake up early, it also caused him a huge problem. Looking at the hundreds of young demon experts' clothes, each one of them was incomparably luxurious, clearly exuding a strong palace aura. If Yi Xian's guess was right, this group of people were all descendants of the demon imperial family. At the very least, they were the direct descendants of some high-ranking officials in the demon imperial star. Otherwise, how could the demon forbidden land of the demon emperor be a place where some random young demon experts could come out and trespass? In this way, as soon as Yi Xian came out of this space passage, a huge problem would come crashing down on him. Among these hundreds of descendants of nobles and even the imperial family, more than half of them had been sucked dry by him. This matter, the demon imperial family and the nobles of the imperial court would never let it go. In addition, they obviously would not let go of the origin of this terrifying method and would definitely force Yi Xian to tell the truth. Otherwise, even if he wanted to die, it would be difficult for him to do so. After all, this time he was facing the entire demon imperial star, and there were several supreme existences of the heavenly passage realm. Although Yi Xian had the headless infant corpse and the weeping soul bloodhorn, these two existences could not be easily exposed, otherwise it would cause more trouble. Even if he could escape from the demon imperial star, in the future, as long as he was still in the first universe plane, the pursuit and harassment of the demon race would spread out endlessly. But if he did not use the power of the headless infant corpse and the weeping soul bloodhorn, with Yi Xian's insignificant cultivation strength, facing the questioning and even interrogation of the entire demon imperial family, Yi Xian would not be able to resist at all. He could not accept this result. Thinking quickly about these problems, Yi Xian's face quickly showed a bitter expression. He was in a dilemma and was very distressed. Even the speed of his feet had subconsciously slowed down a lot. Before he made a decision, he had no intention of walking out of this space passage. Once he went out, the crisis would instantly hit him in the face, and at that time, there would be no room for maneuvering. Just as he was feeling depressed, at this moment, a few fierce beasts with excitement and cheers suddenly came from behind him. Yi Xian's feet paused for a moment, and after a slight pause, his eyes lit up in an instant. Before this, it was not that he had not thought of directly using the perfect vibration spiritual skill to sneak out, but this was too risky. He was not sure if the perfect vibration spiritual skill could escape the detection of the supreme existence of the Grotto Heaven realm. Outside the space passage, even if Wen Xing was not here at the moment, Mo Qigong and the other imperial family elder, as the guardians of the forbidden area, must have been waiting in the valley. At this moment, most likely, they were already waiting outside the space passage. Therefore, after hesitating for a while, Yi Xian finally dispelled this risky idea, because once the other party saw through it, it would be a small matter of self-defeating, but it would also expose more of his secrets, which was really unwise. But now, with the unexpected arrival of the fierce beasts behind him, Yi Xian's thoughts instantly changed. Once these fierce beasts rushed out of the space passage, the powerhouses of the Imperial Demon tribe waiting outside the space passage would definitely be shocked. When the battle started, even the supreme existence of the Grotto Heaven realm, Yi Xian's perfect vibration spiritual skill would most likely succeed in successfully deceiving them. At that time, he could take advantage of the time when the two sides were still shocked to get out of the Forbidden Area Valley, immediately leave the city, and then leave the Demon Emperor planet. Thinking of this, Yi Xian did not hesitate any longer and immediately launched the perfect vibration spiritual skill. His figure and all his aura disappeared completely in an instant. At this moment, the exit of the space passage in front of him was in sight. There was a dim light, which was particularly conspicuous in the dark space passage. Yi Xian quickly approached it and hid in a corner inside the exit, quietly lurking, waiting for the fierce beasts to rush out first and help him attract the attention of the fierce beasts. In just a few seconds, in the darkness behind the space passage in the distance, hazy black figures finally appeared. To Yi Xian's surprise, it was Hao Fangfang, Zuo Liqing, and the others who came first. Just as he was hesitating whether to take the opportunity to make them stay, they had already rushed out in front of him. Chapter 2957. The bloody battle shook the heavens. The existences that had rushed into the spatial tunnel from the Saint Devil Forbidden Area could be considered to be 4 batches. The descendants of the Demon Emperor who were scared out of their wits by Yi Xian were the first batch, followed by Yi Xian. The third batch was Hao Fangfang and Zuo Liqing, and the last batch was the 10 powerful ferocious beasts. Although these 4 people and ferocious beasts had entered the spatial tunnel in 4 batches, the interval between them was not long. It could even be ignored. As such, the descendants of the devilish sovereigns who had entered first didn't even get a chance to describe the situation in the devilish Saint Forbidden Area before one figure after another charged out of the light barrier on the forehead of the Weeping Soul Crimson Ape statue, instantly attracting everyone's attention. This time, it was Hao Fangfang, Zuo Liqing and the others. Seeing these unfamiliar faces, the upper echelons of the demon cultivator royal family were stunned for a moment, but they quickly reacted. Thinking of the Black Mosquito tribe's holy son's trial, the interest in their eyes instantly dissipated, and they quickly turned their gazes towards the group of Demon Emperor descendants. Just at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Roar! Screech! Just as the upper echelons of the royal family in the valley shifted their gazes away, Hao Fangfang, Zuo Liqing and the others also landed on the ground. Just as they landed on the ground, a few ferocious beast roars that clearly carried endless joy suddenly came from the top of the Weeping Soul Blood Ape's 100-meter-tall body. The thousands of devil cultivator experts inside and outside the valley were startled at the same time, and then subconsciously turned their heads to look. In the next moment, everyone's expressions changed. In his line of sight, in the blink of an eye, 10 fierce beasts rushed out from the entrance of the spatial tunnel one after another. Their bodies were originally only about 3 meters in size, but after rushing out of the tunnel, they expanded with the wind and rapidly expanded. In less than half a breath, they had already reached a shocking 100 meters in size. All 10 of the fierce beasts were the same. Before all the devil cultivator rankers inside and outside the Forbidden Valley could recover from their shock, they had already returned to their original size. At this moment, they were floating in the air above the valley, forming a semicircle formation. They lowered their heads and looked at all the devil cultivators inside and outside the valley, their eyes clearly flashing with a trace of fierce blood-red light. What happened in there? How come even the ferocious beasts of the forbidden area have come out? The Devil Emperor, Mo Tian, was the first to react to this shocking scene. His expression changed, and as he roared, he turned to glare at the third prince, Mo Zhuangyun, and reprimanded him sternly. Why didn't you report such an important matter immediately? You actually have the time to complain. Humph. With a cold snort, the demon sovereign abruptly soared into the sky and pounced toward the 10-star beasts that had clearly formed a battle formation in midair. At the same time, orders came out of his mouth one after another without any delay, and his voice shook the entire valley. Everyone below the Origin Realm, evacuate from the valley immediately. Cultivators of the Origin Realm, quickly join forces to form a formation. In the entire Forbidden Valley, not even a fly is allowed to escape. Wen Xing, Chanas, the two of you follow me and my two uncles. 5 heavenly abodes, each take a position in midair and launch a frontal attack. Boom. After finishing the last decree, the Devil Emperor Mo Tian, who had leaped into the air, suddenly waved his fist and blasted it into the sky above his head. Along with a terrifying explosion that sounded like a landslide, an invisible majestic force surged out from his fist. It seemed to contain some kind of mysterious law and Taoist rhyme. It actually triggered the invisible power of heaven and earth in the void in an instant. In the blink of an eye, it formed a huge light blue energy shield above the entire Forbidden Valley, emitting a strong sealing aura. He raised his hand and blasted out a punch. With just a little understanding of a mysterious law, he was able to give the power of heaven and earth a terrifying effect of channeling the invisible power of heaven and earth for his own use. This punch was clearly some kind of magical power. It seemed inconspicuous and simple, but in fact, it was extremely amazing. The reason why Mo Tian did this was obviously because he was worried that the 10 ferocious beasts of the starry sky would take advantage of the chaos to escape. These were all supreme ferocious beasts of the Origin Realm and Heavenly Abode Realm. Even if only one of them escaped, the entire Devil Imperial City would be in great trouble, and countless demons in the city would be killed. Almost at the same time as he extended his arm and punched towards the sky, the other 4 devil dwellers at the Grotto Heaven Realm also leaped into the air as if they had agreed to it beforehand. Together with the Devil Emperor Mo Tian, they each took a side and lined up in front of the 10 ferocious starry skies beasts. On the left were Mo Qigong and Chanas, the commander of the Devil Imperial Guards, while on the right were another uncle, Mo Sihai, and the high priest, Wen Xing. Among the 5 of them, the high priest, Wen Di, was the weakest. He was only at level 1 of the Heavenly Abode Realm. However, as the high priest, he was good at using secret skills and magical powers on the level of spiritual power. Therefore, his combat strength was quite strong, and he was fully qualified to participate in this battle. Among the other 4, Chanas, the commander of the Devil Imperial Guards, was at level 4 of the Heavenly Abode Realm, while the 2 uncles, Mo Qigong and Mo Sihai, were at level 8 of the Heavenly Abode Realm. They were already at the later stage of the Heavenly Abode Realm, and were extremely powerful. As for the Devil Imperial Missouri Wen Tian, he had stepped into level 9 of the Heavenly Abode Realm 100 years ago. He was already invincible in the Heavenly Abode Realm. With his presence, even though there were only 5 of them on the demon side, it was still enough to fight against the 10 ferocious beasts of the starry sky. After all, 5 of the ferocious beasts of the starry sky were only at level 7 or level 8 of the Heavenly Abode Realm. Although the other 5 ferocious beasts of the starry sky were at level 7 or level 8 of the Heavenly Abode Realm, none of them were at level 9 of the Heavenly Abode Realm. With the absolute advantage of strength, the Devil Imperial Missouri Wen Tian could definitely fight against 2 of the ferocious beasts of the starry sky alone. It could be said that because of the Devil Imperial Missouri Wen Tian's presence, although there were only 5 of the demon experts, the scales of the Devil Imperial Guards of the starry sky. Roar! Screech! In fact, when the Demon Emperor Mo Wen Tian threw a punch into the sky and displayed the power of his fist, the aura of his cultivation realm quietly appeared. The 10 ferocious beasts of the starry sky had already realized that something was wrong. At this moment, the tyrannical look in those blood-red eyes had long since faded away. Instead, it revealed a dignified look. Even the ferocious roar from before sounded somewhat similar to a low and threatening roar now. This was clearly a sign that they were already afraid. Even so, the brutal fighting spirit that filled the bodies of these 10 ferocious space beasts had clearly become stronger as time slowly passed. Even if they were afraid, they would still fight when it was time to fight. Moreover, their violent and savage auras were not affected in the slightest. This was the nature of beasts, and it was the bloody instinct of the ferocious beasts. At this moment, all of the several thousand demon experts in and around the valley had already retreated into the distance. Only a few dozen Origin Realm existences were rapidly setting up formations around the valley. They were responsible for sealing off the ground and the low altitude of the valley to prevent other vicious beasts from charging out of the passageway and taking advantage of the chaos to escape. Chapter 2958. One's own people. In fact, as soon as the 10 starry sky ferocious beasts rushed out of the spatial tunnel, Yi Xian had already quietly extended his gaze to observe the situation outside. In the end, the scene that entered his eyes almost made him tremble in fear. Previously, he even thought that the High Priest Wen Xingdou might not be coincidentally in the Forbidden Valley. Those guys who were suspected to be the descendants of the Demon Emperor had just returned. It would take some time for the news to spread. However, the scene in front of them was extremely strange. The entire Forbidden Valley was actually filled with moving heads. With a casual glance, there were at least 5,000 to 6,000 people. With so many demon dwellers here, it was naturally impossible that they were here for him. Yi Xian still had this much self-awareness, but the problem was that there were too many people around. He had originally planned to take advantage of the chaos to slip away, but now that so many demon dwellers had suddenly appeared outside, the chances of him being discovered had simply skyrocketed. Furthermore, the effect of his perfect mental shock skill was only to completely conceal his figure and aura. Whether it was the naked eye, the power of divine sense, or the scanning of mental power, they definitely wouldn't be able to discover him. However, that was all there was to it. Not being able to see it or feel it didn't mean that it had really disappeared. If it was standing right in front of him and he touched it with his hand, it would still be completely normal. As such, given the crowded situation inside and outside the valley, what if Yi Xian was accidentally touched by someone while he was stealthily sneaking out of the valley? Wouldn't he be exposed on the spot? After realizing this, Yi Xian was so anxious that he almost cursed on the spot. However, as the middle-aged expert outside who seemed to be the current Demon Emperor issued an order, all the demon experts inside and outside the valley left in the blink of an eye. Yi Xian was pleasantly surprised at first, but the problem was finally solved. Unfortunately, although the majority of the troops had left, they had left behind a small group of about 10 people. Not only were all of them at the origin stage, but they also began to get busy. They split up and set up formations, enveloping the entire valley. Seeing this, Yi Xian was dumbfounded again. If he wanted to leave stealthily, it was obviously impossible to do so by flying in the sky. On one hand, it would be easier for him to be exposed, and it would be bad if a Grotto Heaven Realm existence accidentally saw him. On the other hand, a fierce battle was breaking out in the sky above. Moreover, it was a high-level battle at the Tao Inside Realm. He was afraid to avoid it, so how could he voluntarily send himself to it? Sneaking away from the surface was the only choice. However, as the formation set up by the several dozen Origin Realm experts was gradually completed, the entire valley would be sealed off. When that happened, Yi Xian would be done for. After all, judging from the terrifying fist power of the middle-aged demon who was suspected to be the current Demon Emperor, these 10 powerful ferocious star beasts would not be able to hold on for long. Once the battle was over, the other party would definitely notice something fishy. He could ask Zhuo Liqing and the others and find out that he had rushed into the space tunnel before them. However, at this moment, Zhuo Liqing and the others had already appeared, but he was nowhere to be seen. This was clearly a sign that he was hiding in the space tunnel. When that time came, he would either be forced to return to the Saint Devil Forbidden Land, where the danger was more intense, or be killed in the space tunnel. It was impossible for all the Origin or Grotto Heaven Realm experts of such a large group of demon people to coincidentally use up the once-in-a-century opportunity to enter the space tunnel. Even if there were none on the Demon Emperor planet, he could still summon a few from the Demon Emperor planet. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian felt more and more uncomfortable. No matter what, he could not delay any longer, otherwise the situation would become more and more unfavorable for him. Thinking of this, he immediately made a decision. Taking a chance, he rushed out of the entrance of the space tunnel. Although he was already in the Forbidden Valley, his figure and aura did not leak at all. Rumble, screech. Screech. In the sky, a series of loud roars continued to sound, mixed with the desperate howls of the fierce beasts. Yi Xian subconsciously raised his head to look at the sky above the huge valley. At this moment, the wind and clouds had already surged. The monstrous battle between the Supreme Grotto Heaven Realm experts had affected everything. The entire sky had fallen into a chaotic obscure haze. Only endless energy and the aura of the laws were raging, and not a single person could be seen. But one thing was obviously certain. From the roars of the fierce beasts coming from the sky, it was obvious that the 10-star beasts were about to be defeated and were being beaten up. Such powerful and terrifying star beasts, and there were even 10 of them, but at this moment, they were being beaten up by 5 seemingly inconspicuous demon experts. They didn't even have a chance to escape. Thinking of the strength of the current Demon Emperor and Nemo Qigong, Yi Xian was fascinated. If he could also have such strength, instead of relying on the headless infant corpse and the weeping soul bloodhorn in his body, how could he be like now, hiding his head and tail? Bang bang. Bang bang. Just as Yi Xian was a little absent-minded at this moment, 2 loud bangs suddenly came from the ground of the valley not far to the left, instantly waking him up. When he turned his head subconsciously, he saw 200 meters long star beasts lying there. There was a cloud of dust around them, but they were already dead. They were just killed in the battle in the sky and fell to the ground. Furthermore, these 2 ferocious beasts were clearly 2 of the 5 ferocious beasts at the Grotto Heaven Realm, yet they were killed in such a short period of time. It was most likely done by the current Demon Emperor, who had reached the pinnacle of the Grotto Heaven Realm. Yi Xian was shocked, and the sense of urgency in his heart immediately became stronger. It seemed that this battle was most likely going to end soon, and he couldn't delay any longer. Thinking like this, he immediately picked a direction and rushed out quickly. At this time, in the chaotic battlefield in the sky above, there was a soft sound of surprise at this moment. It was the voice of the Demon Emperor Mo Wentian. Huh? There is actually another one below. What kind of fierce beast is this? It actually has the ability to sneak around. Rumble. A light cry of surprise sounded out as a gigantic energy palm the size of a mountain rushed out of the sky. As if it had eyes, it carried an aura that could destroy the heavens and earth as it rumbled towards Yi Xian's head. This was clearly the rhythm of Yi Xian being discovered. However, from the words of the other party, it seemed that he only found that the situation was strange, but did not see through it. It was a fierce beast that was hiding. We are on the same side, don't be impulsive.